It is the main business now to which I hope we can turn. Backbench business, 34th day, national referendum on the European Union. I should inform the House that I have selected none of the amendments. In view of the very large number of members who wish to speak in the debate, I have imposed a limit of 5 minutes on each backbench speech. To move the motion, I call Mr. David Nuttall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the motion standing in my name and in the names of many other honourable and right honourable members. I must start by thanking the Backbench Business Committee for providing the time for this debate to take place today. This is an historic debate. The amount of interest generated in advance of it has surely put beyond any doubt the fact that the public are concerned about this matter. It fully vindicates the establishment of the Backbench Business Committee and their decision to facilitate this debate. I particularly want to thank my honourable friends, the members for Basildon and Billericay, Christchurch, Clacton, Rochester and Stroud and Wickham and many others for their tireless work and support from the very outset. Mr. Speaker, with the leave of the House, my honourable friend, the member for Wellingborough, will briefly wind up at the end of this debate. This motion before the House today reflects the wishes of hundreds of thousands of petitioners who have signed petitions all calling for a referendum on the United Kingdom's future relationship with the European Union. Opinion polls clearly show that millions of others agree with them. In fact, the vast majority of the British people want a vote in a referendum. The arguments for and against the United Kingdom's membership of the European Union can wait until a future referendum campaign.
Why?
The motion before us today simply paves the way for a referendum to be held on some future, as yet unspecified date. Therefore, any argument that now is not the right time for a referendum to be held is quite frankly irrelevant. Because even if this motion is passed today, a referendum is still likely to be years away. One reason why people have become increasingly concerned about our membership of the European Union is the growing sense that this country, indeed this Parliament, is becoming ever more impotent. And as more and more decisions are taken in Brussels, they're then passed down for the United Kingdom to implement, whether we like it or not. I want to mention briefly one very important example of this from my own constituency in Bury North. Prior to the last general election, the Conservatives pledged that if we won the election, we would keep open the children's department, including the maternity ward and special care baby unit, at Fairfield Hospital in Bury, which was scheduled to close under Labour's plans. Sadly, despite that pledge, and despite massive local opposition to the closure plans, these vital services are still destined to close. And one of the driving forces behind the closure plans is the effect of the European Working Time Directive. Thousands of my constituents feel completely let down, and even at this late stage I urge the government to keep that pre-election pledge and ensure these services are retained at Fairfield Hospital. Voters know the tentacles of the... I will certainly give way to the Right Honourable Member for Brussels.
At the Royal Inverclyde Hospital 2 weeks ago, 23-year-old Dr Laura Connolly died in a car crash. As a result, all her colleagues believe are working long, exhausting hours. Do not mock that working time directive which is being improperly applied in the UK and which is saving lives both of patients and doctors.
I believe that it is for this Parliament to decide what rules and regulations should be. Mr. Speaker, voters know the tentacles of the European Union intrude into more and more areas of our national life. Understandably, they are saddened and indeed disillusioned at being fobbed off, as they see it, by the political elite, who always seem to find a reason to stop them having their say. Over a decade ago, my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, coined the phrase, "We want to be in Europe, but not run by Europe." The sad fact is that since then, increasingly, we have become run by Europe. I and millions of others in this country want to be in Britain and run by Britain. Mr. Speaker, it is over 36 years since anyone had the chance to have their say on this crucial matter. And in that time, not a single power has ever been repatriated. I suspect that for some in this House, there will never be a right time for a referendum on this issue. But I think by anybody's standards, waiting nearly 4 decades is quite long enough. Indeed, almost 2/3 of the electorate of the United Kingdom have never had the opportunity to vote on this issue at all. Figures from the House of Commons Library show the number of those alive today who voted yes to continuing with our membership of the common market back in 1975 is approximately 8 million. This is just 16% of the current voting age population, leaving a staggering 84% who have never voted in favour of Britain's continued membership of the European Economic Community. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for you giving way. As one of the people who was working in 1975 politically, but too young to have a vote, and the people of South Derbyshire sent me here so that we can have votes on these issues, this is a really crucial point, and I'm really grateful that you brought that out so early in the debate.
Thank you. I will press on. A staggering 84% who have never voted in favour of Britain's continued membership of the EEC, never mind the European Union. Further, if I were a betting man, I would venture to submit that it would be worth a punt on the fact that some of those who voted yes back in 1975 may well have since changed their minds. The common market has fundamentally changed in size and powers as it has been transformed to become the European Union without, of course, the British people ever being consulted. I'll give away to
The honourable member, why does he think the Prime Minister has not stayed to listen to his speech?
I'm sure the Prime Minister has many important duties to attend to. I'll give way to my...
Might I suggest to my honourable friend, and may I congratulate him on securing this debate, but that is the key point, that what we joined as a country was essentially a free trade area. And since then, we've seen the continual salami slicing of our sovereignty, and the British people have still not yet been consulted on that change. The government may talk about referendum locks, but that is tilting at windmills when there isn't a treaty on the horizon. Meanwhile, key competences and powers are being transferred. It's time to consult the people.
The European Union Act deals with the future. This is about dealing where we are today, and already people feel that too many powers have passed already. At a time when people pick up their phones and spend their own money, voting week in and week out to keep their favourite contestants in programmes like Strictly Come Dancing and The X Factor, many people will be baffled as to why it is that the government and all those who oppose this motion seem keen to prevent them from having their chance to vote on Britain's future relationship with the European Union. I'll give way to my...
Well, I very much agree with my honourable friend. Would he agree that they'll be even more baffled to understand why the Liberal Democrats, who stood on an election manifesto to have an in-out referendum, who actually marched out of this House in the previous Parliament because they were denied an in-out referendum, will he not agree that they'll be particularly baffled why none of those charlatans over there will be voting for this motion?
Mr. Speaker, I am sure there are millions of Liberal Democrat voters who would appreciate having the sense to have their say in the
as I'm sure he knows, since I'm sure he read the Liberal Democrat manifesto very carefully, we committed to an in-out referendum at the time of a fundamental shift. And that is why we supported an in-out referendum and proposed one in this chamber at the time of the Lisbon Treaty, and perhaps he can explain why every single one of his then Conservative colleagues voted against that motion.
It was a shout.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that all the opinion polls show that approximately 2/3 of the people want a referendum now. I'll give way to one.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way because he's absolutely right. I mean, here it is in black and white, was in orange. I mean, that is exactly what they wanted to give the people, and I'm surprised that they're not honouring it today.
I'm not surprised.
Mr. Speaker,
Not surprised.
Mr. Speaker, the situation that we find ourselves in today is rather like someone who has boarded a train, a slow train, going in one direction. Then just as you are settling in, the train starts careering off at high speed in a completely different direction, adding on carriages left, right and centre. Yet you are locked in and have no way of getting off. Worse still, the longer you are on the train, the more the fare goes up. But there is absolutely nothing you can do about it, as any negotiation with the guards or the driver is virtually impossible. This motion would simply allow the train to stop for a while so the passengers can decide whether they want to continue the journey or even disembark. I'll give way to my own
friendly for giving way. We're in a situation where a lot of changes are happening throughout Europe. And does my honourable friend not accept that actually we need to put some junctions into the track to identify whether there are alternative routes, and we should not wait for a referendum before doing that?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that now is the time to start the process.
House to settle down. There are very large numbers of noisy private conversations taking place, which add nothing to but subtract much from the debate. Let's hear Mr. David Nuttall.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is now time to start the process of consulting the British people once more. I say start the process because, in fact, that is all that this motion seeks to do. Yes, I'll give way to the honourable friend.
Thank you for giving way. Could you also acknowledge the fact that not only is he bringing forward this motion today, but actually over 100,000 people have signed an e-petition at 10 Downing Street calling for him to do just this?
Mr. Speaker, in fact, if you add together all the petitions, there are many hundreds of thousands who have signed petitions calling for us to debate this today. Mr. Speaker, I'm conscious that this is one of the most, if not the most, subscribed backbench debate that there has ever been. And so, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me simply say this. With the three largest parties in this House, all apparently instructing their MPs to vote against this motion, despite what they may individually believe is the best course of action for our country, the result tonight may not be in very much doubt. Members of this House can either vote to give their constituents a choice on Britain's ongoing relationship with the European Union, or they can vote to deny them that opportunity. It is as simple as that. If my fellow MPs join me in voting to give the British people a choice in a referendum, they can do so with a clear conscience, knowing that they will have a very large majority of the British people on their side. I'll give way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. Has my honourable friend had the same experience as me, that over the last week I've had dozens and dozens and dozens of emails, telephone calls and letters from constituents urging me to support this motion, and the only communication I've had urging me to vote against it was a telephone call from the Whip's office?
The honourable gentleman's response.
Mr. Speaker, we always have to be careful of whether we listen to the vocal minority or the silent majority. I believe on this issue we should listen to the majority of the British people who clearly want a referendum. 40 million people alive today in this country of voting age have not voted in favour of Britain's membership of the European Union, and this motion would start to put that right. Those opposing this motion may well be smiling today, but winning votes in this House using strong-arm tactics does nothing to help rebuild trust in politicians or persuade the public that the majority inside this House are actually reflecting their views. Those who oppose this motion today may well win this battle, but they most certainly will not win the war. Remember the saying, he who laughs last laughs longest. Mr. Speaker, I commend the motion to the House.
Order. The question is as on the order paper. Mr. Jimmy Hood.
Hoodie.
And can I say I welcome this debate, and for the new members in the new Parliament, this will be their first experience in discussing European issues. I can tell you, I've listened to a lot of debates on Europe over the years in here, and they haven't changed very much. Of course, I do have some antecedents on European treaties and others. I was the chairman of the European Scrutiny Committee and its Legislation Committee, its predecessor, before that for a total of 14 years. And I honed my skills in chairmanship by keeping the 9 members of the 16 committee members who were Conservatives away from battling and killing one another at some stage. And I can remember the split was 5 pro-Europeans and 4, well, they described themselves as sceptics, but we knew it was anti-members. And the honourable member for Stone was on that committee before I joined it, and him and I have had many exchanges over the years, and I respect his views but do not agree with them, and neither did the majority of the Conservatives in the early part of my European scrutiny days agree with them either. Mr. Speaker, I have fond memories of debates on the Maastricht Treaty, and those of us who was here at the time can remember. And a lot of members, both sides of the House, wore a badge of honour, and many times they could vote against their three-line whips. Now, the honourable member for Stone will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure he topped 150 odd times of rebelling against the government at that time. And I don't see much difference in the debate today. And I haven't read anything on this debate over the weekend to preempt this debate that is any different to that debate those years ago from the Maastricht Treaty days. Now, I listened to the Prime Minister today, who says he was against not giving the people a vote on the Maastricht Treaty. I don't know, and the records may indicate, but I thought he was an advisor in the Treasury in those days. It might have been just after that. But it certainly wasn't. It was certainly part of advising the government of the day. And we should not forget that Mrs Thatcher gave us the single market. And there was no referendum on the single market. And it is the single market more than anything else that's impacted on how the Europe works. And though those who argue against the single market now were in this House supporting Mrs Thatcher, putting it through this House without a referendum then. Yes, I will give.
He mentioned Lady Thatcher. Isn't she also a former Prime Minister who described referenda as the devices of demagogues and dictators?
I may not be the historian my honourable friend gives me credit for, but I can remember Mrs Thatcher saying a lot of things, having been a miner for 12 months on strike during the 1984 miners' strike. I have got some long memories of Mrs Thatcher's contribution to democracy at that time. Yes, I will wait, yeah.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. The mover of the motion alluded to the fact that people were being strong-armed into voting against the referendum. I just wonder, who is it likely to be able to strong-arm the honourable member?
Well, I don't think I've been in here for a few parliaments now, and I've never needed to be strong-armed to support the right causes. It's easier for me to say that because I've always been on the Labour benches, and the causes have been easier to support. But can I think this will give way, yeah.
I thank the member of Lanark and Hamilton for giving way. He's telling the House of many of his fond memories. Does he remember a certain Tony Blair telling this House that, of course, Britain could survive outside the European Union? We could probably get access to the single market as Norway and Switzerland do. Does he remember that?
Well, it may surprise the Honourable Gentleman. I'm not very good at remembering Tony Blair's quotes either. But I do remember Tony Blair winning 3 elections with massive majorities, and I can remember the good that Labour government did for the country. So I have got fond memories of Tony Blair. But can I just conclude with my brief contribution by saying this? There's a false debate going on in this chamber today, because the people who are arguing on that side of the House about defending democracy and the right of the people are not talking about democracy, and they're not talking about defending the rights of the people either. They are talking about getting the UK out of the European Union. And some members are honourable on the other side of the benches and argue that, but some don't. It's the nuances of the language, but there is a truism in this House, and there's a truism up and down the country. The tabloid presses who are supporting this referendum today, some are doing it for good and honourable causes, but there is a side of the tabloid presses that supports a right wing on the government side of the benches which wants to take the UK out of the European Union. I can remember when we joined the European Union, it was trendy. It was trendy on both sides of the House to be against the European Union. Can I say, we have moved on, our country's moved on, and we need to be not just in Europe, but in the heart of Europe, and by doing that, we represent the true sovereignty of this Parliament, and for that reason, I'll be voting against the resolution tonight.
Mr. William Hague. Mr. Speaker, well, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Lanark and Hamilton East and his shocking revelation that there are tabloid newspapers who want to leave the European Union. And this is an important issue at a critical time in European affairs, and I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Bury North, for securing this debate and moving the motion, even though, as I will explain, I disagree with the motion. And I've undertaken to you, Mr. Speaker, since so many members wish to speak, that I will speak from the front bench for no more than 25 minutes, hopefully less, including interventions. And I apologise for having to leave for Australia before the end of the debate. Honourable members proposing this motion are doing so for honourable and passionately held reasons. And I wish to set out briefly why I believe this proposition to be the wrong one at the wrong time, for 6 particular reasons I will come to, but also why it would cut across a European policy which I believe has the best chance of success for this country. And the starting point for all of that has to be, and here I have some common ground with my honourable friend, that disillusionment with the European Union in this country is at unprecedented levels. And just as I will want to say some things which are difficult for my honourable friend and others to accept, so I put it to those who have always enthused about the prospects for greater European integration, that for this country the limits of such integration have been reached, and in my view more than reached. And when the leader of the opposition said at the weekend that he did not rule out joining the euro in the future, he must recognise that he is totally out of touch, not only with the people of Britain, but with economic reality as well. And that is why this coalition government, let me advance my case a little, I'll give away a few times, that is why this coalition government, and this is the first part of my argument, has already brought about a major change in European policy, which is absolutely in the interests of this country, but which this motion would cut across. And that change has three aspects, briefly. First, following the refusal of the last government to hold a referendum on the Lisbon Treaty, we have passed the European Union Act 2011, which in the event of a government proposing any further transfer by treaty of powers or competence to the EU, there must be a referendum of the British people by law. Well, let me first of all give way to my honourable friend over here.
He was discussing the opposition's view on this. Did he not share my bewilderment that the Leader of the Opposition earlier today, in response to the Prime Minister, appeared to say that the Prime Minister should not go into EU meetings and be robust in the British self-interest in case he upsets the French?
Well, that did appear. I've never ceased to be bewildered about the statements of the Leader of the Opposition, so we will leave him worrying about that himself. But any or all of the treaties of the last 20 years would have been caught by the European Union Act. And under the same Act, parliamentary scrutiny of any treaty changes is vastly enhanced. The narrow treaty change now agreed to set up the ESM will now require primary legislation to be passed through both Houses of Parliament, rather than the cursory consideration it would have received under the previous government. I'll give way to my right honourable friend and then to the right honourable member.
Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Foreign Secretary, but doesn't he see that there are very substantial transfers of power going on under this government at the moment by directive, by regulation and by opt-in? Why can't we have some local vote on that?
Well, as my right honourable friend knows, we are also improving the scrutiny of opt-in decisions by this House. We've made some very important commitments on that during the passage of the European Union Act. And on financial regulation, he may know, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has had a series of negotiating triumphs on directives which threaten the financial services industry of this country in turning the situation around. Let me give way to right honourable for Rotherham, then I'm going to make a lot of progress.
Grateful. Is it now then the Foreign Secretary's view, and that of the Prime Minister, as he seemed to indicate in his statement, that we should have had a referendum in 1985 on Mrs Thatcher's Single European Act?
My view, I've just stated my view, Mr. Speaker, which is that all of the treaties of the last 20 years would have been caught by the European Union Act and there would have been a referendum. The second change in policy is that we've negotiated far harder and far more effectively on the European budget, in which the increases proposed have been totally unacceptable to this country. Working with France and Germany, the Prime Minister has achieved a sharp reduction in the EU's budget increase and a united demand for a real-term freeze in the 7 years from 2014 without making any concessions of our own. Third, we have used and will use any treaty change asked for by others to protect and advance our own national interest. The Prime Minister has secured agreement that in return for agreeing to a legal basis for the European Stability Mechanism, Britain will no longer be liable for future Eurozone bailouts through Article 122 of the treaties, something the last government agreed to in its dying days. So I'm going to proceed for a while, given the time constraints. I will give way again a little later. So we've already saved the British taxpayer potentially billions of pounds, and we know that none of these three major advances for British interests would have happened under the last government because they actually did the opposite, refusing to hold a referendum, giving up £7 billion of rebate in budget negotiations for nothing in return, and signing us into Eurozone bailouts. Now we propose to approach further treaty changes in the same firm, clear manner, and we have agreed in the coalition that our first priority in responding to treaty changes aimed at stabilising the Eurozone will be to protect the rights of those countries in the EU but outside the Eurozone over decisions affecting them, and to prevent damage to the financial services industry so important to the economy of this country. It's my view, I'll give way again in a moment, it's my view and the Prime Minister's view and the position of the Conservative Party that we will use future opportunities to bring further powers back to the United Kingdom, to repatriate powers to the United Kingdom in those areas where we believe European integration has gone too far. The final part of our approach, I'll give way in a moment, the final part of our approach to the EU is to make the case at every opportunity for it to do effectively what we joined it for, to expand the opportunities for trade both within Europe and beyond, Britain is the leading champion of expanding the single market and concluding more free trade agreements with the rest of the world. Last year's agreement with South Korea is worth up to £500 million to the British economy. A reminder to all of us when we discuss these matters, we're not just talking about politics, but about people's jobs and businesses as well, which we must never forget. I give way to the honourable member. Right on.
Foreign Secretary for giving way, and he's quite rightly tried to outline the savings that the government is making with regards to European costs. However, he must know that by 2018 this nation will have spent £356 billion on enforcing EU regulations. Does he not agree that this Parliament could spend it better on farming, on health care, on social policy than the European Community?
Well, I've explained, Mr. Speaker, what we're doing to keep the European budget down and how I believe that the European Union has too much power. He must be a little careful, since the European Union spending has come disproportionately to Northern Ireland. He ought to bear that in mind. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful. And on the trade issue, I want to take the Foreign Secretary from the general to the specific. A number of my constituents work at the Luton van factory, which very nearly closed until it secured a major contract with Renault to keep it going for the next decade. Does the Foreign Secretary share my concern that my constituents' jobs would have been at risk had there been any danger that Britain would have been outside the European Union and the single market?
It is true that if the European Union's external tariffs were applied to the car industry, it would cost this country £1.5 billion a year. So we do have to bear that in mind. So this is the government's policy towards the EU. I'll have to proceed again. We are under this time constraint. This is the government's policy towards the European Union, and that is why we cannot treat this motion, as some have suggested, in a casual way. To do so would not do justice either to the importance of the issues or the significance of motions presented in this House. The Prime Minister and I, as he said earlier, want many of the same things as some of the supporters of this motion, although we clearly don't advocate leaving the European Union. But I say, as someone who has called for referendums on European matters for 14 years, on Amsterdam, on Nice, on Lisbon, on the euro, and someone who has consumed vast acres of newsprint over the years criticising the euro and setting out a different vision of Europe's future, that this proposition for a referendum before the House today is the wrong proposition at the wrong time. And I want to give the House 6 reasons in the remaining 15 minutes, building on what the Prime Minister said earlier. Some of them are very brief, don't worry, why that is the case. But I'll give way one more time to my honourable friend.
No one doubts my right honourable friend's Euroscepticism, but can he answer the question that despite all talk of reclaiming powers, what happens week in and week out, our competences and powers are being transferred to Brussels under the very noses of the British people, and that's why there is growing frustration in this country. That's why they want to say on whether they want to become part of this ever closer political union.
I don't agree with my honourable friend that that is what is happening day by day or week by week. In foreign affairs, for instance, we are absolutely clear, and all our embassies and posts across the world are very clear, that we do not permit any competence creep following on from the Lisbon Treaty. Now, the first of the reasons that I want to give is the same as the first given earlier by the Prime Minister. The deficits of recent years and the slowness of growth in all Western economies make this a difficult time and an uncertain one for many individuals and firms. The Eurozone is clearly in crisis. To pile upon that uncertainty the further uncertainty of a referendum on leaving the European Union, when half the foreign direct investment coming into Britain comes from the rest of the European Union, and half our exports go out to the rest of the European Union, I say frankly is not a responsible action for Her Majesty's government to take. It would not help anyone looking for a job. It would not help any business trying to expand. It would mean that for a time we, the leading advocates of reversing barriers to trade, removing barriers to trade in Europe and with the rest of the world, would lack the authority to do so. It would mean that just as we advocate closer trading links between the EU and the countries of North Africa as they emerge from their revolutions, helping to solidify tremendous potential advance in human freedom and prosperity, we would be standing back from it. it. That is not the right way to respond to this dramatic year of uncertainty and change. Let me give way to I must give way to my honourable friend, the member for Stone.
Would my right honourable friend, in the light of what he said in advocacy of the single market as it now operates, explain to the House why it is that between 2009 and 2010, our trade deficit with the 26 member states jumped up from minus 14 billion to minus 53, and with the Eurozone from minus 4 to minus 38 in 1 year, last year alone. Why did that happen, and what's his remedy?
Well, the remedy, Mr. Speaker, is to restore the health of the British economy, to have a tax system in this country that the Chancellor is creating that attracts businesses to this country, and to create an export growth relating to the whole of the world from this country, not just to the European Union. And we can't do that if we are not taking part in the free trade agreements Europe is making with the rest of the world. Now, the second and third reasons, I'm going to give two more reasons, then I'll give way again. The second and third reasons why I don't support this motion can be quickly stated. One is that the election manifesto on which we stood as Conservative members was very clear about the Referendum Act we would introduce, and which in a coalition we've now passed into law. And we were very clear, we were asked about it many times in the election, that that did not include the option of an in-out referendum. Third, this Parliament has only just passed, just weeks ago, a comprehensive piece of legislation setting out in minute detail, by large majorities in this House, the circumstances under which a referendum will be held. I give way to the Right Honourable Member for Birkenhead.
Given that the Foreign Secretary has said that if there's any further substantial transference of power to Europe, we will have a referendum in this country. And as the government is advocating, there should be closer fiscal and monetary union in Europe itself, which will obviously lead to major changes. Why didn't the government adopt this resolution and fix its own timescale for when we would have the referendum, which is actually promising us?
Well, the only treaty change agreed so far, and I'm coming to this point in a moment, is the one that puts the European Stability Mechanism on a legal basis. And for that we have secured in return, as the Prime Minister explained earlier, that this country will no longer be forced to be part of Eurozone bailouts. We will respond to each proposal by putting forward what we need in return. But any treaty which does transfer power, which is interpreted by the courts of this country, not just by ministers, as transferring power to the European Union, will result in a referendum for the people of the United Kingdom. Let me go on to my fourth reason before I give way again to one of the Liberal Democrat members. Fourth, as the Prime Minister has said, there is a serious danger that while we were going about the holding of a referendum such as the one advocated, which is predicated on a bill in the next session of Parliament, which runs from 2012 to 2013, and means therefore a referendum in 2013 or sometime later, we would lose important opportunities to protect or further our own national interest in the meantime, on all those areas where we need the agreement of others. For the shape of the EU budget up to 2020, to agreement on our requirements for any treaty change, it could be harder, not easier, to get our way. I give way to the honourable member.
Can I say to the Foreign Secretary that although, of course, he and his party and me and mine come from different positions on Europe, and we both did make commitments to referenda, but both of us conditional on there being a shift of power from this country to Brussels. It therefore must be right that at the moment we concentrate on helping our colleagues sort out the European crisis. That's what businesses want us to do. And concentrate on getting our economy to grow again, which is what our constituents, both in and out of work, want. The referendum would be an absolute and immediate distraction if it were to be agreed.
That is one of the reasons I am giving. I want to go on to my fifth reason, which is that the concept of holding a three-way referendum set out in the motion is innovative, but it is seriously flawed. Leave aside for a moment all the uncertainty and difficulty which would occur in the run-up to a referendum, my last point. But if we're serious about this, we have to think carefully about what then would actually happen in a three-way vote. It is highly unlikely that any one of the three options would receive more than 50% of the votes. If, for the sake of argument, 40% of people voted to stay in, 30% to leave and 30% to renegotiate, does that mean we stay in without any renegotiation at all? Is this a first-past-the-post referendum or a preferential voting referendum? If it's a preferential voting referendum, we just rejected that in a referendum. Perhaps we'd have to have a referendum on the voting system for the referendum itself. And if we voted to leave the European Union, that would mean would it mean we were like Norway I'll give way again in a moment. Would it mean that, like Norway, we're in EFTA and the European Economic Area, but still paying towards the EU budget? Or like Switzerland, not in the European Economic Area? If we voted to renegotiate based on trade and cooperation, as the motion says, does that mean we would be in the single market or not? Still subject to its rules or not? Does cooperation mean we still work together on a united position on Iran and Syria and other foreign policy positions or not? When we had renegotiated, given the wide range of possible outcomes, would we need another referendum on the outcome of the negotiation? And I point these things out because there is a reason why a referendum is normally held on a specific proposition with a yes or no answer. And I believe any future referendum must be held on that basis, not as a multiple choice among vaguely defined propositions. I did say I would give way again to my honourable friend in the corner over there.
I mean, surely he must know as well as I do that preferential systems are used in this House for certain votes. Isn't it just the case that for some elections, first past the post is appropriate, and for others a preferential system is appropriate? Why not have this three-way referendum on STV as we do in this House for other elections?
Well, that is his argument, that he would have a preferential voting system, but not everybody would have a preferential voting system. I'm pointing out the difficulties with that. And that brings me to my sixth and final problem with the motion. I will give way another couple of times, but I'm trying to help the House make progress. My sixth and final problem with the motion, which is that it does not do justice to the reality that the European Union is not a matter of everything or nothing. We are in the European Union, but not, thankfully, in the euro. We are not in the Schengen border control area. We opt out of many justice and home affairs provisions. I don't believe most people in Britain want to say yes to everything in the EU or no to everything in the EU. I believe they want to know that no more powers will be handed over to Brussels without their explicit consent, which is what we have provided for in our Act. And I'll give way to the right honourable lady, and then one more time on this side.
I'm very grateful. I'm sure we still have got sufficient time before the Foreign Secretary catches the plane to get him a DVD of his 2008 speech on the second reading of the Lisbon Treaty. He can then blush in the privacy of the aeroplane and probably answer the question: the only difference why he was for referendum then and is against them now is because now he's in government.
I can assure the right honourable, I don't have to get the DVD, it's on YouTube, so it won't be necessary to get the DVD, but I can assure them my position is exactly the same. I was for a referendum on any treaty that hands over the powers of the people of the United Kingdom, and I am in favour of that now. Let me give way to my honourable friend.
Can I inform him that I happened to bump into the chairman of the Electoral Commission today, who did not rule out a three-option referendum as impractical. Has he consulted the Electoral Commission on this matter before giving his opinion? And would he also bear in mind that the treaties are now so comprehensive at the conclusions of the summit that he's just attended? The European Union is setting up a new institution which doesn't even require the British signature on a new treaty, the so-called Euro Summit of the 17, which, of course, he and his colleagues are having difficulty keeping track of, because this is the way the European Union now works. The veto was the foundation of our membership, and it's being eroded before our eyes.
They're not setting up, well, certainly not proposing to set up at the moment, a European Union institution that is an intergovernmental arrangement. But it is our first priority, as I and the Prime Minister have explained, is to make sure that those matters that should be decided at the level of 27 countries are decided by the 27, not by the 17. I'm grateful for his information about the Electoral Commission, another unelected body deciding what we might do, but I'm giving my opinion about the consequences of a three-way referendum. I'll give way one more time to my honourable friend.
Thank the Foreign Secretary for giving way, but would he not agree with me that, whether in business or in politics, the best strategies end up failing if they're badly timed?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I reinforce the point that this is the wrong proposition at the wrong time. British people want to know that no more powers will be given away without their consent, that at a time of budgetary restraint, EU institutions will be faced with financial reality, and that is what our Prime Minister is doing, that we will address the crisis in the Eurozone with clarity about what should be done while minimising the exposure of the British taxpayer. That's what the Prime Minister and the Chancellor are engaged in, that we will make a passionate case for Europe to be taking those measures that help growth and free up businesses to trade and expand, which is what we are doing, that we will do nothing to add to economic uncertainty at a difficult and dangerous time, and that we will seek to repatriate powers as the opportunity arises, which is the position of the Prime Minister and of mine. That is the right policy for the United Kingdom.
Douglas Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure, as always, to speak after the Foreign Secretary in this debate, which takes place at a time of great peril and great uncertainty for both the British and the European economies. I'm sorry that both the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, for whatever reason, have felt unable to join us in the Chamber for the debate, which has already revealed, no matter what the result in the division lobbies this evening, the scale of division on the benches opposite. I am urging opposition to the motion before the House this afternoon because I do not believe Britain's national interest would be served by spending the coming months and years debating the case for Britain leaving the world's largest single market. Recent figures have confirmed that there has been zero growth in the economy since last autumn. Unemployment is now rising again and has reached a 17-year high. Almost 1 million young people are unable to find work. So amidst all the passion generated by this afternoon's debate, no one can dispute the enduring significance of European markets to Britain's future economic prospects. In fact, let me make a little progress and then I'll be happy to give way. In fact, let me share with the House the description of Europe's economic importance to Britain given to me in a recent parliamentary answer by none other than the Foreign Secretary. European markets account for half of the UK's overall trade and foreign investments, and as a result, around 3.5 million jobs in the UK are linked to the export of goods and services to the EU. They provide, and I quote directly, the world's most important trading zone, generating total GDP close to £10 billion in 2010. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, in what I hope is a drafting error rather than an economic forecast, he did get the size of Europe's GDP wrong by a factor of 1,000. It's actually had a GDP close to 10 trillion in 2010, but the importance of the European economy to the British economy is nonetheless clear. I'm happy to give way.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker, for him giving way. But would he not agree that if Britain seeks a better deal, Germany is not going to turn around and say they won't sell us any more cars, and France is not going to say they're not going to sell us any more wine? It's an absurd scare.
Mr. Speaker, talking of absurd scares, it's now exactly 12 years, I understand, since the Right Honourable Gentleman pronounced the death of Britain in his book. So I think I'll be a little cautious of taking his advice on the matter. But, Mr. Speaker, all of us, I'll make a little more progress and then I'll give way. Mr. Speaker, all of us are aware that growth is stalling in Europe. Indeed, growth forecasts were downgraded in Germany just last week. So were this motion to pass, we need to consider the economic effects at home in our largest export markets abroad. Businesses deciding whether or not to invest in Britain at this crucial time would have to make that decision not knowing if it would still be within the European Union by the time that investment came to fruition. I'm happy to give way.
I was most grateful if the Shadow Foreign Secretary would answer the question that I put to the Foreign Secretary regarding the tremendous advantages that he claims for this economic miracle of Europe. How does he explain that under their watch, under your watch when you were in government, not yours, Mr. Speaker, under the Labour watch, the trade deficit went up, as I said, by as much as the other 26 member states, from minus 14 billion to minus 53 billion in 1 year between 2009 and 2010.
Well, gentlemen, that I've never been in government. Unfortunately, I never will be. Mr. Douglas Alexander.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is hardly news to anybody in the House, the global financial crisis that was suffered in 2007. And indeed, it seems to me that there is a broadening consensus that international economic circumstances affect the performance of the British economy. It's a line that we're increasingly hearing from the Chancellor of the Exchequer. But the House has only recently debated the circumstances in which it judged it appropriate for a referendum to take place, to try and formalise the process by which to decide what is significant and what is not. The current government legislated in a European Union Act. I should give way, yes.
Secretary for giving way. Does he accept his role in the corrosive state of public mistrust in politics after promising a referendum on the European Constitution, aka Lisbon, and then breaking that promise, and, of course, by agreeing to the bailout in the dying days of the last government, to the billions of pounds of public money that have been spent on that? Have they helped jobs in this country? I suggest to him they haven't.
Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the inconvenient truth for the honourable gentleman is there is no EU constitution. That was first rejected by the Dutch and by the French voters. And in relation to the second point, the newest member of the Cabinet, if I recollect properly, the Transport Secretary, is on record writing a letter confirming the cross-party nature of support for the steps that were taken. And so in that sense, I think he might be better directing his question to the newest member of the Cabinet. What is proposed, I'm keen to make a little progress and then I'll come back. What is proposed on the order paper today is something entirely different. It suggests the priority should be to debate, campaign and then decide on whether Britain should exit from the European Union. That is the question of substance that sits beneath today's motion, the substance of whether it is in Britain's national interest to leave the European Union. And while I do not wish to intrude too much on the private grief of the Conservative backbenches, their disappointment in their front bench is so great because their hopes were so high. The Foreign Secretary this afternoon has journeyed a long way because it was the Foreign Secretary who said, and I quote, "If you believe in an independent Britain, then come with me and I will give you back your country." And yet, if he wasn't rather conveniently getting on a plane to Australia this evening, it would be the self-same Foreign Secretary who would be coming with me into the no lobbies of the House of Commons this evening in support of membership of the European Union. Along with the rest of the front bench, the Foreign Secretary is today marooned between past pandering and their present position, between the rhetoric of opposition and the realities of government. But, Mr. Speaker, I will give way.
The Foreign Secretary for giving way. Is his party's policy still to take this country into the euro?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, it was the Labour government who judged. Just let me answer the question. The economics were not right to enter the euro. The economics are not right to enter the euro, and we do not envisage circumstances in which the economics are right to enter the euro in the foreseeable future. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me also offer the benches opposite a further argument in terms of how they should vote this evening. What most people want in this country, I believe, is not actually to leave the European Union, but to reform the European Union. Those were not my words. Those were the words of their own Prime Minister. And what of the Prime Minister's real influence in Europe, about which we have heard something this afternoon? It's true that European leaders have been arguing for months. But President Sarkozy's comments, which seems to engender pride on the benches opposite last night, confirmed that about the only thing that these European leaders can actually agree upon is how unconvincing they find the stance of the British Prime Minister. Let me share with the House the President of France's words. "We are sick of you criticising us and telling us what to do. You say you hate the euro, and now you want to interfere in our meetings." When I read that, Mr. Speaker, I thought for a moment that the President of France had joined the 1922 committee. The President of France is unconvinced by him, European leaders are unconvinced by him, even 1922 committee members are unconvinced by the position that the Prime Minister has adopted. And when European leaders gather at lunch on Wednesday, the Prime Minister now boasts to this House that he'll have a leading role. Mr. Speaker, on last night's performance, he'll be lucky to get a bread roll from other European leaders. The Prime Minister's isolation results directly from the sad truth that in recent weeks the government seems to have spent more time negotiating with its own backbenchers than it has negotiating with European partners. By default or design, I should give way to the honourable gentleman.
Honourable member giving way. May I suggest to him that he is creating an Aunt Sally by talking about the economics of the EU. What this debate tonight is about is whether we give a say to the British people as to whether, on a referendum about the future direction of the EU. Why will he not accept that there is disillusionment about ever closer political union, and this is not a debate about free trade and access to the EU market?
Well, firstly, Mr. Speaker, that's a question that I think he could have directed to the Foreign Secretary. Secondly, it is in the character of the European Union that it is not open to the United Kingdom to say we will involve ourselves exclusively in economic and trade matters, when actually we need to secure the support of other European partners for changes. My answer to the concern, which I accept exists amongst the British public in relation to Europe, is not to leave Europe, but to reform Europe. In that, I think I am at least in agreement with the Conservative front bench. I am happy to give way.
Wouldn't it be far better if the Prime Minister of his country, instead of arguing with his backbenchers, would have been far better if he was arguing the case for a growth strategy for the whole of the European Union?
Mr. Speaker, I think we all waited in vain for answers to the questions from the Leader of the Opposition, my honourable friend, this afternoon in relation to what actually is the position of the British Government as to what should happen on Wednesday, both in relation to the scale and significance of the bailout fund for Greece and, critically, the issue that even if the issue of debt was addressed in Greece, there continues to be profound questions in relation both to economic growth and to economic productivity. I will give way.
Does the right honourable gentleman recall that the last Labour government gave away a huge amount of our annual rebate in return for the reform of the common agricultural policy? How successful does he think that reform has been?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad at least that a degree of truth is entering into these discussions, because it was suggested earlier that it was not the case that the rebate had been continued. But I recollect well the circumstances back in 2005 in which those negotiations took place. And if I recollect correctly, there was actually broad cross-party agreement that we did have a responsibility to welcome the A10, the new members of the European Union, and it was inevitable that the European budget would be adjusted to reflect the entrance of new members of the European Union. In relation to the point on the common agricultural policy, I am unyielding in my continued commitment to the need for reform of the European common agricultural policy. That is something else in which I hope there is genuine cross-party agreement. I am happy to give way.
Honourable friend, there's a lot of talk about being honest with the British people. Now, he has exposed the false prospectus of the main opposition party, but he has actually been very light in tackling the question of the Liberal Democrats, who committed themselves to a referendum and are now jumping into bed with the Tories just to keep their, it seems to me, their ministerial cars.
It seems to me that it may simply be habitual, because they are now in a position where they take strong principled stands in their manifesto and only a matter of months later choose to break them. But I will await with interest the speech from the Liberal benches to try and make sense of the contortions that they've got themselves into in relation to this position. Mr. Speaker, to return to the substantive, I will give way one more time.
I thank the Honourable for giving way, but would he not agree with me that the government benches seriously underestimated the economic situation worldwide, and they thought they could just confine it to Britain, and as a result of that, the Prime Minister's got less and less credibility in Europe when he tries to renegotiate some of the powers that's been given to Europe?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've got a great deal of sympathy for that point. For many months, both before and after the election, the position of the now government was to suggest that the reason Lehman Brothers had collapsed, or indeed the Greek economy was in difficulty, was because we built too many schools and hospitals and employed too many doctors and nurses. And what we now see is a government that is attempting to suddenly shift its story, to attribute the fact that they, if I recollect, 4 times have had to reduce their growth forecast this year alone to the fact that the Greek economy and the European economy is not performing appropriately. I think it is a matter of diminishing credibility, not just in the halls of the councils of Europe, but actually amongst the British public, that they are having so much difficulty explaining the inadequacy of their own policy. I am very happy to give way to a Liberal Democrat.
Very grateful for the honourable member for giving way, and I think he's making a rather unfortunately partisan speech in doing things like misrepresenting the very clear Liberal Democrat pledge to support a referendum at a time when a fundamental shift is happening in the relationship between Britain and Europe, as I'm sure we will say many times today. Shouldn't he instead be uniting around the threat to £351 billion worth of direct investment from other EU states the discussion of a referendum at a vital time like this actually poses?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the person who started with a partisan speech was actually the Foreign Secretary, who was at pains continually to assert the position of the Conservative Party. That's a very different approach from speaking on behalf of the government, which is the conventional approach from the government benches. But if the honourable gentleman wants to continue to defend and account for the position of the Liberal Democrats, I wish him the very best of luck. I'm happy to give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Could I ask him why he persists in treating the electorate as fools by describing the Lisbon Treaty as not a European constitution when everybody else knows that it is? And is this not a reason why there is so much mistrust in Europe today?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think some of the frustration and disappointment I hear on the benches opposite are actually better directed towards the Treasury bench rather than to the opposition. One only needs to recollect in relation to Lisbon the cast-iron guarantee that the now Prime Minister was offering to his own backbenchers. The position in relation to Lisbon has been well rehearsed. What was new, frankly, was the statement by the Prime Minister today that he supported a referendum in relation to Maastricht. That certainly, I think, must have been news to the Foreign Secretary, who of course entered the division lobbies to oppose a referendum in relation to Maastricht, if I recollect correctly. I'm happy to give way.
Most grateful to the right honourable gentleman. He says that we should concentrate on reforming the European Union from within. But what happened over 13 years of Labour government? He failed to reform the common agricultural policy. He failed to reform the budget. The accounts still haven't been signed off for more than 14 years. And the Lisbon competitiveness agenda, which was signed up to in 2010 to make Europe the most competitive economy in the world, what happened to that? How were we by 2010? Isn't he just demonstrated he's tested that policy to destruction, and there must be a change?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman takes an honourable position, which is one with which I disagree, that Britain's best interests are served by leaving the European Union. But in relation to the changing character of the European Union, I would, for example, pray and aid the accession of 10 new members of what was previously the Eastern Bloc into the European Union and the change that that has affected in relation to the balance within the European Union. Now, of course, there are continuing challenges. That is why I regard it as such a disappointment that the government on the opposing benches seem to glory in the isolation that the Prime Minister has secured for himself, when we should be arguing for continued reform, not just of the European budget, but of the... Well, Mr. Speaker, from a sedentary position, the honourable gentleman says we failed. The truth is, it was his own Prime Minister who went to Brussels last year asserting there was going to be no rise in the European budget and left Brussels having voted in favour of a rise in the European budget. I'm happy to give way.
Grateful to my right honourable friend, can he confirm that under Margaret Thatcher the common agricultural policy took 70% of the EU budget? It's now under 40%. And under John Major, the EU budget is 1.23% of European GDP. It's now 1%. It's not perfect, but reform does go on all the time, and I actually wish the Foreign Secretary well as he continues those reforms. But don't live with these myths.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I concur with the bipartisan character of the last intervention, but the Prime Minister's isolation does result directly from the sad truth that in recent weeks the government seems to have spent more time negotiating with the people from whom we have just heard. By default or design, no, I've been generous and I'm going to make a little progress. By default, not design, this government's habit of sitting on the sidelines, only criticising and carping, has proved to be genuinely bad for Britain and for the prospects of reform within Europe. All parties do support the single market, and we want to see reforms on the digital economy, on services and on energy that could make a very real difference, practical difference, to the lives and opportunities of British companies and indeed British consumers. All parties support European-level coordination on issues where we can work together internationally. For example, and I agree with the Foreign Secretary on this, in cutting off the oil that helps prop up the Syrian regime of President Assad. The way to address the present concerns is reform of Europe, not exit from Europe. But, Mr. Speaker, today's Britain's economy is flatlining and Europe's economy is in crisis. Putting off investment and undermining confidence at such a critical time would be the wrong choice for this House and the wrong choice for the country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe the right course for British growth, for British jobs and for British interests is to reject the motion now before the House.
Mr Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I understand we only have 5 minutes, and so I'm only going to take 2 interventions if people do want to intervene, if colleagues don't mind. I'd like to address first the process of the motion, the principle of the motion, and then present-day Europe, and if colleagues will forgive the alliteration. The origins of today's debate have come from the government's own democratic outreach, e-petitions, and over 100,000 people have signed that e-petition calling for a debate in Parliament on this issue. That then was decided by the Backbench Business Committee as the right debate to bring before Parliament. That committee, as members will know, are elected by the House. So this debate is not something that's been brought about by a small, large number of Conservative backbenchers. This debate is a response to the will and the voice of the British people. And also, I think it is wrong to try and frame this debate as one that is calling for an immediate referendum or indeed an in or out referendum. That is clearly not the case and is self-evident by the motion itself. The motion is mainstream, it is inclusive. And colleagues will know that in the course of any bill in this Parliament, and let's face it, this motion calls for a bill and it has a timetable referring to the next, this parliamentary session, it could be that the bill does not come forward for another 18 months. And that bill would be subject to the same drafting, the same consultation, the same amendments and new clauses like any other bill. Therefore, to suggest that the motion would necessarily reflect what was in the bill, I think is disingenuous at best. And also, any subsequent referendum would be consulted on in the normal way with the Electoral Commission, and it wouldn't necessarily reflect the motion that is before the House today. So this is not about an immediate referendum. I would not support an immediate referendum. This is not about an in or out referendum. I would not support at this stage an in or out referendum. I support a trade plus relationship with Europe. Let's see how Europe responds to that. If they don't respond to it, then perhaps the British people in the future would demand that this Parliament does move to an in or out referendum. I give way.
Thank you for giving way. Isn't the fact of the case, aren't these the facts though, that actually, as far as pro-Europeans are concerned, there'll never be a right time for a referendum? And what we could potentially see is constituents in Scotland voting on their relationship with the Union with England, whilst our constituents in England will be denied any say about our relationship with Europe.
My honourable friend makes an excellent point, as he always does, and it seems that we have had referenda on a whole range of issues, whether in Northern Ireland, London, Wales, Scotland, but anything but the European issue, and I hope that will change. And some have accused some on these benches, even on the other benches, of making Europe a real issue. I'd like to remind the House that Europe is an issue today because Europe is making Europe an issue, not these backbenches. And on the principle, millions of people, as we've heard from my honourable friend, have never had a say on the European question. Either they weren't born in 1975, or if they were born, they weren't old enough to vote. And even of those people that were born and were old enough to vote, many thought they were signed up for a common market, not a political union. I give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend. I was born in 1975. Only just. And I voted to join a European Union for economic reasons. Nothing else. It's changed hugely in my lifetime, and I would like now to have a vote on whether we continue with the slide into a political union. Do you agree with that?
My honourable friend makes his point eloquently, and I think he has, with other people, signed up to a common market, but that has turned out not to be the case. And that is a group of people, the millions of people I call the great disenfranchised. They need to be enfranchised. They are a lost generation of voters that the political establishment in this country have left behind. They need to be... forgive me, I won't have any more time if I give way. And I don't think any politician should have anything to fear from the ballot box. So this is not just about a motion or narrow renegotiation of powers or in or out or remaining in the European Union on its current terms, although that is the text of the motion, it is fundamentally about freedom, about democracy, and ensuring that the European project does have ongoing democratic legitimacy it currently lacks today. And I believe the 1975 referendum result has now passed its sell-by date. And in the present, Europe is going to be more of an issue, not less of an issue. That is self-evident, whether it be the financial transaction tax, and I welcome the government's opposition to that, or whether it be more bailouts up to 2013, maybe not beyond there, but there are, of course, backdoor bailouts through the low-cost IMF loans, or whether it be fiscal union, or loss of Britain's veto, as President Barroso hinted at the other day, or whether it be a single treasury, or, as I predict, and most of my predictions are wrong, so a big health warning here, that we move more rapidly in a fast track to the first elected EU president under a universal franchise. All these things must be resisted. And there are those that argue that renegotiation of powers should come after a referendum. I disagree. I think that a referendum would empower the Prime Minister to go to Brussels to negotiate, and would also put Brussels on notice to deliver and listen to the British people. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, my parliamentary colleagues have come under some pressure. And can I say to all of them that are supporting this motion today, they are not rebels, they are patriots. They are people that love their country. And for those that say there are those on this party that are obsessed about Europe, there is only one obsession on these benches today. That is an obsession to grow the economy, grow jobs, and tackle the deficit left over by the party opposite. And it should not be replaced by an obsession by those who obsess about not giving the people a voice. And I say to my right honourable friend on the front bench, who I have a huge amount of respect for, and I'm sure he will recognise this, that the domestic politics of this country can no longer be disaggregated from the economics of the Eurozone or the European Union. And therefore Europe will have to be dealt with at some point, whether it's this evening or some other point in the near future. And we as a party and as a country and as a democracy and as a parliament should listen to the people, be ahead of the political curve rather than behind it. There are those that call for a fresh start. What better fresh start than a fresh vote, Madam Deputy Speaker? And let's do the right thing by allowing all of the British people their birthright, a vote on the destiny of their own country. And I say to all of those who want to support the motion, history is on our side, and I appeal to the government. We may have a referendum lock, but please don't start to unpick it.
David Crosby.
I won't be voting for this motion this evening, Madam Deputy Speaker, not because I don't believe that the British electorate are entitled to a referendum on European membership, because I do. I won't be voting for this motion this evening because the third option makes a complete nonsense of the proposal. It establishes the motion as belonging to the far right of the Conservative Party, wanting to nostalgically return to the 1970s, when the common market was a big businessman's club with no workers' rights and containing only 9 member states. If that was not the case, then the motion would include further left-wing options that would improve workers' rights, for example. But then, of course, it would start to look like an even more ridiculous referendum. The matter should be clear. The question should be either in or out of Europe. The present three-way proposal will result in a complete dog's breakfast, leaving the British people as frustrated as ever. What is clear to me, however, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that public dissatisfaction with our Euro relationship will not go away. And that lies in the fact that Britain has never really had a fair and democratic say. You may remember that we were taken into the common market in the first place by a Conservative government without a referendum, because Ted Heath knew full well that the public would not have voted for entry. he was well rewarded by defeat at the next election. And when Harold Wilson delivered his promised referendum on the so-called negotiated terms, it was a complete farce. And to be fair, his government was rewarded by defeat at the next election. Of course I'll give way.
Thank you for giving me way. I think I was actually active in the Labour Party at that time. I voted no, but he may remember that the great majority of Labour MPs at that time voted no in the referendum, and the Labour Party, a special Labour Party conference, had a big no vote on that referendum as well. It was the leadership actually who supported continued membership.
Things have certainly changed. The 1975 referendum Yes campaign was all about us leaving Europe and going into isolation. There were even claims at that time from the Yes campaign that if we left we would be starved of food. My own employer at the time, in a moment, wrote to every employee urging them to vote yes, claiming that to leave the common market would cost jobs. They employed over 3,000 people at that time. Now they employ just 100. So I suppose matters could have been worse.
Well, my honourable friend,
of course I did.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I was on the same side as he was in 1975 and voted to come out of the EEC as it then was. But would he agree with me that the biggest lie told, both in entry to the EEC and in that referendum, was by Ted Heath when he said that there would be no loss of sovereignty?
Well, I'll get to that, Madam Deputy Speaker, because voters were deceived by promises of huge increases in national prosperity and soothed by the leadership of the three political parties into voting yes. On one side of the argument sat the three party leaders, Harold Wilson, Ted Heath and Jeremy Thorpe, and on the other, Enoch Powell and Tony Benn. The British media almost universally portrayed it as established common sense against the extreme fringes. The government have produced a document entitled Britain's New Deal in Europe. I kept it because I knew I'd hold it against them one day, in red, white and blue. It recommended a yes vote. It was delivered by the post office to every home and it made clear promises. The most important promise was that Britain had a veto on all important new policies and development. It said no important new policy can be decided in Brussels or anywhere else without the consent of a British minister, answerable to a British government and British Parliament. Just 10 years later, another Conservative government completely reneged on that vitally important promise without a referendum. This time, it was Margaret Thatcher who gave up Britain's veto when she signed the Single European Act, which actually makes Maastricht and Lisbon look like a sideshow. So to talk now about no new powers to Europe is, quite frankly, shutting the stable door once the horse has bolted. Now, it may well be that this is not the time to resolve the British people's dissatisfaction with our membership of the European Union, but the time must come, and the leadership of our major political parties should face the facts that if they wish to constructively maintain our relationship.
I'm very grateful. I often find, Madam Deputy Speaker, that people list all the things that they're against when they make an argument, but surely, particularly from his background in the trade union movement, he must welcome the fact that the social chapter and the social Europe has been massively important for the improvement of the people of this country.
I do, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the point I make today is that we will not resolve this issue until we have sought the consent of the British people, and we never have. And as I said, the leadership of our major political parties must face the facts that if they wish to constructively maintain our relationship with Europe with public support, then they should have the collective courage to take the argument to our people instead of huddling together against a referendum every time it arises.
Adam Holloway.
I had no real background in politics when I got elected in 2005. I've been a soldier and television reporter. And in fact, I'd never even been into the House of Commons chamber. And a couple of days before the House sat for the first time, I wandered into the members' lobby and chatted up one of the security guards who let me in here, and it was kind of dark and everything. And I started to think about historical things that had happened here. Winston Churchill leading the House out to give thanks for the end of the Second World War at St Margaret's, Westminster. And then I thought, actually, why are you thinking about yourself and how clever you are to have got here? Because actually, it's about the thousands of voters in Gravesend, Northfleet and the villages who'd allowed me to overturn quite a healthy Labour majority for a pretty tiny Conservative one. I mean, did any of us imagine when we made our acceptance speeches at our counts that MPs would be slagged off to quite the degree they are now? I mean, my mother doesn't like to say I'm a Member of Parliament because of the response she gets. This country... I'd love to.
Surely she doesn't want to admit you're a Conservative Member of Parliament. That's the problem.
It may have something to do that she lives in the north of Scotland. This country developed and exported the simple idea that laws ought not to be made unless they were made by the people's elected representatives. From some of the emails I've been receiving over the last 3 days, it would seem that some of our constituents are quite close to giving up on that notion. And why? We hear it every time we meet our constituents. You're all the same, they tell us. You'll say anything to get elected. Well, one of the things that over the last 7 years I've agreed with them on is that at some point we should have a referendum, and in my view, my personal view, we need to completely rewire our relationship with Europe. In Europe, not run by Europe. What we're talking about today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not just about Britain's relationship with the European Union, but it's about the authority and legitimacy of this chamber. My honourable friend, the Prime Minister, in the last Parliament, was one of the leaders of all the three parties who expressed the view that we should have a referendum on Europe. I won't, actually. The Deputy Prime Minister was even louder in his protestations. He said, "The Liberal Democrats believe that we should have a real vote on Europe, whether we should be in Europe or out. The public back our position by a margin of 2 to 1. I'd say it's about the same today. Those statements, and many more from the front benches, make irrelevant the arguments that we've heard today about whether this is the right moment for a referendum. If the government hadn't liked today's motion, I'm sure they could have come up with something. What would it say about the relationship between Parliament and the people if we were to deny not only what we've recently promised, but what the people out there, at our invitation now, through the petition, had asked us to do? I mean, I would have much preferred to have had a Conservative government, but I support this government sincerely and spiritedly. I was one of the only 50 or so backbenchers who supported David Cameron in the leadership election. And now I really do think, and I'm not just sucking up, he is a brilliant Prime Minister. I've never voted against the party line, even when I've known enough about the subject we were discussing to know that I should vote against it. I've loved playing my minuscule little job as a PPS in the Foreign Affairs team, whose ministers I respect, and believe me, who are doing a very good job. And trust me, and I'm not sucking up again, they don't come better than the Minister for Europe, here at this point. I'm mostly enthusiastic about the coalition in private, and if you're part of a team, you support it. But if you can't support a particular policy, then the honest course of action is, of course, to stand down. And I want decisions to be made more closely by the people they affect, by local communities, not upwards towards Brussels. Well, I'm not now prepared to go back on my word to my constituents. And I'm really staggered, no. I'm really staggered that loyal people like me have actually been put in this position. If Britain's future as an independent country is not a proper matter for a referendum, Madam Deputy Speaker, then I have absolutely no idea what is.
With honourable friend,
of course.
There will be many people in the country who, knowing the integrity and the honesty that's reflected in this speech, and the fact that this honourable gentleman, this honourable friend, has decided that he will resign his position as a parliamentary private secretary in the Foreign Office on a matter of such importance, and many will commend him for it.
Well, obviously, I completely agree with you. But, you know, we don't have the right to give away powers entrusted to us by our constituents. To anyone here who's still wondering which way to vote, I guess I'd say this. Don't try and guess what the result of a referendum would be. Don't worry about wording or timing. Instead, you only need to ask yourself, I think, two questions. First, is this the right thing to do in principle? And two, what do your constituents want you to do? Here's our opportunity to show people that actually the system can work, that representative government does actually continue to function in the land where it was nurtured and developed. No, that patriotism, putting your country rather than your own interests first, is not foreign to this House. No, I can't really. You can repay the confidence given to you by your constituents, placed in you on that first evening when you stood up there and heard the returning officer mention your name. You know, don't rebel against the people who sent you here. I mean, for me, the bottom line is really quite straightforward. For 7 years, I've been wandering around the good people of Gresham, telling them that, you know, yes, I think we should have a referendum. And I've also been telling them that, you know, actually, I think we should renegotiate our position. Well, I just say this to you. If you have done the same, then do it. You've got to support the motion.
Nigel Dodds.
Well, it's a real pleasure to follow the honourable member for Gresham, and I salute and commend what he has said in putting the country, his constituents, ahead of party, and I think members in this House and his constituents will praise him loudly for his actions today. The Foreign Secretary talked about this being a symbolic debate, and I suppose there's something symbolic, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the fact that despite his words he's heading as far away from the EU as he possibly can tonight. Although, to paraphrase him slightly, think about the rest of us. We have to stay here long after he's gone. The fact is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the people who deserve credit, first of all, tonight are those people who signed the petition to get this debate. And I was pleased to be able to go to number 10, along with others in this House and outside it, to deliver that petition. I commend the honourable member for Bury North and the Backbench Committee in allowing this debate to take place. I think it's very, very timely indeed. I think that, Madam Deputy Speaker, we meet in the context of reports swirling around of threats against members of Parliament about their ministerial career, all sorts of indications about the inability of people to find new seats if they vote the wrong way tonight. It was mentioned, I think again by the Foreign Secretary, that they weren't adopting a casual approach to the debate, and it's very evident that that is certainly true on the part of the whips, who are being far from casual in the sorts of lines that they're taking. I think it's deeply regrettable that on an issue like this that the whips have been so vociferous in all the parties. This is a backbench debate and people should be allowed to have their say and to vote freely. One of the issues I think that is most evident in political discourse in society today across the United Kingdom is the disconnect between Parliament and political leaders and the people. And there is no greater illustration of that tonight in this House than the spectacle of three-party leaders and leaderships telling members of Parliament, many of whom in all of the parties want to have a referendum, want to let the people have their say, but saying you must vote against. And I think that while the vote may be won today, I will in a moment, while the vote may be won today by the party leaderships and by the whips, ultimately the people will have their say, because we have seen throughout the rest of the world the people cannot be denied their democratic will. I give way.
Would the honourable member therefore agree with me that, in the words of Gandhi,
Evolution of democracy is not possible if we are not prepared to hear the other side.
Well, absolutely, and I think that people listening in on this debate today across the country, in all parts of the United Kingdom, will be mystified at some of the arguments that are being put forward, which are completely contrary to their views, that they simply won't have a choice. Whether you're for Europe or against it, for the EU or against it, whatever it is, people are entitled to have their say. Now, we've witnessed a breach of trust in relation to the Labour Party, who denied the people of this country a vote on the Lisbon Treaty, which was in effect a European constitution. We have Lisbon Treaty. We have seen the same on the part of the Conservative Party, because the Prime Minister did give a cast-iron guarantee before the last election that there would be a vote. And on the Lib Dems, we have seen the situation where they said we must have an in-out referendum, and now we're being told that they're going to vote against this motion tonight. I'll give way one more time.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for giving way. As the majority of the elected across the United Kingdom have never voted regarding our relationship with the rest of Europe, why does my honourable friend believe that this government seeks to deny them that right in a referendum, or are they afraid of the answer from the people?
Well, I'll come on to the points that the Foreign Secretary raised just in a minute in terms of the arguments that he advanced. I want to make the point that the Democratic Unionist Party is united, and I think we're the only party in this House that is united in favour of a referendum for the people of the United Kingdom. We have been consistent on that point in terms of the Lisbon Treaty, in terms of the Single European Act, in terms of Maastricht. We called for a vote throughout that, and we have been consistent also on the issue of the euro. And there are lots of people in this House, I have to say on both sides, who are now hiding. I can't give away any more, I'll lose some time. Thank you very much. You'll have a chance to speak later, I'm sure, if you catch the speaker's eye. But there are people today who are hiding their views on the euro, not least in Northern Ireland, and who are shy of letting people know what they really believe in the euro. And I'm glad tonight that our party has been absolutely consistent in principle on this position, and that our position has been vindicated. Today, the reasons to call a referendum are clear. It's clear that the people of the United Kingdom want a referendum overwhelmingly. It's their settled will. It's 36 years since the people have had a chance to deliver a verdict. It's because clearly this is not a party political issue, it's a constitutional issue. There are people on all sides of the House tonight who take different views. Therefore, it's a matter for the people to have their say. This is a matter that transcends party. It's also clear, talk about this being a distraction is quite frankly a nonsense, Madam Deputy Speaker. The EU and all of its works go to the heart of decision-making in all aspects of policy in this House and government. And therefore, it's absolutely vital that we had a chance to deliver our verdict on how we should see that relationship between the United Kingdom and the EU evolve. And most of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, the crisis in the Eurozone and the move to create a tighter fiscal union among the 17 in the Eurozone means that will have a direct and very significant and profound impact on the United Kingdom. That is going to happen. The Prime Minister has already indicated that we are likely to have a treaty change coming along. Therefore, the argument that the Foreign Secretary advanced that now was not the right time, it's very clear that we are going to have a referendum. When the Foreign Secretary was advancing a referendum, and he listed the number of occasions in which he had advanced that, and I am glad that he did. I am sorry that he isn't advancing one now. When he did, there was no talk then about that being a distraction, about uncertainty for business. The Conservative Party was saying very, very clearly that it was right to have a referendum. Why now, suddenly, is it not the right time? It is clear that there must be the opportunity grasped by the crisis in the Eurozone for the British people to be given their say, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it will be absolutely scandalous if people are denied that chance. We are told it was not in the manifesto. Of course, the AV referendum was not in the manifesto either, and we had a referendum inflicted on the people of the United Kingdom on AV. So that does not wash. I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, the danger the Foreign Secretary outlined about the opportunities that would be lost if we were distracted by having a referendum simply does not wash. Why should that be the case? Why should there not be the opportunity to continue to advance our case in Europe and at the same time be laying the ground for a referendum which he himself admits and the Prime Minister admits is likely to be on the cards fairly soon in any case? It is better that we take that into our own hands, make the preparations now and give the people of this country what they want, a referendum.
Anne May.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Speaker. It's a delight to follow the Honourable Member of Parliament for Belfast North. He made an impassioned speech, and I too was pleased to be one of those named signatories on that, which meant a cross-party support for having this debate today. I was totally disappointed to hear my Prime Minister say in the statement before the debate we're having today that this would show the will of Parliament tonight. It most manifestly will not show the will of Parliament tonight. It will show the will of the whips. It will show the will of enforcement. It will not show the will of the people who have asked us to come here and speak on their behalf. And so in that respect I am saddened, because I would like to see the will of Parliament tonight. And I think it was an absolutely delightful speech that my honourable friend made for Gravesham that says, you know, some people will say anything to get elected. And if you've been going round saying I'd like to have a referendum, then oh, thank you. Fabulous speech, the Honourable Member for Gravesham. Then if we've been going around saying exactly that, you know, when we have the chance, Madam Deputy Speaker, we should be principled. And I congratulate him for having a principled approach to this and resigning over a point of principle that he spent 7 years saying to people on the doorsteps and in the roads of Gravesham, given a chance, I would give you that chance of a referendum. And it is with a degree of sadness that I've dug out this leaflet that was so boldly printed in orange, referred to by many other honourable members here today, that it's the time for a real referendum on Europe. This was only said very, very few months ago, just before a general election, when people were giving these out, I'm sure, in thousands. And many people were asking what was the defining difference between perhaps ourselves and the Liberal Democrats. And in the words of the now Deputy Prime Minister, in the leaflet that was put out with his name and his face on it, he said, "It's been over 30 years since the British people last had a vote on Britain's membership of the European Union. And that's why the Liberal Democrats want a real referendum on Europe. Only a real referendum on Britain's membership of the EU will let the people decide our country's future. But Labour don't want the people to have their say. The Conservatives only want to support a limited referendum on the Lisbon Treaty. Why won't they give the people a say on a real referendum? Not everything is perfect in Europe, but we, the Liberal Democrats, believe our membership has been good for the country. In Europe, we can get real action to tackle climate change, and so it goes on. That's why the Liberal Democrats will campaign to stay in Europe. But whether you agree with Europe or not, it's vital that you and the British people have your say in a real EU referendum." And the Right Honourable Member for Leicester East, in a very principled position, says exactly the same thing. He is committed of being in favour of the EU, and he is absolutely committed. He could make the argument. And we're not debating the nuances of the argument here today. Of course, I'll give way to my right honourable friend. Oh.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as my honourable friend noticed, the Liberal Democrats in opposition used to read opinion polls to choose popular policies, but now in government they read opinion polls to choose the most unpopular policies possible. 80% of the public don't want a three-line whip, so they impose one. 67% of the public want a referendum, so they're now against it.
Well, no, I'm afraid I shan't give way to the Liberal Democrats. I believe some of them can speak for themselves when they come to this point. They can speak for themselves why they gave out thousands of leaflets during the general election period promising a real in-out referendum, being prepared to defend their principal point of staying in Europe. As I said, I was absolutely surprised to hear that we had, no, the honourable member is not giving way, Bolton East lost the plot, I thought, on being hung up about the wording. My honourable friend who's proposed this motion tonight has got it absolutely right, and I hope he reconsiders his very, very true position. Because actually, this is not about getting hung up on the wording. This is about whether or not we give the people, the hundreds of thousands of people who want to have a chance to discuss this, whether we give them the chance to have a debate. Whichever side of the argument they may fall on, and whatever the answer might be, we should not be frightened tonight of simply giving them the chance to have that debate. That is what we are voting on. We are not voting on the wording. We're not voting on whether we're in or out. We're voting on tonight, when we walk through those lobbies, whether we want to give the British people a chance to hear the argument in a reasoned way, not hear the argument as a result of a knee-jerk referendum called because Europe suddenly decides to pull on plug on something that we don't like. I would much rather that we have the chance, whichever side of the argument we fall on, to be able to go out in a reasoned way and make the case. I would rather the wording had been carefully crafted in a bill committee, not cobbled together because suddenly Europe does something we don't like and oops, it's a treaty change and oops, we need to have a quick referendum. Let's do it at our pace. Let's be not frightened of the answer. I don't know the answer. It may be one that I don't like, but I'm prepared to live with it. I too have never voted on whether or not we should have joined the common market, as my mother would have said. But I do know, talking to people, that they feel hugely that it is now time to talk about this matter because this is something completely different. And I am sick of hearing referendum being touted around when it's popular with the voters and kicked in the long grass when it goes in the too difficult box. This is not the too difficult box, and I am not going to give way to my honourable friend, colleague of the Liberal Democrats. I believe their speakers can defend themselves tonight, and I will not be sidelined on it. This is not in the too difficult box, and I'm sure there are going to be Liberal Democrats tonight who are going to look at their conscience and hopefully decide that they will walk through with us on a principled motion that we are giving the people the right to have their say. I will give way if it's going to give him an absolute chance to explain their position.
I've explained our position, but I want to ask her about hers. When the Liberal Democrats, at the time of a fundamental shift in the relationship during the course of the Lisbon Treaty, actually proposed an in-out referendum, I noticed she voted against it. Why was that?
I have to say that I will ask him to join us tonight and say that this is now what we should be doing. And if he is only going to sit there and throw brickbats and not look at what they promised the people when he has a chance to renew that promise tonight, we have a chance tonight to engage with what the people are asking us to engage in. Our leader promised us that we would have a chance to vote on Lisbon, and we voted accordingly. We did not have it. We have a new chance. This isn't reliving history, but this is looking at how we've engaged with the voters over the last few years. And my honourable friend for Croatia has got it absolutely right. You have to be principled here. If you have maintained a principled response that please give us the chance, tonight is your chance. If the wording isn't quite what you'd like, don't worry, there's a chance to craft it in committee. But don't tonight feel that unless you can agree with every little wording that's been put on this, you can't go through, because the wording is only suggested. The principal thing we're voting on tonight is whether you, or not yourself on Madam Deputy's paper, whether we are going to listen to people and say, let's engage in this argument. Let's not just park it in the too difficult grass with promises of referenda tomorrow, because they may never come, and if they come, they may come at a very inappropriate time to make the argument with the British people.
John Cryer.
Foreign Secretary still in his seat before he dashes off to this urgent, massively crucial and completely unavoidable meeting in Australia that he has to attend. I'm sure it's absolutely nothing to do with avoiding the vote tonight, and any suggestion that it is absolutely scurrilous. Because what I'd like to mention to him, in his speech earlier on, he spoke quite rightly about scrutiny. And I'd like to suggest that he might remember when he was an MP under John Major's premiership, the then government took away European questions from the floor of the House, and they also removed the debates on European orders from the floor of the House, and so reduced the scrutiny because things were getting a bit lively at that point. And I wondered if he won't agree to a referendum, perhaps he'll agree to bringing back European questions and European orders to the floor of the House. Now, having got that slight point over with, I've never been a great supporter of referenda. I think they can be divisive, I think that they have to be treated with extreme caution, and they have been used by dictatorial governments in the past. The criteria for a referendum is if a government passes measures which seek to change the power of the ballot box, then that's the time to seek a referendum and seek the consent of the British people. Not at any other time, but when a government seeks to change the power of the ballot box. Now, since the last referendum in 1975, which, as has been pointed out, was caused by the Wilson government, we've had the Single European Act, we've had Maastricht, we've had Amsterdam, we've had the Growth and Stability Pact, we've had Lisbon, we've had Nice. All of these change the power of the ballot box, because all of them, or most of them, not all of them, most of them involved huge shifts of power from the democratically elected governments of Western Europe to Brussels and Strasbourg. The Single European Act gave up the veto, which we were told would remain permanently in 1975 during the referendum. Since then, Many of the treaties have shifted perhaps 30, 40 areas of responsibility from the veto to qualified majority voting. For that reason alone, we need to see a referendum on future membership of the European Union. Now, amongst the political elite of Western Europe, this isn't an issue. And I think that there's a perception amongst a lot of voters, not just in this country, but in other Western European countries, that there is a tiny political elite at the apex of the European Union, and it's a justifiable view. There's a tiny political elite which says this doesn't matter, we don't want people having their views on Europe tested, we don't want to have to go out and seek people's opinions. And it was demonstrated, by the way, as a side issue, it was demonstrated when the Irish people voted against Nice, and within a day or two, the Western European Foreign Secretaries issued a communiqué which said, right, well, it's very nice of you to have made a decision, now go away and make another decision and keep on trying until you get it right. And they actually changed the legislative process in Ireland with a bill which took a day to go through all the process of the Dáil in order to gut the process which had led to that referendum, and they were then able to rig the following referendum and change the view of the Irish people on Nice. I give way.
I thank the member for giving way. Does he agree with me that those antics by our neighbours have actually increased the cynicism towards Europe and all things European as a result?
Yes, I would agree with that. But I think there's generally a profound cynicism. I think we all recognise this. There's a profound cynicism with the political process, not just in Britain, but across Western Europe. In this country, there are specific reasons. But I think tonight there is an opportunity to restore a bit of trust in the political process. And I think that I disagree completely with the three-line whips, by the way, being imposed by all the parties. And when you've got the leadership of all three parties going along in this way, it does tend to foment that cynicism. However, what I would say is that one of the great truisms of British politics is that when people move from this side of the House to that side of the House, they tend to change their views on Europe pretty rapidly. And that's fomented cynicism about the political process. Now there's a chance tonight, amongst Conservative members, to try and restore a bit of faith by being consistent in their views in Europe. And by the way, I don't speak as somebody who was unanimously loyal during my 8 years previously when the Labour Party was in government. As a matter of fact, I voted against my own side about 84 times. And my then whip, who I won't name, my then whip, when I used to go into the government lobby, he'd greet me by saying, "Vote in Labour again tonight then, John." However, tonight, so I speak as somebody who's rebelled in the past and paid the price for it. However, tonight, many members on that side of the House, I'm not talking about the Liberal Democrats because we expect them to be inconsistent, but many members on that side of the House, when they went in front of their selection committees, when they went in front of their electorates, they said things on Europe which people expect now to be upheld. People expect us to be consistent, and I suspect there are an awful lot of Conservative associations and an awful lot of Conservative voters in those constituencies will applaud Conservative MPs who will go in the lobby tonight and vote for this motion.
Charles Walker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, if not now, when?
You have to keep an eye on the honourable gentleman. He has very succinct speeches. Natasha Engel.
Fabulous speech to follow, so thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to, not as succinctly, but I want to say that this debate today is about one thing only, and that is our democratic deficit. This is not a debate about what's good or bad about the EU. We are debating whether we think that people should have a say on EU membership. Because in the 36 years since people first voted on our continued membership of the European Economic Community, they have not been given a say. And yet the EEC of 1975, an economic and trading bloc, is not the EU of today, which is a political union underpinned by a part common currency in crisis. Let me just make a little bit of progress and then I'll happily give way. The architects of the European Union have created something of such size and such complexity that they themselves have admitted that it has become too big to fail. At the same time, for most normal people, the EU becomes ever more remote and ever more unaccountable. It is a political project which people feel has gone too far, too fast, with many things which affect their daily lives determined by Brussels and not Westminster. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, makes this a matter of sovereignty. We have, as my honourable friend has said, referendums very rarely in this country, and they only happen on matters that concern the way that we govern ourselves. And it is as elected politicians who govern that we have a vested interest in this matter. And because we have a vested interest, it is a matter which we shouldn't just decide for ourselves. Over the weekend and in the statement earlier, the government argued that now is not the right time to hold a referendum because of the crisis in the Eurozone. I would argue that it is precisely the crisis in the Eurozone that has demonstrated to us, politically and economically, how bound up in Europe we have become and how little influence we have over the decisions that are taken. The truth is that the not the right time argument has nothing to do with markets and everything to do with what people might say. The government is worried that people might say no. And as every experienced politician knows, you don't ask the question unless you're sure you'll get the answer you want. And no is not the answer that the government wants. Last summer, the government introduced e-petitions to engage and connect better with people, to give them a chance to have their say. The government promised that any e-petition that reached over 100,000 signatures would be taken very seriously by this House. And we welcome the debates on riots and on Hillsborough, but when it comes to something that is inconvenient, something that the government doesn't want to have debated, suddenly now is not the right time. If we pick and choose, we are telling people that politicians will decide what people are, and more importantly, what they are not allowed to have a say on. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not democracy. Yesterday, we celebrated free and democratic elections in Tunisia. Next week, we celebrate Parliament Week, and this year's theme is Stories of Democracy. What a terrible shame it would be if today we took one of the most anti-democratic decisions of our generation and denied people a say on something as fundamental as who governs them.
Robert Walter.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I reassure members on both sides of the House that I shall not be voting tonight in response to a three-line whip, but I will be voting in what I believe is the national interest. But I'm saddened by some of the comments that I've heard today in the Chamber. Since 1960, the Conservative Party and Conservative governments have always believed that our future was in Europe. Whether it was Harold Macmillan, Alex Douglas-Hume, Ted Heath, Margaret Thatcher, John Major, and my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister today, follows in that tradition. It was from the embers of the Second World War, a Europe torn apart by Germany and Italy, and for many the second terrible war in a generation after the Great War, the war to end all wars, that the idea of the European community and the European Union was born. European unity, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe, was a cause to end all wars, on this continent at least. Now, I campaigned hard in the 1975 referendum for a yes vote, and I remember endless arguments with my late father-in-law, who told me not to trust the Germans and certainly don't ever trust the Italians. He rang me up after the... He rang me up after the...
Don't trust them.
He rang me up after the vote and he said, I thought I'd better tell you I voted in the referendum yesterday. And I said, oh yes, expecting to tell me he voted no. He said, no, I voted yes. I voted yes, not for me, probably not for you, but for my grandchildren. His grandchildren are my children, and they are grown up now, and they are the same age as many of my colleagues in the House today, which is why I'm sad to... Of course, yes.
I'm grateful to Honourable Gentleman giving way, and he reminds the Court of a debate about joining the EEC back in 74-76 was never just an economic argument. It was precisely the argument about securing peace in Europe, which was behind the European Union. It was also one of the factors which was put forward in the debate at that time, even though I accept economic motives were the prime one of that debate.
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right. It was a political argument. And what I'm sad about is that there are those who want to destroy that legacy, to destroy the legacy of those who fought for and voted for that lasting peace. A Europe, in a moment, a Europe in harmony, comfortable with itself, respecting differences of culture, of language, of history and of nationality, but confident in its ability to work together. I of course, will give way to my...
I might just mention to my honourable friend that my own father was killed in the war in Normandy, and that he, I am sure, together with all the others, also appreciated that what they were doing was actually fighting for freedom and for the democracy, which is actually being put at risk by opposing this motion.
Well, I hope that's not correct, and I remind my honourable friend that he and I first met when we were both on a committee of the European movement, which of course had just campaigned for a yes vote in that very referendum. But more... I won't give away anymore. But the world has shrunk, Mr. Deputy Speaker. More than ever, we travel, we trade, and we live in each other's countries. In 1972, this House voted not only to be part of that common European future, but to be an architect of its destiny as a full member of the European community. Now, the European Union is not a perfect form of government. Neither is the British government. Neither is any Department of State or any local government. If that were the case, we wouldn't be here. We would all be wasting our time. I think we can all agree, I won't give way anymore, I really need to get on, that the European Commission and the European Parliament have ideas and aspirations that sit more than awkwardly with the concept we all have of a sovereign state. There are those in Brussels who see national governments and national parliaments as a nuisance, that life would be so much simpler if we decided everything at a European level. But thank God, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we live in a democracy. Thank God we have members of the European Parliament who are prepared to stand up for the British interest, but more particularly that we have ministers and a Prime Minister who can go to Brussels and can argue our case and succeed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is it that my colleagues and friends want from this new treaty? Have we not had enough of treaties? Can we not at least make the one we've got work? And what would this new treaty do? Would it relegate us to EFTA, or the European Economic Area, get us the Norwegian deal? They argue that the EU would have to give us access to the single market. Yes, but at what price? Norway doesn't have a free ride in its access to the single market. It does not contribute to the common agricultural policy, but it jolly well pays its share to other areas of the EU budget, and it gets absolutely nothing back. What's more, its price for access means it too implements all EU directives. In fact, it's got a better record than us. 99.6% of EU directives have been implemented by the Norwegian Parliament. But the difference is it has no ministers at the table when they're discussed, it has no commissioner, it has no parliamentary representation in co-decision. It has to accept whatever Brussels sends, not even take it or leave it. It's take it or else. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we cannot blame Brussels and the wicked foreigners for all our woes. To quote the Prime Minister, we are all in it together. Europe needs Britain, and Britain needs Europe. My right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, struck the right note earlier. We are in Europe. Our history is European. Our destiny is European. As far as I am concerned, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are here to stay, and I beg my colleagues to reject this motion.
Roger Godsev. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I regret the fact that the government's business managers managed to turn inconvenience into a full-scale crisis vote this evening, and even more so do I regret the fact that there isn't a free vote across the House tonight. There should have been. I rather suspect that both front benches will come to regret the fact they didn't allow a free vote. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I voted for a referendum on the Lisbon Treaty together with some of my honourable members on this side. I'll be supporting a referendum tonight. And can I say, before getting into the main points, some of the suggestions that I've heard that this debate is a distraction, or as somebody said, an irresponsible distraction, is in my humble opinion both arrogant and insulting to the vast majority of the people of this country who feel that their views on Europe are not being heard. Mr. Deputy Speaker, ever since the Treaty of Rome was signed, its architects have had a clear objective of moving it towards the United States of Europe, and in doing so they followed 3 steps. 1, ever closer union, politically and economic. Single European Act of 1986, which Mrs Thatcher signed, was a massive step in that direction. The creation of a single currency also. 2, move relentlessly forward. 2 steps forward, a massive great row, go into denial, label objectors mad or worse, take 1 step back, wait for the fury to subside, then move 2 steps forward again. And 3, most importantly of all, avoid whenever possible giving the electorates of Europe a direct say in decision making. And if some member states, as happened in France and Holland, are legally obliged to have referendums, then play down their importance. Say they're purely technical, just a tidying up exercise, not really something to borrow the electorates of Europe. And the reason's quite obvious. We all know that if you ask the people a question, you might get the answer you don't want. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the creation of the Eurozone is yet another attempt to move forward the project of a federal United States of Europe. The creation of the euro was always economic nonsense. There's never in the history of the world been a successful monetary union unless you have a fiscal union as well. It was a house built on quicksand, not a house that caught fire, a house built on quicksand. And it really doesn't matter how much money is thrown at it to try and underpin it. It really doesn't matter how much financial scaffolding is put around it. It's going to fail. And it's not me saying this. The markets have already made their decision. They know the euro is unsustainable. They know it's built on quicksand. They know it's going to fail. And if the politicians are not on the same wavelength, well, that's their problem. And the only way out of this problem is to have full fiscal union. Indeed, I agree with the Chancellor when he has urged the members of the Eurozone to move towards that. At least that's logical. But in doing so, member states of the euro are going to have to cede all their tax raising and all their spending powers to the Commission in Brussels. That will be a massive step towards the creation of a United States of Europe. Whether the member countries of the Eurozone wish that to happen, well, that is a matter for them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the reason why so many people are angry in this country and why the opinion polls seem to show that they are anti-Europe is because they feel nobody's listening to them. This is bad for democracy. Now, today, the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary have set out their stalls, where they stand. They should put it to the electorate, have it debated in the country. That's what democracy is about. And at the end, they should allow the people to decide.
Sir Malcolm Rifkind.
Mr. Speaker, I am against this motion in part because I think the timing, because of the financial chaos in Europe, is highly inappropriate. But I have to say that is not the main reason I would give to the House as to why I think it's an unwise motion. It purports to give three choices to the House and to the country as a whole: in the European Union, out of the European Union, or renegotiation. But as has been pointed out earlier in this debate, it's not really a third option, because it's renegotiation with a view to purely a trade relationship in Europe. And that is effectively leaving the European Union, because it involves no sharing of sovereignty. And I freely concede any membership of the European Union at the end of the day must involve, as it always has done, some willingness to acknowledge that sovereignty has to be shared. The real debate, not at the moment, well, yes, I will give way.
Speaker, hasn't he noticed it's trade and cooperation to encompass the current Conservative policy?
No, it doesn't. I'm sorry, it doesn't, because present Conservative policy is about sharing sovereignty in certain areas where it is overwhelmingly in our national interest. And when you consider what these real options are, the real debate is not whether we should be in Europe or out of Europe, but what kind of European Union we are to be prepared to be members of. Now, the assumption of this debate and many other debates is that either one side or the other will win. We will either have an ever closer union or the European Union will ultimately implode. That might be what will happen if the European Union does not use its own, not at this moment if I may, not if it does not use its own common sense and seek to see whether there is a third route. And there is a third route, and it's one we're already partly along that way. And that is to have an à la carte Europe. A Europe where the member states, each of them, decide what degree of integration they are prepared to accept in view of their own national history. Rather like France was a semi-detached member of NATO for 30 years because it believed it to be in the French interest, and NATO did not collapse as a consequence. Now, I say we're already part of the way there, because at the moment of the 27 member states, only 17 are members of the Eurozone. 10 are not, some because they don't want to be, some because they couldn't join even if they did want to be. We're not part of Schengen, nor are the Irish. The neutral countries like Austria, like Ireland, like Sweden, like Finland have never been fully involved in defence cooperation because of their neutrality. Now, the problem at the moment is not that there is not an element of à la carte, but there is a fiction in the European Union that that's purely temporary. That's a transition. That we're all going to go to the same destination. It's simply a debate about how long it will get there. No, that is not the case. What we need is a European Union that respects the rights both of those who have a legitimate desire in terms of their own national interests for closer integration and those of us who do not choose to go that way. At the moment, that has to be argued, it has to be negotiated, sometimes on the basis of very considerable acrimony.
I'm grateful for my friend giving way. He talks about renegotiating and repatriating powers. Can I ask him what powers and what timetable does he envisage?
Right. First of all, I'm saying the idea of an à la carte Europe is already partly there, but it shouldn't just be a privilege, it should be a right. What we need to have, not just for the United Kingdom, for all the member states, is a European Union where, yes, we will not stop France and Germany if they wish to go to closer integration and fiscal union. That ultimately is their business if they wish to do that. But nor must they seek to impose a veto on the level of integration that we should have. Now, there is an irreducible minimum, because as I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, you cannot simply not participate in the single market. But that does involve substantial sharing of sovereignty in the way that a purely free trade zone does not. That point does not seem to have been acknowledged by many of the critics. And if you have, as we have at the moment, free movement of labour, that is something which is not consistent with a purist view of national sovereignty, but it's something which, in my view, is crucially in the interests of the United Kingdom. I've already given way twice. I'm sorry I can't without losing my own time. So these are the points of the real debate that we must take forward. Now, it so happens that this is not simply a theoretical option. What we have is the strong possibility that because of the chaos in the Eurozone, there is going to be a need for some treaty change. That is going to be required to be agreed unanimously, and that provides my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, with what is likely to be an excellent opportunity to take that debate forward and to argue that if other countries wish to go further, then we wish to consider the question of the kind of European Union, and perhaps other countries like Sweden, Denmark, Poland and others are prepared to be content with. And on that basis, I say to the House, you cannot constrain the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister in these incredibly difficult negotiations that are going to take place. At the moment, to have a debate which might lead to a referendum about whether Britain is going to stay in the European Union or leave it entirely is such a massive distraction from the real issues that this country and the rest of Europe are going to have to address. I'm sorry, I'm entitled to my view, and that is the view I share with you, and all my honourable friends are entitled to their view as well. But, you know, I conclude my remarks that I'm very conscious, many wish to speak in this debate. There have been other occasions of this kind when people have had fundamental differences of principle. I remember, I was reading it recently, and it struck me as highly relevant to our debate, when a politician, not of our party, of the Conservative Party, actually belonging to the Labour Party, was involved in a situation of this kind. Back in 1957, Aneurin Bevan, a great believer in unilateral disarmament, spoke at a Labour Party conference which was likely to carry a resolution in favour of unilateral disarmament, and Bevan said to his own party that if you carry this resolution and follow out all its implications, you will send a British Foreign Secretary, whoever he may be, naked into the conference chamber. And he went on to say, and you call that statesmanship. Well, I think that was good advice then, and I think it remains good advice now.
Ian Davidson.
I can think of no other issue where the gap between the political elites and ordinary people in the country is so great. I do not think that this is the most important issue that this House ever discusses, but it's the one where the divergence is greatest. And I think that that divergence and the feeling amongst the population of the country that their views are ignored breeds and feeds cynicism about politics in general. I think that the most cynical use of this attempt to avoid the popular view was over the constitution that wasn't a constitution, because if it had been a constitution it had to go to a referendum. That was a breathtaking piece of cynicism and manipulation. I don't think anybody here really believes that it was anything other than a means of overcoming the possibility of popular rejection. And therefore I think it is actually beholden on us to take seriously the fact that 100,000 voters have subscribed to an e-petition. Somebody earlier on mentioned about the millions of Liberal voters who would reject this. I think he made a serious mistake, actually, because I think that there's probably no more than 100,000 people now prepared to own up to being Liberal voters. And therefore the number of people that signed this petition is greater than the number of Liberals in this country. And I think that disillusionment on this question has also been spread by the false prospectus that the Conservatives gave the country as they ran into the election. I think that there was a feeling in the country that the Conservatives, a Conservative government, would actually stand up much more for Britain, that they would actually take a more robust view on European matters. And the fact is that they have sold the jerseys. The overwhelming majority of people who voted Conservative, believing that they would stand up to Europe, are now disillusioned. Which is why, of course, that every registration of public opinion indicates that there is a substantial drift of voters from the Conservatives to UKIP on this particular issue. And I give this advice to the Conservatives. It's for your own good. If you want to stop that drift to UKIP, you have to actually stand up for what you said you were going to do when you entered the general election, when you became government. Now, if you wish to say that we would like to do these things, but it's the Liberals that are holding us back, then come forward and say that honestly, rather than saying, oh, well, it's actually much more difficult than we thought, and we're actually up to all sorts of sophisticated things that you're too thick to understand, which is effectively what they are saying just now. Now, I'm glad that this is not an in-out referendum. because I must confess that I would that I would not have voted for either. I am not actually in favour of voting in a referendum to remain in, because that would be seen as a green light to ever closer union. And I am not willing to either be put in a position where the only alternative is out, because I don't actually support out. I believe, as many of my colleagues in these benches once used to believe, that there is a third way. There is a third way. And that is the way of reform. Now, I believe that many of those who are opposing this motion are doing so under the banner of reform, but are not actually all that serious about reform. They are actually committed to ever closer union, but with a bit of tinkering. I therefore am supporting the resolution because I think that, in a moment, I'm supporting the resolution because I do actually think that the size of the vote tonight does actually matter. Both in terms of a signal to the country that there are a substantial number of people who are strongly committed to strong renegotiation, as compared to those who take the view that it should just be business as usual. And as for those that say the time is not yet ripe, I think that's just a disgraceful argument, unless they tell us when would the time be right.
Friend, it was so opposed to the Lisbon Treaty, I assumed he had read it. Can he actually tell me where there is anything in the Lisbon Treaty that have anything other than, because one clause allows, an in-out referendum, an in-out decision. There is nothing else in the Lisbon Treaty. Page 19.
Thank you for giving me an extra minute. I also think that those who argue that this is just simply a distraction are in fact those people who would never want to discuss this anyway. It's the unright time, or it's only a distraction. However, if he'd brought it forward 2 weeks ago or some other time, I don't think so. I don't think so. Those who argue either an unright time or a distraction are in fact more interested in being part of the cosy club. I mean, I think that it is important. This is an important debate. It's not, as I said before, the most important debate that this House is ever going to have. Nor do I think the EU is the most important debate that we're ever going to have. For another minute, yes, I will.
I was obliging him. Does the honourable member agree with me that one of the reasons why British people are so engaged in this, it's not just the repatriation of powers they want to see, but in these difficult economic times when we're giving £25 million a day to Europe, they'd like to see some of the money repatriated too.
Well said. I would actually agree with that. Yes, they would, because I think that what we need to do is move on from the debate that we're having today, where I think, because whenever I see the three-party leaderships lining up together, I think they must be wrong. And I think that the vast majority of the public take that view as well. I mean, at least I have to say there is no conspiracy involving the nationalist parties because they haven't bothered to turn up. So we don't know what their view is, whether or not Scotland would be part of an EU which Britain had already left or not, because that's one of the things that they want to sweep under the carpet and fudge. I think that, though, however, we ought to be discussing, if we want out of the CAP, how do we do it? If we want to stop paying so much money to Sicilian gangsters and a variety of other crooks throughout Europe, how do we actually manage to do it? If we want to provide genuine bilateral support to those who are much poorer than us in Eastern Europe, how do we do that without middlemen cutting chunks off it? The same thing applies to the Third World. How do we make sure that it's not other European countries and other European individuals and gangs that are siphoning off some of that money? If we want to scrap the common fisheries policy and have something better, how do we do it? That's the sort of debate that we need to have. And how, in particular in my constituency, do we make sure that local people can get local jobs without the EU telling them that they've got to advertise it worldwide? That's what we need to discuss.
Bill Cash. A few months ago, after a debate, the Prime Minister said to me, would I write to him on my views about the European Union? So I wrote a pamphlet. I wrote him a pamphlet, and it's called "It's the EU, Stupid." That wasn't a reference to him, it was a reference to Bill Clinton's recognition that it was the economy that was at the heart of the issue. And in just the same way, I believe fundamentally, and I've set it out in this pamphlet, and I'm going to just encapsulate some of the thoughts today very quickly, First of all, that this is a matter of principle. This referendum issue has been going around since the Maastricht referendum campaign and before. I voted yes, as it happens, in 1975. But it's since then that we have seen the accumulation, the broken promises, the betrayals, the prevarication. There's never the right time to deal with any of these things. That is the problem. And I feel that the British people do feel that they have been betrayed by a failure to deliver the promises. And I have to say, I certainly will give way.
I'm extremely grateful. I'd say to him that I would have voted yes in 1975, but does he agree with me that the EU has gone far beyond that which is necessary to guarantee peace and prosperity?
Yes, indeed, and I'll go further. The EU has actually created a situation in which it is actually damaging our own economy. That is the problem. That is the reversal of the situation. With this massive over-regulation, £8 billion a year, according to the British Chamber of Commerce, in over-regulation over the last 20 years in this country alone. The fact, as I said earlier in my interventions on the Foreign Secretary and on the Shadow Foreign Secretary, that we are running the single market on a deficit which has gone up in 1 year alone, in the last year, by as much as £40 billion. It is inconceivable for us not to take a rain check on this and say we cannot just continue with this and pretend that nothing is going on. If ever there was a time to tackle this issue in principle, and that's what this motion is about, it is about whether or not there is a case for renegotiation, whether there is a case for leaving the European Union. And I say that as far as the renegotiation is concerned, by establishing the fact, in line with the wishes of the people of this country, not because the whips have said you've got to do this, that or the other, and with great respect, not because the Prime Minister or the Foreign Secretary have said so, but because we have a sacred trust. We have a sacred trust as elected members of this House to do what is right in the interests of the British people as we see it for our constituents and in the national interest. And the reality is that this is exactly the issue tonight. And when the Prime Minister gave two speeches over the last year or so, one of which was rebuilding trust in politics, the other was a European policy we can believe in, I strongly recommend that people tonight or tomorrow or at some point read those speeches again and then ask them what is going on in this debate today. Because we know that the whips have been very strongly at work. I had all that over Maastricht, and we've had it over the years, and it becomes something which you just have to get used to. The reality is that we are doing the right thing for the right reason. That is the point. I will certainly give way.
I thank my friend for giving way. He's making an excellent speech. Does he not think that because this has been generated by an e-petition, and because this has been made possible by the backbench committee, and because it's an issue which doesn't divide along party lines, it's totally wrong for both party leaders to apply the three-line whip?
I absolutely agree. In fact, I think there are three parties involved in this, and I think it applies to all of them. But I would like just to return to the statements that the Prime Minister made today, and just to test them against what has been going on. He says to us that members of my party fought the last election committed to three things: stopping the passage of further powers to the EU. Well, I have to say, we and the Foreign Secretary, in his article in the Daily Telegraph the day before yesterday, mentioned the fact that he objected to the Lisbon Treaty. He remembers that he and I and many other members on this side of the House fought it united together against it, line by line, every aspect of it, and for a referendum. And yet we have been watching these further powers. I don't want to get into the semantics, the legal niceties of the word powers. I know them as well as anybody else in this House. But I have to say that we have been implementing that Lisbon Treaty day in, day out. Every aspect of it, and many of the problems that we are now experiencing come as a result of the implementation of that treaty. He then goes on to say that we have instituted a referendum law to require a referendum by law for such transfers of powers. I have to say that the one thing, and I have a 10-minute rule bill on this tomorrow, which would reverse the situation regarding Section 4 of that bill, which I opposed on the floor of this House. And I see the Foreign Secretary smiling because he knows what I'm going to say. It is a fact that the real test, as I said to the Prime Minister in his statement earlier, is about fundamental change, constitutional, political, economic. That is the test which is applied and endorsed, by the way, by the House of Lords Constitutional Committee only last year. The reality is that that fiscal union, which I shall explain more about tomorrow, is such a fundamental change, and the government quite deliberately ensured that there would be no referendum in relation to Section 4B, where it applied, in their terms, only to the Eurozone and not to us directly. And yet, at the very time when we were being told that that was the case, I was objecting, others were objecting to the fact that it did affect us enormously. We were told it didn't affect us. And now we're being told day in, day out how much it does. And therefore, we mustn't do what we're doing tonight for the very simple reason that somehow or other it would undermine our economic activity with the European Union. It's absolute rubbish. The plain fact is that the reason why we are in such difficulties regarding the reduction of the deficit is because there is no growth. There is no growth because 50% of all our economic laws come from Europe. There is 40% of all our trade, as the Foreign Secretary said. And the fact is that we've got a massive trade deficit, as I've already described. The reality is that this is a failed project. It is an undemocratic project. This vote, this motion, is in the national interest because it is for democracy, for trust in politics, and for the integrity of this House.
Kate Hoey.
Just say to the Foreign Secretary, because I'm not sure when he's to leave, that I think he's going to a very, very important conference, the Commonwealth Conference in Australia. And I think many people in this country believe that the Commonwealth was sold out when we actually joined the common market. And I hope that he remembers that the 55 members of the Commonwealth by 2050 will have 38% of the global labour force. The European Union, with its 27 members, will only have 5% of the global labour force. And I hope that he goes with that in his head to the Commonwealth Conference. We might actually see a much more attention paid to the Commonwealth. Can I just say that this could have been a wonderful day for Parliament. This could have been a wonderful day for democracy. This could have been a wonderful day for the new regime, which the coalition have to be congratulated on, bringing in a backbench committee, chaired and with very, very many keen members. This was a debate brought about by the process which allowed people outside in the United Kingdom, and let's stop talking about Britain, please, because we ignore you, Northern Ireland, and Northern Ireland, when it comes to a referendum, are going to be very, very important. Let's not forget that this has come to us today, has been said by many other people, because of those 100,000 e-petitions, but also of the many organisations in the country who have brought together different types of petitions written to people, brought in. It's not just the e-petitions, and there are thousands, millions of people out there who are watching what we are doing today. And here we have, as the Honourable Member has said earlier, here we have the situation where the three party leaders, and I'm not sure, Mr Deputy Speaker, whether I'm allowed to use the word, but have, it seems, almost colluded to actually make sure that we, the Members of Parliament, would not get a free vote. And I am so pleased to hear tonight, not just from my own side of the House, but from the opposite benches, how many Members of Parliament are prepared to say, party whips are fine, of course we're elected from our party, but sometimes the issue is more important than the party. And the issue is more important than the party, which is why we've got so much cross-party involvement and this and cross-party support for this motion. A number of points have been made. No, I won't. A number at this point. A number of, and not to you. A number of points have been made, and I just want to say a few short points. You know, this idea that this is a sort of distraction. The European Union is the thread that goes through every part of every law that we make in this country. And until we recognise that, and until we actually ask people whether we do not think that we've gone too far. Now, the Foreign Secretary talked about repatriation of powers. I want to see repatriation. I want to see repatriation of powers. But having the threat of a referendum hanging over the Foreign Secretary, in the sense of we know that the Commission hates referendums. And I remember the Foreign Secretary when he was arguing, and I was on his side, for a referendum on the Lisbon Treaty, that how much more strength it would be to the elbow of the then Foreign Secretary. And it really does seem to me that if we want to repatriate powers, then if the rest of the European Union knew that the British public are sick, sore and tired of the money that's being spent in Europe, of the bureaucracy, of the corruption, Neil, and all of that, that they would be actually much more likely to negotiate the repatriation of those powers. I give way.
Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that the one industry in this country that has suffered for the last 30 years under the European Union is the fishing industry? And if we had a referendum, it would actually right the wrong that has been done to that industry and the destruction that the industry has seen over the last 30 years.
I mean, that's why I can't understand why my own party, who do want to see a change to the Fishery Party, are not allowing a free vote at the very least tonight, never mind supporting the referendum. The other point I want to make, I get a bit fed up on this side of the House, and I've said this before, about the way the media paints this always as being sort of about Tory splits, attacks on Cameron, Tory diversions. There's actually huge numbers of Labour supporters in this country who want to see a referendum. And that's why I think it was rather ill-advisedly done by my right honourable friend, the leader, to actually have a three-line whip tonight. I think we do need this debate out in the open. And I wonder what it is that everyone is afraid of. If everyone who is not in favour of a referendum, and they're not doing it because they say it's not the right time, which is just a ridiculous idea, because we all know that we wouldn't get the legislation to the end of 2012, probably 2013. We couldn't possibly have the white paper that's needed and the referendum, the detail of what would go into it until 2014. So to say it's not the right time, no one should take that as a reason. And I wonder what it is that has got the lack of confidence in all the leaders of all the main parties that are just afraid of what is happening and that they're afraid of that referendum. I think we have to choose whether we're going to integrate ourselves fully into a pan-European system of government based in Brussels, or whether we're going to look to a more international future based on trade and cooperation, not just with the EU but the rest of the whole world. It's time to stop being little Europeans and actually looking at being internationalists. And I hope tonight that all those members, despite what the whips have said, all of us have had the whips on our backs over the years. We've all survived. We're all still here, many of us. And I think it's very important that members do what they think is right, what is right for their constituents, and what is right for the country.
Chief Berry. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I say what a privilege it is to follow the Honourable Lady for Vauxhall. I'd like to start by congratulating the Backbench Business Committee, and particularly my friend and neighbour, the Honourable Member for Bury North, who isn't in his place, for securing this debate today. And it is an important debate. And actually the strength of support behind the online petition showed that people in this country do really care about it. And I would congratulate the government bench on bringing in the Backbench Business Committee. I'll happily give way.
A number of members have cited, Mr Deputy Speaker, the feeling of people in this country. Is a member aware that Ipsos Murray conduct regular polling of the most important issues to people, and currently in this month, as it has for several months, this issue is 22nd most important, with only 3% of the population believing it to be.
Referendum then. That's right. That's right. I am aware of such polling, and that is why I would be coming on to say that I don't support today's motion.
Would my honourable friend get away?
I will just one more time.
One thing, my understanding is the e-petition itself only has 36,000 signatures, but in fact there's a paper petition which has over 100,000 signatures.
In my hometown of Liverpool, we get burnt for witchcraft for signing anything on the internet anyway. So the general petition with 100,000 signatures. And I am constantly told that the EU is not a doorstep issue. But actually, when you scrape the surface and you go out and talk to people, as I did in my constituency of Rossendale and Darwin this weekend, there is immense anger out there, and it's regarded by people in my area as remote, undemocratic, and more often than not, working against our national interest rather than in favour of the UK.
There is a perception out there with people I speak to that Brussels is elite. It is ramming through a federalist agenda, while us sort of mere voters, the people who live in this country, are onlookers. And on the very rare occasion that we have within the EU been given the chance to make our views heard, if that in fact has been voted the wrong way, Europe has just simply dismissed our views. And 5 out of the last 8 referendums held within the EU have been against the proposition. Now, what happens when countries and people, voters in countries, go against a proposition like Ireland? They're simply told, vote again until you get it right. Or, like the EU constitution, we are told it's just fiddled around the edges to change a few wordings, to change a couple of paragraphs, and then you're told that, oh, it's changed now, it's only a treaty, you don't have the right to a referendum. And that's actually why I believe there's so much interest in today's debate. And I thought the Honourable Lady from Vauxhall made a good point when she said this isn't party political, it's not left, right, it's not even, this interest is not just Eurosceptics versus the Europhile. There is a huge appetite in this country to have a genuine conversation about where our relationship with the EU should go to. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, that brings me on to my views on today's motion, and it's not a motion I will be supporting. While I think it's absolutely right and proper to have this debate, and I'm delighted that we all have it, and I also take the opportunity to put on record my view and desire that we must have a fundamental renegotiation of a relationship with Europe. We don't in this country live in a bubble, and we must pay attention to the crisis in the Eurozone and actually to politics within our own country. Now, I think the crisis in the Eurozone is like a spark on Pudding Lane. And if we don't continue to support Member States, to support the Euro, to help sort out the Greek problem, that fire will rip through the City of London and it will rip through our entire economy. A vote today to put in doubt our membership of the EU for up to 18 months would simply fuel market speculation. It would fatally wound the Eurozone, it would fatally wound the Eurozone economies, and it would actually have exactly the same effect here in the UK. The second reason I oppose the motion is I think that the mainstream party policies supported by my own party to repatriate powers is the right way forward. Now is not the time to tell people we're taking our bat and ball home. We have to be fighting to repatriate powers from within the EU. And I think there is a coalition beyond this chamber behind that point of view. And in fact, there was a party at the last general election which fought on withdrawing from the European Union. It was the UK independence policy. And they didn't win the general election. In fact, the Conservatives and Liberals together won on a mainstream repatriation point of view. Briefly give way.
But is it not the case that they won more votes in more constituencies than actually the size by which we didn't get a majority at the last election? And when my honourable friend talks about repatriating powers, is it not the case that isn't government policy? We heard the Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary refer to their policy, but it's still even to be agreed with our coalition partners.
Well, it is the government policy. We heard the Prime Minister give commitments today about the referendum lock and about future treaty negotiations. Now, I and my constituents hear the words from the front bench, and I hope that we take comfort in them. But I won't support the motion today, but I think by doing that I am placing reliance on those commitments. And both I and people in my constituency will want to see them honoured. I don't have time, I'm sorry. Failure to honour such commitments about the repatriation, the referendum lock, will lead to a further erosion of trust in this government and in this chamber. And I hope that the government will continue to look at repatriating those powers.
Wayne David.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Let me be clear.
I do not support today's motion. And I say that because I believe that Britain's national interest is for us to be involved in the European Union. As has been widely acknowledged, I think, by many people in this debate and elsewhere. Half of Britain's exports go to the rest of the European Union. 3.5 million jobs in this country are dependent on our trade with our partners in the European Union. And I think of my own constituency, a former mining constituency, now a constituency where manufacturing is very, very important. I know that if Britain was to withdraw from the European Union or even substantially renegotiate its terms of membership, that would be bad economic news for the people I represent in my constituency. Now, members, go on.
Interesting to hear the honourable gentleman's argument, but the argument is not about whether or not we're in or out of it, it's about whether we have a referendum. If he's so convinced of them, why is he so frightened to allow the British public?
I believe our place is firmly inside the European Union. We had a vote in this. We had a vote in this country to join the European Union, and I see that as a natural progression. And I would go on and make this point. A number of members have referred to those huge countries of Norway and Switzerland, and have said that Britain could have a similar sort of relationship with the European Union as those countries do. I'd make 2 points. The first point, neither of those countries are major trading nations. The United Kingdom is a major trading nation. And the second point I'd make is this.
Grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker. A very large number of jobs in China depend on working for exports into the European Union. They're not a member of the European Union. How do those jobs survive?
Well, the crucial thing is what happens to the jobs of people in this country. Many of the inward investors who come to this country from the United States of America come to this country because we're an integral part of a single market. If you put in question our membership of the single market, you put in question the economic viability of this country. But I'd also make the other point with regard to Norway and Switzerland. Let's not forget this. But those countries, yes, they have a good trading relationship with the European Union, but the rules which the European Union apply to them are imposed upon them. We in the single market are an integral part of that market and have a full say on the rules which apply to everyone. But I want to make this point essentially too. But it's not a question of whether or not we support the European Union or not. The real question is what kind of Europe do we want to see in the future? And I believe that the Europe that I want to see, and I believe that many people, most people in this country want to see, is a European Union which is not about uniformity and centralisation. We want to see a European Union which is based on the principle of subsidiarity, where decisions are being made as close to the people as possible. We want to see a European Union in which the single market is completed, a single market which works to Britain's national advantage. And for that to happen, there's no good for us to be on the silent, moaning or groaning. We have to be there ensuring that the European Union always works to our national benefit. But I say this too. I believe that the European Union should not just be about a single market for business. It should be a social Europe for people. And I believe that the social Europe agenda is very, very important indeed. Unlike the right-wing Eurosceptics, I believe that the European Union should offer something tangible for ordinary working people. Similarly, I also believe it's important for us to be concerned about the environment. Who in their right minds these days can believe for one moment that individual countries, medium-sized nation states, can successfully tackle the environmental problems we face? We have to work together with other people, with other countries throughout the world, and yes, inside the European Union. I also believe it's important that we address issues like industrial policy. Let's realise that what we need to do is ensure that our small and medium-sized businesses develop over the whole of the European Union, and we need joint policies to ensure there's maximum benefit. I will give way.
Could the honourable gentleman tell us then why he won't let the British people have a say so that they can actually decide that they want to support a European Union that he seems to support himself?
Well, I would respectfully point out there's such a thing as election manifestos. And the Labour Party, for example, has made it clear that this is the kind of Europe we want to see. And this is the kind of Europe that if we are in power before too long, as I think we will be, we want to help create. We've heard a lot in this debate about money. Money going from the United Kingdom to the European Union. Yes, there is a relatively small membership fee, but one of the things that we don't hear about One of the things that we don't hear about is the fact that £1 billion of European Regional Development Fund money has been allocated to the hard-pressed regions of England and is not being spent. Why is that the case? I'll tell you why it's the case. It's because of government public expenditure cuts. Hard-pressed regions in Rotherham, Doncaster, Sheffield, Preston, Scarborough, Barnsley and many other places are losing out on European money because of your government's ideology. What we want to see is to make sure the government's ideology. You are a Conservative, aren't you? We want to make sure that money is put to good use. What we want to do is to make sure that we have a pragmatic approach towards the European Union and we do not put blinkered ideology above all else. And I'm afraid many people in this debate do precisely that. But I want to say this above all else, that I think it's absolutely imperative that if we're going to have the rehabilitation of this country in an economic sense, we need to have a growth strategy here in the United Kingdom, but also in the European Union as well. 40% of our trade is with our Eurozone partners. And one of the great ironies is that our Prime Minister believes in a very, very strict austerity-based economic policy. His greatest economic soulmate is actually Chancellor Merkel. What the European Union as a whole needs, and the Eurozone in particular, is a growth strategy. It is no good having austerity, austerity, austerity. What we also need is a growth strategy which will create the kind of demand we want to see for prosperity for the future. Could I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I believe that the real debate that we face in this country is not in the European Union or out of the European Union. The real debate is what kind of Europe we want to see.
Philip Holloburn. Mr Deputy Speaker, the big mistake that the Honourable Member for Caerphilly has made is that Euroscepticism is a right-wing phenomenon. Because I've got news for him. Euroscepticism is a growing movement. People of all persuasions, right, left and middle, are getting increasingly fed up with the way in which this country is treated by the European Union. And the proof of that are some of the petitions that have come to the Backbench Committee that stimulated today's debate. And I think he's going down a blind alley if he thinks this is just a right-wing cause. I have the privilege to represent the residents of the borough of Kettering. Yes, I will.
I'm grateful to the gentleman giving way. On his point about people are concerned about the way they're being treated by the European Union, they may or may not be, but would he not at least accept the European Union is not some distant organisation over which we have no say. We are a powerful member state in the European Union. We send MEPs, we send cabinet ministers, we send ministers to the European Union. If we are not getting what we ought to out of the European Union, isn't as much due to the way that we're represented in Brussels as anything else?
Well, I think many of us would like the European Union to be even more distant than it actually is. And the problem is that its tentacles creep into all aspects of the British way of life. And I think you'll find there are people in this country from right, left and middle who think that it is outrageous that in this present Parliament our membership fee over the next 5 years will be £41 billion. I will do in a minute when I give the Honourable Lady the figure for the membership fee in the last Parliament, which was £19 billion. The membership fee has more than doubled.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. The Honourable Member for Vauxhall touched on this point. If this House voted yes tonight, when our Foreign Secretary and our Prime Minister and Chancellor go to negotiate with our European partners, they would take the threat with them, the loss of £45 billion, and they may be treated slightly differently in the negotiations. Would you agree with this?
Well, I would agree with my honourable friend, and they couldn't really treat us that much worse, because from my perspective and that of my constituents, who I have the privilege to represent, is that the EU is getting its hands on more and more aspects of the British way of life. Our honourable friend, the member for Cornwall, has spoken about the effect on the fishing industry of this country, which has been destroyed by our membership of the European Union. We've got this more than doubling of the membership fee. We now have 9 out of every 10 jobs in this country going to a foreign migrant, most of whom come from the European Union. Now, these issues aren't just of concern to right-wing people. These are issues that are concerned to every person in this land. And what we have, and what this debate is exposing tonight, is an increasing disconnect between our constituents, the residents we struggle to represent, and the front benches, both of Her Majesty's government and Her Majesty's opposition, who have tried to deny debate on this issue. One of the qualities of the backbench committee is that the committee chooses subjects for debate in this House which the government wouldn't otherwise allow. And that is why today, the backbench committee chose this subject for debate. Because we wouldn't be having this debate if we just let it up to Her Majesty's government. But I have a confession for the House. I don't believe in ever closer union. I think it is wrong in principle, and I think the British people do as well. I also have a confession to this House. I believe Britain would be better off out of the European Union altogether. Now, I don't expect a majority in this House to agree with that, but I'm very privileged and proud on behalf of my constituents in Kettering to put that on the record, because I believe that if we were to have a referendum on in or out, most of my constituents in Kettering have had enough and would vote to leave.
Does the honourable member think that we would be better off without the European arrest warrant, which brought home, I think, 145 suspects last year to face criminal charges in this country, and Europol, which cracked the world's largest online pornography ring last year?
As far as I'm concerned, the honourable gentleman and his colleagues in the Liberal Democrat benches are forcing this country not to have the right policy on Europe. And if he wants to talk to me and the other members in this House about justice issues, why doesn't his party do the decent thing and let us come out of the European Convention on Human Rights? Because there are prisoners in this country who we cannot repatriate to their country of origin because they claim some spurious family life issues which keep them in this country.
I hate to continue like the process of lecturing which my friend from North Glasgow didn't like, but in fact it's the Council of Europe. It's not the EU that set the convention. 49 countries that came together in 1949 to bring about human rights for all in Europe.
In the increasing ratchet of the terms and conditions of European Union membership, that is now a condition of membership for the European Union for new entrants to the club. But
Will he accept that I don't agree with ever closer union, but I do believe in remaining within the EU and will oppose the motion tonight?
And the honourable gentleman is perfectly at liberty to do that. But thanks in part to his good offices, we're having this debate about the future of Britain and Europe, a debate without the backbench committee we wouldn't be having.
If so many people in our country want to leave the European Union, why did the only party to advocate such a thing, the UK Independence Party, only get 3% of the vote in the last general election?
Well, firstly, in my election literature in Kettering and in my campaign speeches and hustings, I made it quite clear that I'm in favour of Britain leaving the European Union, I'm in favour of a referendum, and if there were a referendum, I would vote to leave. And the majority over Labour in Kettering actually went up quite substantially as a result. The problem with the European issue in general elections is there's lots of other issues to discuss as well, and it gets lost in the noise, in part because of the establishment view on the European Union, which often suppresses the public opinion on this issue. But what has most worried me in the course of the last week is the attitude of Her Majesty's government. I know we can't talk about the amendments that never happened, but one of those amendments called for a white paper on how this country would repatriate powers from the European Union. And Her Majesty's government wasn't even able to support that. And is it any wonder that on Conservative Home website today, a poll of Conservative Party members now suggests that 2/3 of Conservative Party members do not believe that the present government has any intention of repatriating powers from Europe. And I have to say to Her Majesty's front bench tonight, shame on you.
Sir Stuart Bell.
I'm grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity of following the Honourable Member for Kettering. He made a point about the European Convention on Human Rights, and he was, I think, corrected by my honourable friend. But the Convention on Human Rights has absolutely nothing to do with the European Union, and we should not confuse our concepts. He also talked about a membership fee. I don't quite know how it comes about that he considers our contribution within the European Union as a fee. The European Union is a political area, it's a geographical area, and it's an economic area, and we play a part in all three. And the Foreign Secretary was quite right to say earlier that because of our involvement within the European Union, we have influence with Syria, we negotiate with Iran, we have greater power because we are, in fact, together. I'm glad that the Honourable Member for North Dorset has stayed in the Chamber, because he's perfectly right in his very short history lesson, and he used a very eloquent phrase that the European Union, starting with the common market, began from the embers of the Second World War. He was perfectly right in that. And he also talked of sovereignty. Sovereignty keeps popping up in this debate. And the Right Honourable Member for Kensington referred to sovereignty. He referred to sovereignty shared. It was Ted Heath, when he took us into the European community at the time, who talked of a pooled sovereignty. And that's as true today as when he said it. And the Right Honourable Member for Kensington also talked about the various aspects of the European Union, how Ireland is a neutral state, Austria is a neutral state. And the essence of the European Union is unity in diversity. And that is the essence of the European Union. We may have different views, we may have different perspectives, but in fact we are united within that economic space, that political space, and that geographical space. And I have to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we talk about trade and the single market, the Conservative Party is a party of trade. It's a party of the single market. The Prime Minister again referred today to this question of saying in his discussions on Sunday that the single market would be one of the issues which would always stay with the 27 member states. And he is perfectly right to say that. And I have to take issue with the Honourable Member for Stone, who's not in his place, and that's not his fault. He sat here long enough. When I listen to his arguments about the deficit with Europe, the deficit, what is he talking about? Does he want a McKinley tariff wall? Does he want to stop people buying Volkswagens, Audis, Fords made in Germany, iPads not made in America, made in Germany, made in Japan, or made in China? What does he want in a free trade area, in a free movement of goods and people? What does he want? How can you go back to that era of tariff walls? The Honourable Gentleman may sit him down because I'm not giving way to it. We in Teesside are the third largest port in our country. We face out on Europe. We export to Europe. It's been made many times. My honourable friend for Caerphilly referred to it. 50% of our exports go to Europe. Nissan came to Sunderland. Why did it come to Sunderland? It had the Tyne and it had the Tees, and it could export to Europe. So I heard a phrase many years ago by Hilary Marquand, many years ago, and he said, in Europe we take in each other's washing. It's perfectly true. We trade among ourselves. And on that trade, as John Fitzgerald Kennedy said, all boats rise on the rising tide. The Honourable Gentleman for Harwich North Essex touched upon a very significant point earlier on, which I put to the Prime Minister. He mentioned the 17 Eurozone members who elected at the weekend their own president. They elected European Council President Herman Van Rompuy. They are going to have their own meetings. The 17 members of the European Union who are in the Eurozone will have their own meetings out with the 27 of which we are members. And Mr. Van Rompuy said with great assurance, rest assured, that we will inform, narrowly and closely inform, all the preparation of the summits we shall have in the Eurozone, and we shall advise of the results. And I carefully said in my question, he will have Germany on one side and France on the other. And where will we be? Where will we be? Because we have opted for a two-tier Europe. We have opted out. I'm sure the Prime Minister will do all he can.
Order, order. Martin Howard. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a very important debate, and I do, in a sense, commend the 100,000 people who brought it about for bringing many of these issues out into the open, and not least because I think it has allowed Conservative members like the Honourable Member for North Dorset and the Right Honourable Member for Kensington to really find their very eloquent and pro-European voices in this debate. And perhaps many of us are guilty of having let the Eurosceptics dominate this whole area for far too long. I'll give way.
I think the 100,000 people who signed the e-petition would like an answer to a very simple question. The Liberal Democrats promised an in or out referendum. Why aren't they supporting one tonight?
The honourable member has anticipated my very next sentence. There's been a lot of talk about manifestos in this debate, so I'm going to tell you exactly, or tell the House exactly, what the Liberal Democrat manifesto said. It said Liberal Democrats remain committed to an in-out referendum the next time a British government signs up for fundamental change in the relationship between the UK and the EU. We support that now, we supported it at the general election, and we supported it at the time of the Lisbon Treaty when such a fundamental change was actually being discussed. And what's more, we put it to a vote of this House at that time, and many honourable members who are now rising in criticism voted against it, including the honourable member for St Albans, including actually the honourable member for Broxbourne, who very succinctly asked the question earlier on, if not now, when? Well, the answer was then, and he missed it, I'm afraid. But can I also talk to... I'll give way to the honourable member.
Grateful. I do recall that debate about referendums at the time of the Lisbon Treaty, and one got the impression the Liberal Democrats wanted to say they were in favour of a referendum and not actually to vote for the amendment that might actually be carried that would create a referendum. It was a cynical manoeuvre that is just the kind of thing that has brought this House into disrepute with the British people.
Well, I thank the honourable member for that intervention, but actually I have the list of people who voted against our proposal for an in-out referendum at the time when we said it was appropriate, and I don't think his name is on the list of the ayes either, although a few honourable members opposite did actually break ranks. I'm sorry, I won't give away again, otherwise I'll be out of time. Can I also remind some Conservative members what was promised in their own manifesto? That any proposed future treaty that transferred areas of power or competencies would be subject to a referendum lock. And, of course, they have actually got that, because we've done it in the European Union Act, which we all voted for only a matter of weeks ago. Now, let's look at some of the options on offer in the motion tonight. We have the renegotiation option. No, I won't. I'm sorry. The renegotiation option, frankly, is a fiction. What kind of negotiation would actually take place if we actually tried to do it? What price would Monsieur Sarkozy or Frau Merkel actually extract in those negotiations for the disruption and the risk that it would pose to the working of the Union? Why would it succeed if the other 26 member states didn't actually support it? And why would they support it if the only issue at debate was Britain's terms of membership? That is why it is such a nonsense to extract it from any other fundamental shift in relationships that was happening at the time. I'm sorry, I've done my two interventions. No, I'm sorry, I've done my two interventions. What I think actually all factions of Eurosceptics are really calling for in this debate is withdrawal. That's what they really believe in, and let's be honest about it. What they want perhaps is membership of the European Economic Area, perhaps without the complexities of European councils or the political complexities of the European Parliament, and I assume without complexities like the border controls of the Schengen Agreement. Well, let me tell them there is good news for them. There is one very beautiful country that has achieved this exalted status. One country is a beacon for the Eurosceptics. One country is a member of the European Economic Area, but not the European Union or of Schengen. It's Liechtenstein. That is the level of influence that the Eurosceptics are demanding for this country. They would give up our influence on the European market. They would give up our influence as a member of the European Union on negotiations from climate change to world trade. They would give up and condemn us to the sidelines of Europe and do profound damage to the interests of this country. Now, I have to say, I am old enough to remember a Europe where military, communist and fascist dictatorships outnumbered democracies. And one of the greatest achievements of the European Union is that we have between us 27 sovereign states and 500 million people created a peaceful, democratic federation of which we, as Britons and as Europeans, should be profoundly proud. I am very proud of that. I think this motion is the wrong motion at the wrong time, calling for a referendum that wouldn't work and that would do profound damage to Britain's national interests. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think we should throw it out tonight.
Order. Please resume your seats. We've had 23 speakers so far. there are considerably more than that still wish to come into the debate. So to accommodate as many people as we possibly can, the time limit is being reduced to 4 minutes with still injury time for 2 interventions. Mr Frank Field.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to address the politics of this question and in doing so to pose why is it that this issue above all issues has a sulphurous effect on our politics. And then I'd like to thank the Treasury bench for getting us off the hook tonight by imposing a 3-line whip, because it disguises the changing politics that certainly occurred in this House since I've been a member, and one which really signals that we need to rethink our position. But why does Europe have such an evil, sulphurous influence on our politics? I'm not nearly as hopeful as the honourable gentleman, thinking we're all sailing into the sunshine here. I worry, given the stresses of the stupidity of a single currency, just what will happen to democracies in mainland Europe as countries' living standards are forced down to try and make their balances, their budgets balance. The real reason why it's such a sulphurous impact on our politics is that we now know from the records it's been an exercise in deceit from the word go. We know that Ted Heath, in presenting to the British people this was merely a common market, was signing up to a political project of which we see now. And if we don't want to just dwell on the origins, if we take the last Parliament, my government said that it was going to offer a referendum on the Lisbon Treaty. Of course, what we didn't notice was that, of course, it was the government was going to decide whether it was a treaty or not. And they decided that it wasn't a treaty. The opposition, a constitution. The government said that they would have a referendum on it, and then said, oh, it's rather now too late for us to have, the people to have such a vote. And it's this, over the years, it's this growth in cynicism amongst the electorate that we as parliamentarians are never going to deal seriously with the issue that we actually ought to be addressing tonight. Now, well, I will, because it will.
To the right honourable gentleman, I know he's very fair-minded, so I just put it to him. There is a massive difference between the then Labour government and its promise over the Constitution / Lisbon, and then the Conservative Party leadership saying once the cheque had been cashed, once it had been ratified, that holding a referendum on it was pointless. Not a betrayal, it was pointless. It was recognition of the betrayal carried out by the party opposite, not on this side of the House.
I disagree with that, and part of rearranging our procedures in this House, giving the backbench committees, the committee, more power, was to try and strike a new relationship with the electorate. And what actually happens? We now have a debate, which presumably the government didn't want us to have, and it is railroading its supporters into a 3-line vote to support them, and the same is happening on our side. The truth is, of course, that the government scored an own goal on this. Because, and this is the second big change, as well as the cancerous effect of Europe on our democracy in this country, is that in the years that I've been in this House, the Conservative Party has radically changed. People looking in tonight only have to look at the numbers wishing to participate in this debate and the numbers of Labour members that wish to participate in this debate. When I first came in, to raise the issue of Europe, you were cast as being slightly bonkers or very bonkers if you raised it regularly. Now we see that the Conservative Party has genuinely changed on this issue, and thanks to the government's ham-fisted approach in opposing a 3-line whip, the country won't see how significant that change has been and how in tune the Conservative Party now is with both Conservative and Labour voters in the country. And therefore, my last minute is about a plea to my own side. We are getting the issue wrong on England. We appear as a party controlled by our Scottish colleagues. And increasingly, as we move in this Parliament, It will be an issue about how England is represented in this Parliament, and we're so far on the wrong side of that debate. We're again tonight by forcing or trying to force people into the lobbies in support of the government stance. We're in danger of again alienating many Labour voters. My last point, Mr Deputy Speaker, when I first stood for election, the turnout was 85%. Last time it was 60%. Why have we managed to turn off 25% of the election? It comes down to the conduct of us as politicians. We were going to have a small move in having debates which we could control and which the government decided that it would be better to actually clobber us in. I will.
Order. Bernard Jenkin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman for Birkenhead, who's long been a contributor to these debates in his very measured way. But I particularly want to draw attention to the speech of my honourable friend for Gravesham, who I don't think is in his place at the moment, who I think has made so far the speech of the night by bringing his integrity and judgment to the fore at the expense of his political office in the government. And I think the House should respect him especially for that. The fact is, this debate is beginning to show a pattern. People who are reflecting the widely held public sentiment that our relationship with the European Union is not quite right, that something needs to change, whether it's a modest renegotiation or, like my honourable friend for Kettering, wanting to leave the European Union altogether. We are all in favour of a referendum. The only people who seem to be speaking against this motion are people who are determined to keep this relationship the same, at least for the time being. I fully respect my Right Honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, who says he does want to repatriate powers, but actually, like St Augustine, he wants to be chaste, but not yet. And the consequence of that is, we know what public opinion feels about this issue. We know that public opinion overwhelmingly shows a strong sentiment for a fundamental change in our relationship with the European Union. And unfortunately, what is sad for this House, on an occasion when we could be reflecting genuine concerns of our voters on this very vexed and difficult subject, which has riven politics and riven both parties over many years, we are going to vote perhaps 4-1 against what we know most of our constituents would prefer to see. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend. Would he accept that while the country is undoubtedly interested in all matters EU, it is probably right now even more interested in issues like growth and jobs? And would he not accept also that a referendum at this time would simply create an area of uncertainty which is hardly going to be conducive to attracting the foreign investors that we need to help with growth and jobs?
The reason, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that point, but the reason why this issue has come to the fore in this debate is because it's not just about democracy and consent, it is about growth and jobs.
Absolutely.
Because one of the reasons, if this coalition came into being, for anything at all, the fundamental raison d'etre of this coalition was the deficit reduction programme. And it may not have escaped my honourable friend's notice, but that deficit reduction programme is in trouble. And it's in trouble because the economy is not growing.
Hear, hear.
And the economy is not growing for many reasons: the United States, the crisis in the Eurozone, the indebtedness of the country, the excessive levels of taxation. But one of the fundamental reasons why our economy is not growing is because we are overburdened with European regulation.
Well said.
And that is why a majority of businessmen in this country now say that the advantages of the single market are outweighed by the disadvantages. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the honourable gentleman very much for giving way, and I want to agree with him entirely. I spent 10 years in the European Parliament to see powers transferred from Westminster to Brussels all the time, making business more expensive, bringing more regulation in. And if we actually want to free up our economy and actually move forward, we do need to substantially renegotiate. So I think this gives us a chance tonight to actually send that message to government, to strengthen government's arms and ministers when they go to Europe to get that renegotiation.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that point, but we know from experience that we cannot rely even on the assurances given to us by our European partners. We thought in 1992 we had opted out of what was then called the social chapter. We thought that that would protect us from the Working Time Directive. By the end of that Parliament, that opt-out had been circumvented in typical fashion by the European Union using a different treaty base to force that directive onto our statute book against the wishes of our Parliament by means of making it a health and safety programme. And the same thing is happening with the Agency Workers Directive, which this government has bitterly opposed because they know it will price more young people out of the labour market, so that we now have above average youth unemployment in this country, where we used to be very much below it. And the same thing is happening to regulation of the City of London. I've given way twice, I hope you'll forgive me. The regulation of the City of London. If there's one thing we should never have agreed to, in principle, is that the European Union, Michel Barnier, should be taking over the regulation of the City of London, our biggest single tax generator. It is driven by a misplaced notion that somehow Bonn and Frankfurt and Paris should be given equal status as a global financial status centre as the City of London. This will be disastrous for the City of London. And you wait, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will see the Tobin tax, which we should be opposing in principle, because it's another tax that takes money out of the pockets of ordinary people at the end of the day. The Tobin tax, which is the financial transactions tax proposed by the EU, will be forced through on some spurious treaty basis, and the honourable gentleman for Middlesbrough is nodding his head, will be forced through on some spurious basis, so it gets the City of London. This cannot, and to coin a phrase, we can't go on like this. And now that the European Union is moving into a phase where huge decisions, such as the meetings of the 17 taking place without the requirement, fiscal union, taking place without the requirement of a British signatory on any treaty, we are losing the veto. We have lost the veto, which was the foundation of our membership of the European Union, and making it acceptable. And therefore, it is now time to renegotiate. It's urgent for our economy. That is why we should do it. And if we need a referendum to force the government's hand, that is what I'm voting for.
Gisela Stewart.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. About halfway through this evening's debate, it may actually be quite helpful just to remind ourselves what the motion says. And the motion says that this House calls upon the government to introduce a bill in the next session of Parliament to provide for the holding of a national referendum. Remember national referenda, the kind of thing all three parties promised in the election manifesto in 2005? Each one of them came up with their own unique way of reneging on the promise. On whether the United Kingdom should A. remain a member of the European Union on current terms, B. leave the European Union, or renegotiate the terms of its membership in order to create a new relationship based on trade and cooperation. I have to confess, when I first read that motion, I found it extraordinarily difficult for anybody to disagree with a single word on that, whether they were for or against it. Of course.
Sounds great. On the subject of reneging on promises, is not the crux of the matter this, that if we do live in a democracy, the people should have a voice?
I agree with him. And what I would even more say is that whatever you may think about referenda, whether they're good or bad, the political parties on both sides have moved towards them. They've started to promise them to people, and they've only come up with incredibly ingenious ways of then, once they're in government, changing their mind. And for the one-third of this House who wasn't here in 2008, and the Foreign Secretary did tell us he was on YouTube, I do recommend you listen to William Hague's speech on the second reading of the Lisbon Treaty. It was a brilliant speech. It was so funny. I even bought a copy of it. And it's quite interesting to see why he's changed his mind. For an illustration of a 180-degree turn, go to that. But let's just come back to what's happening tonight, because what happens with European Union debates is they become kitchen sink debates. And rather than actual substance, everybody puts the arguments for or against it. The Lib Dems come up with one good, catch one criminal which gets returned to the United Kingdom, and that becomes the reason why we need a European Union-wide arrest warrant and a criminal justice system. on the other hand, find one old lady run over in a constituency in the northeast because of some working time directive, and that's the reason why the European Union is bad. So let's just for a moment forget about that and come back to two things. One is the nature of democracy, and the other one is the nature of what this House is doing in terms of democracy. We have, for better or for worse, decided that we've become a far more participatory democracy. We said we will ask the people much more and have such things as e-petitions. If we're going to have those e-petitions, then we better start taking them seriously. Now, some of them will be more frivolous than others, but we can't just say, if they suit us, we take them on board, and if they don't suit us, we knock them on the head. No, they're serious. The second one is the Backbench Business Committee. I thought this was a really good introduction. However, what we cannot do, and I think the Prime Minister's statement today showed the weakness of those changes, and quite frankly, I thought it was one of the weakest statements I've ever seen a Prime Minister coming back from a European Council has given. We no longer have pre-European Council debates. Normally, we would have had a day to discuss this before. The Foreign Affairs Committee, if I understand is right, it no longer goes to the Troika or one of the Troika countries in the 6-month period during the presidency. We don't have any particular debates which relate to the European Union. And at the same time, when anybody wants to discuss it, we write them off as narrow-minded little Englanders who just want to get out. No, they just may not like the current arrangements, or they may not want someone to actually make the case for the current arrangements. And it's a bit presumptuous of this House to think that they know what the people would say. I don't think you should take for granted what the people are going to say. What would, for example, be against, even if I were to take the government's argument that now is not the time, to have a referendum at the same time as the European Union elections in 2014? Well, I have to tell the House that I assume, for once, hasn't happened since I've been around, we'd have a European election that actually talk about Europe. And on this occasion, we could have one. So I think in terms of just democracy and having trust in the people, given that we all go around saying we do that, you vote for the motion tonight because, quite frankly, if politicians don't trust the people, why on earth should the people trust the politicians?
John Redwood.
Deputy Speaker, there have been many powerful speeches already, rightly saying this debate is about democracy. Democracy is fundamental to this House, the mother of parliaments, an example to the world, which has been through a bad time, and it has been humbled by failing to listen carefully enough to the people, and it has been humbled because all too many powers of self-government have been needlessly given away to Brussels. The people not only want us to listen, they not only want us to have this great debate tonight, they not only wish us to have a free vote to express their opinions and their views, but they would also like to feel that the people in this House, charged with the duty of governing, have the power to govern. They believe that the government should come here and answer to us. We should hold them to account from all sides of the House of Commons. And if they do a good job, the public reward them in a general election. And if they do a bad job, they sack them. But what we now see happening, because there is too much unaccountable European power, is the breakdown of that fabric of consent which is fundamental to a democracy. Go to Greece today and just see what happens when that consent starts to break down. Rich Greeks now think their government has no right to tax them because they believe it's on autopilot from Europe and they don't like what it's doing. And poor Greeks think the government has no right to remove some of their benefits because they think, again, it's on autopilot from Brussels. Go to Portugal, or go to Ireland, or go to Slovakia, and we see that the European mess can change governments, regardless of what the people think almost, and when the people put in a new government, it makes absolutely no difference to the policy that the country is following because it is all on autopilot. It has been preordained. It's been ordained by the IMF, by the bankers, and above all, by the European Union bureaucrats and the member states assembled. We need to make sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we send a very loud message tonight to our constituents, all those of us with a heart and a conscience, that we are democrats, that we think the public were right to demand this debate. We admire the Prime Minister for making it possible through the petition system, and we would like the whips to withdraw so that a proper expression of opinion can be given. And we want our government to understand that if too many powers are taken away, We no longer have the authority or the opportunity to govern. We have to say already, on too many occasions, to our constituents, I cannot help you with that because it is a European directive. I cannot assist you with this because it is an unaccountable European programme. We can no longer change the law in the way that we wish because it is already preordained by some Brussels decision. This House was great when every law that applied to the British people was fought over in this chamber and in committee and satisfied the needs of the majority. This House was great when the public knew that when they had had enough of rotten government, they could change not just the people, but also the policies they were following. This House was great when it had full control of all our money and did not have to give tariffs and taxes away to foreign powers to spend in ways of which we do not approve. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need to wake up. We need to do what the British people want us to do. We need to take the responsibility for governing this country. We need to enact the laws. We need to debate and argue about it in here. Brussels has too much power. The British people need a say. Let us have a vote.
Yeah. Austin Mitchell. I should have voted for the motion tonight because I don't want to be part of what's become a three-party conspiracy against the people. As soon as the three parties decided to impose three-line whips on their followers to vote for Europe, three parties, all of which have promised referenda and then denied the people those referenda, are now forcing us to vote against the referendum, is actually an abomination of democracy. It's behaving like Europeans. The EU is a construction of an EU elite which doesn't listen to the people. It knows where it wants to go and it's not bothered what the people think. We can't have that attitude in this country. We've got to show the people, actually, that they can have a referendum. I mean, we had a referendum, 36 years ago? And people then were voting on a very different institution. They were voting for a trading relationship. Now it's become a kind of European monolith with ever-increasing powers, ever-closer union, which is claiming to control economic policy as well. It's a very different institution, and it's far more expensive. Now, the budget contributions themselves are 7 billion a year, rising to 10 fairly soon. That's net. The CAP costs us 16.7 billion. The CFP, 4.7 billion. The British people have to have a say on whether they want to make those excessive contributions. Why should the three parties be denying them? It would be sensible had all three parties agreed to give us a free vote so that they could get the sensible, clear, unwhipped decision of Parliament. That might well have been in favour of a referendum, I don't know. But it would also be sensible for government to have a referendum in reserve because it strengthens their negotiating position in the negotiations which the Foreign Secretary told us were to come with Europe. But they've avoided that. Now, I can't tell how this Euro crisis, which is bedeviling us all, is going to work out. Nor can the Prime Minister, for that matter. But I do question whether it's in our interest to keep the euro going, because it would be more sensible for Greece to devalue and come out, and perhaps for some of the other club member states to be in the same position. That would allow them to expand and to grow, whereas they face now 10 years of deflation. It would also, if that happened, put up the German exchange rate, the exchange rate of the German or northern euro, so that it become less competitive and take a smaller share of our markets. Now, that would be a logical outcome. But if they're going to change and we're going to struggle to use the big bazooka, as the Prime Minister says, to keep Humpty Dumpty together, I'm not quite sure how you do that, they have to bear in mind that the people of Europe also want referenda. Here's a series of policy studies based on the 2009 referendum, which shows that in Europe, of a sample of 27,000, 63% wanted any future decisions to be taken by referendum. Now, this has been an interesting debate. It's interesting how little praise for Europe there has been in this debate, but it's interesting too that the Foreign Secretary defended Europe only by praising with faint damns and turned down the weapon this House is offering. I hope we have tonight a big vote for the motion, because that will be a signal not only to Europe of what the people of this country think. Not the elite, but the people. But a signal to the people that they can trust us because we have their interests at heart.
John Barron. Mr Deputy Speaker, I for one will be supporting the motion tonight for one very simple but I believe very important reason. And that is that the very nature of our relationship with the EU has fundamentally changed since we joined the EU in 1975, and yet the British people have not been consulted about that change. Consistently, they have been denied a say, and perhaps tonight they have, or we have, in this chamber an opportunity to put that right. And it's a great shame, I would put it to the House, that all three political leaders are whipping this vote as they are. And some of the arguments that have been used to try and defeat this motion, I think, are very illustrative. There has been no shortage of red herrings and Aunt Sallies as to why we cannot have a referendum on the future relationship with the EU. The first is about economics. There's been a long line of speakers talking about how important Europe is to us economically, how things would get so much worse if we were to leave the EU. But this motion isn't debating that issue. This motion is about whether we give the British people a say as to whether, or a say as to the actual nature of our relationship with the EU. So that, I'm afraid, is a red herring. And the fact that actually our balance of trade is very negative with regards to Europe, I think weakens the argument even further. We've then had the red herring about timings. This is not the right time. Well, I cannot remember in the last 20 or 35, 6 years when there has been a right time. We have consistently been told this is not the right time. I would turn that on its head and say, actually, with Europe in a state of flux, this may be a very good time to renegotiate a relationship. And I find it strange that once again the line is, this is not a very good time.
Would my honourable friend give way?
By all means.
Would my honourable friend not agree that the right time to have had a referendum was on the Lisbon Treaty, which was in all three parties' 2005 manifestos, and I frankly would have enjoyed campaigning for a no to that treaty rather than watch the previous Prime Minister surreptitiously go down to Lisbon and sign it virtually in secret.
I'm sure the majority of the House can agree with that view. But let's look at some of the other red herrings that have been discussed tonight. That somehow if we had this motion passed and we had a sort of referendum, that it would weaken the Foreign Secretary's hand. Actually, I completely disagree with that. I think a Foreign Secretary or a Prime Minister going to negotiate would be ennobled, emboldened, if you like, by knowing that they had the voice of the British people giving them a certain indication, a direction of travel as to how and where they wanted this relationship to progress. And then we've had the argument that why bother with a motion because we've already got a sort of a la carte Europe, that already people are opting in and out of this and opting in and out of that, etc. Well, I'm afraid that argument, I would suggest to the House, does not stand up either, for the very simple reason that what is happening under the very noses of the British people is that our sovereignty is being salami sliced week in, week out. We may talk about a referendum lock on future treaty changes, but to a certain extent that's tilting at windmills for the very simple reason that there isn't a treaty on the horizon. But what is happening week in and week out is that key competences and key powers are being transferred over to Brussels. One example is in criminal justice, for example, with the European Investigation Order. I give way.
It's a very valuable point. It is the case, is it not, that within the competences, the extensive competences which the European Union already enjoys, legislation is coming on a regular basis, and the European Union is then occupying the ground and legislating in matters which should be the preserve of this House.
Absolutely, and my honourable friend will be very, very well placed to actually see that for himself sitting on the European Scrutiny Panel Committee as he does. On an almost daily basis, key competences and powers are being transferred across to Brussels, and yet we seem to have the political leaders in this place not recognising that fact. Now, I would suggest that the political elites across Europe, not just here, should understand the growing frustration about the situation. We joined what was essentially a free trade area. This has turned more and more into political union. People don't like that, but people want to be consulted, and they are being denied that freedom of choice by this chamber here tonight defeating this motion. And that, in my view, has to be wrong. The time to put it right is now. This is the motion that some of us have long believed is right, was going to happen, but because of U-turns, because of deliberations by party leaders, we have been denied this say. The political elites need to understand that they must, at the end of the day, answer to their electorate. You cannot justify ignoring the electorate when there has been so much fundamental change with regards to this relationship with the EU. And I would urge honourable members tonight, particularly those who may be still undecided, to support this motion, if only in the name of democracy.
Dennis McShane. Order. He hasn't said anything yet.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the spirit of the honourable member of Broxbourne, tonight I shall vote for parliamentary democracy and against plebiscites, and I urge all honourable and right honourable members to do the same.
Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is amazing, actually, how united the Conservative Party has been so far today. We had a Eurosceptic statement from the Prime Minister and then a Eurosceptic speech from the Foreign Secretary. So I think it can only be that it is the Liberal Democrats who are inveigling us down the path of unrighteousness to take us away from supporting this motion. And I think in the Foreign Secretary's speech he made 6 points which must have been written for him by the Liberal Democrats, because he's far too clever a man to have thought of them for himself, because they don't really add up. And I'm going to go through them. He made 2 points that were essentially trivial, too trivial for a man of the Foreign Secretary's standing. That was that there was no manifesto commitment for this referendum. Well, manifestos can only deal with what is known at the time. They can't deal with things that haven't yet arisen. And the crisis in the euro and the changes that could come from that were not at that point known with clarity. So it is right now to think beyond the manifesto and what the next steps are. So that point can be discarded. He then said we'd passed an Act of Parliament to deal with when we could have referendums. And so we did. But again, this House knows many things, but it is not omniscient. It cannot again take care of every occasion that may arise where a referendum may be a good idea, or every occasion when the British people, whom we should trust, may want one. So those 2 points go. The other 2 points that really don't add up to much were that a 3-way referendum is confusing. Well, that's not a problem, because this motion just calls for a bill to come forward in the next session, which can deal with any confusions. We can, in our wisdom, work out how to phrase a referendum, or a series of referendums if necessary, that will be understandable. And the 4th point he made, that I thought, of course I'll give way.
Very grateful for the honourable member, and we always enjoy his speeches. But would the honourable member clear up one piece of confusion about the proposed 3-way referendum? Will it be, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by the alternative vote system, or will it be by first past the post? Because the motion isn't entirely clear.
I'm grateful to the honourable member giving me an extra minute. It's a kind of Gloucestershire to give something to Somerset for once. But I would say that that can be dealt with in the legislation, and you could have two referendums, and as it happens, it may be more sense to have the second referendum after the renegotiation is completed. The fourth point that didn't work was that the EU was all or nothing, because it isn't all or nothing already. We've already got opt-outs and so forth. So there are two remaining points, those of you who are good mathematicians will have worked out, that we need to look at. One was that we're dealing with this in a crisis and therefore it is the wrong time. When a man's house is burning down, you send in the fire brigade. Quite right. But then, when he wants to hire your house that is nearby to find fresh accommodation, you can set the terms of the tenancy. And that is the position we are in, a very strong negotiating position with the European Union, which we should maximise. And we should also note that with the financial crisis, we cannot solve our financial crisis until we have freed ourselves from the yoke of European regulation. We see even this weekend that Tesco's are going to take on fewer part-time people because of a directive from Brussels. Are we really going to deny our citizens growth because Brussels wants to put a further yoke on them? And of course I'll give way.
Is the honourable gentleman aware that one of Tesco's most profitable parts is the part of Eastern Europe that is in the European Union?
Well, I'm glad to say that Tesco's, great company that it is, was also very popular in Thailand, whose application for the European Union I was currently unaware of. However, there was, Mr. Deputy Speaker, one final point that the Foreign Secretary made, which was that we would lose opportunities by going for this referendum now. Well, of course we wouldn't. We would gain them. We are in a position of negotiating on the budget for the next few years on a majority, an absolute majority, one-vote vetoes basis. It isn't the intermediate budget. Our position is actually quite strong. So as I see it, we have a wonderfully united Conservative Party, upset by the Liberal Democrats, and I admire the Liberal Democrats. They're good, honest people. But when push comes to shove, getting a proper relationship with the European Union is more important than the coalition. And if the Liberal Democrats want to go to a general election saying, let's have more rules from Brussels, from Mr. Barroso, let them try it. And let them see how many seats they win on that basis. So it is for us backbenchers to say to Her Majesty's government, stiffen your sinews, summon up the blood, and imitate the action of a tiger, for that is how you should behave towards our European partners, not like Bagpuss.
Kelvin Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I say that when I made my maiden speech, Anne Widdecombe had spoken before me and got a cheer, and I said under my breath, "Follow that," and I'm afraid I have to do the same here. I also say to the honourable member for Basildon and Billericay that he made several mentions of red herrings. Well, I'm afraid there are rather too few herrings round our shores because of the common fisheries policy. But it's a pleasure to speak in this debate and support the motion in the name of the honourable member from Very North. I congratulate her on bringing it forward, and I shall certainly be voting for it this evening. It's abundantly clear that the call for a referendum in the UK's membership of the European Union has now mass support across the country. The recent YouGov poll showing that 61% are in favour and only 24% against. Amongst Labour supporters, support for a referendum is at 53%, with 33% opposed. And I like to think that I hope indeed that together with other comrades I speak for that 53% majority of Labour voters. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is no mystery why the political class, our political leaders, so oppose holding a referendum. It is clear that they fear a referendum because they fear that our voters might vote for Britain to withdraw from the EU. And if that happened, I suspect there might be a domino effect across the whole of the European Union. I am, however, mystified as to why our leaders are so frightened of such an outcome. Are they perhaps frightened? Indeed, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. No one can really know what's going to happen after a referendum, as you seem to suggest. In 1975, the public seemed to be against the EU, but actually when the referendum happened, they voted 2-1 to stay in. None of us really know where public opinion is going to fall if there is a referendum.
I entirely accept that point, but I do believe that the British people have become wiser about the matter since 1975. Then at that time, every single organ of the media was in favour of a yes vote, and the no vote had no support in the media. Of course.
Is that in 1975 he had a vote, I had a vote, my honourable friend sitting next to me had a vote. I don't know whether Mrs Bone had a vote or not.
She was too young.
But certainly Mrs Lee never had a vote, along with 84% of the population. Don't they have a right to vote?
Indeed, absolutely right, and I agree. And I must say I was a no voter. Indeed, I was the agent for the no vote in Bedfordshire in 1975, so I have a track record. But are the political class frightened perhaps that we would no longer be a member of the common fisheries policy, that we might regain control of our fishing waters, stop the fishing free-for-all and see fish stocks recover? Are they frightened that we would no longer have to subscribe to the common agricultural policy and could choose to subsidise our farming as and when and where we consider appropriate and necessary? Are they frightened indeed that we would no longer have to contribute to the European Union budget at a cost of many billions a year and rising? I cannot for the life of me see why such developments are so frightening. And then there is the old chestnut about the economic dependence of Britain on the EU, and we've heard much about this tonight, and the jobs that they say might be lost. The reality is that we have a massive trade deficit with the EU, such that in 2010 we bought £53.5 billion more from the rest of the EU than they bought from us. It is laughable, just a moment, it is laughable that the EU would start a trade war with the UK when they need us so much more than we need them.
To my honourable friend for giving way, but does he feel comfortable being bracketed with those like the honourable member for Harwich and North Essex, who want to take the rights of workers away and recalibrate it more towards employers?
What I want, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want this Parliament to decide employment laws and not Brussels. And I've every confidence that the British people are going to vote in a Labour government next time to restore powers to trade unions and to working people. That is indeed what I shall always fight on. We would also find ourselves not bound by EU competition rules, so that we could, for example, buy trains from Bombardier rather than continental producers inhibited by Brussels. We could also stop EU rules being used to promote privatisation of the NHS. So what is there to fear? Rather, I think there would be great advantages in being independent from the EU, and I have not heard a compelling argument to the contrary. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm going to vote for this motion tonight. This is the beginning, I think, of a long campaign, and I look forward to a successful end.
Stuart Jackson.
It's a pleasure to rise to support this motion tonight. And the House will know I'm not a usual suspect. Loyalty runs through my veins to the Conservative Party, having been a member for 26 years. The front bench will know that when the Prime Minister had his problems with grammar schools in 2007, I supported him. And I stood shoulder to shoulder with the Foreign Secretary in 2001 when he was performing his historic role of saving our currency from the single currency that was being foisted on our country. He was traduced, he was lied about, he was ridiculed, he was attacked, and that's just from people in our own party at that time. But he was vindicated in that, and we are yet to have a substantive apology from many people who advocated the single currency. It's more in sorrow and anger that I go today, because I support this government. I support the fantastic work they're doing on school reform, on welfare reform, and getting down the deficit, the appalling deficit left by the previous Labour government. So I need no lectures on loyalty from some people. I defer to the Foreign Secretary, but I regret the rhetoric he used this morning about parliamentary graffiti, which was unfortunate. And I fear, if I was cynical, it's been a long road to Damascus from Richmond, Yorkshire, and I hope I'm wrong. I will say to my colleagues, we can have therefore, a proper and mature debate for the future. This is not like the theological, semi-religious schisms of the 1990s. There is a settled Eurosceptic consensus in our party, but it's where and how we get to where we're going that we need to think about. This motion, I believe, is helpful. I believe that it would have given the wind behind the Prime Minister's back. It's flexible. It seeks not to fetter the discretion. It is most certainly not a better off out motion. It is we could have had a well-informed, reasonable debate between respective positions. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend. And he's making a very powerful and personal statement to the House right now on his position on this motion. Does he agree with me that the public want to see less Europe and more Britain? And the only way to actually achieve this is through supporting this motion here tonight and actually giving the British public a democratic vote on our future relationship with the EU.
I couldn't have put it better myself than the honourable lady, my honourable friend. But honourable friends and others have made the point you have to be over 54 years of age to have ever had the opportunity to take part in a plebiscite on our future in Europe. And if we can have a referendum on fiscal powers for Wales, on the North East Assembly, on Scotland, on Northern Ireland and other issues, Greater London Government, why can't we have an issue on one of the most important philosophical differences about our approach to the European Union in a whole generation? It is not right. I'll give away once more.
I thank my friend for giving way. And a comment we've heard from so many people this evening, so many members, is that now is not the right time. Would you agree with me that is a very disingenuous argument? Because this motion does not impose a referendum now, it is for some time in the future. So for those honourable members who say now is not the right time, they are being incredibly disingenuous to the motion.
Absolutely, and I agree with my honourable friend. When is the right time? £9 billion net contributions is not loose change in our politics. We are on the cusp of a potentially new, more deeply integrationist treaty and an irreversible hard EU monetary union with profound ramifications for the future of this country, particularly the City of London. And I have to say to the Foreign Secretary, who is on his flight now to Canberra, he described the euro once as a burning building with no exits, but he seems happy now to provide new mortise locks for the windows and the doors. Mr Deputy Speaker, the House of Commons should be allowed a free vote and an unfettered debate on this issue. The government have no mandate to whip the vote as they have done this evening, because no one has a mandate since all the parties effectively reneged on the Lisbon Treaty prior to the last general election. And I have to say, as a former whip, I believe this has been a catastrophic mismanagement in terms of my party. We should have been able to show to the people of this country that we were mature, that we would have logical differences, but we would respect each other, and the integrity of Parliament would have been improved as a result of that. Instead, we have the heavy-handed whipping that we've seen tonight. We can no longer exclude the people of this country. In the era of Twitter and Facebook and the internet from the decision-making processes, we cannot infantilise them and make them look foolish as if we only know, with the political elite and the plutocratic, bureaucratic elite of Europe, that we know what we're doing and they're too stupid to understand because they're the little people. It will not do any longer. The people's voice will be heard. In June 2005, I gave my maiden speech, and I said at the time, all political power is merely a leasehold held on trust, and it can be removed at any time. The people of Peterborough put their trust in me, and I promise not to let them down. It's a leasehold. We cannot sell the freehold of our birthright, our democracy, and the freedom of our country. I have no intention of breaking the bond of trust I made with my constituents in Peterborough. If we cannot debate the biggest constitutional issue of our generation here in the very cockpit of democracy in the House of Commons, then why are we here? Manifestos are a sham and elections are meaningless. For me, constituency and country must come before the baubles of ministerial office. I will keep that faith with my constituents, and with a heavy heart, I will vote for the motion, and I will take the consequences.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My starting point is that there are good democratic reasons for those of us who are in favour of continued membership of the EU, albeit a reformed EU, to support a referendum. And I believe that it is precisely the refusal to give people a say on the EU that is leading to greater public disillusionment about it. It's precisely that which leads people to think that the EU is an elitist project which is done to them and which isn't in the interests of the majority. Now, I don't agree with that position, but I think it's right that it should be debated. I believe that the EU has enormous potential to spread peace and freedom and security, to promote and protect democracy and human rights at home and throughout the world. It has the potential to be a true pioneer in the transition to low-carbon economies and to live more lightly on the planet. But I believe that to fulfil that potential, it has to change direction and put greater democracy and greater sustainability at the heart of its objectives. I think a referendum would enable us to debate the end goal, the purpose, if you like, of the EU. At the moment, we have lots of debates about whether we want more EU or less EU without actually answering the question, what purpose the EU? Now, for many opposite, their answer will be that they want the EU, if they want it at all, to have far more of a free trade focus. For my party, we think it has too much of a free trade focus. But that's not the issue. The issue here is for the right for the people to say, for the right for that debate to be had, for the right for us to differ as necessary, but nonetheless to have that debate about the advantages and indeed some disadvantages about the EU. And in my experience, many of today's European citizens are simply no longer sure what the EU is for. In my view, the ambitious free trade project at the heart of its original treatise has become an end in itself. Debate about the future of the EU has been dominated by the idea that the overriding goals of European integration are economic, and that the progress of the EU should be judged in terms of economic growth and the removal of market barriers alone. And as a result, the EU has failed to address fundamental questions of political culture and strategic purpose, and therefore has also failed to inspire the mass of citizens with a sense of enthusiasm and common cause, calling therefore into question its own legitimacy. In order to be able to tackle the new threats and challenges we face today and to deliver a fair and sustainable and peaceful Europe into the 21st century and beyond, the EU must undergo radical reform. It must become more democratic and accountable, less bureaucratic and remote. But it also needs to have a more compelling vision of its role and purpose, and a referendum would be an opportunity to debate precisely those issues. To try to shut down that opportunity, I think, is very dangerous. So it is possible to be pro a reformed EU and in favour of a referendum. And I agree there are plenty of areas where the EU needs reform. The common agricultural policy is in many respects an environmental disaster. The common fisheries policy ends up with enormous overfishing and the scandal of discards. Unaccountable corporate influence over decision-making skews the outcome of many decisions. There's an extraordinary arrogance, for example, in dressing up the Lisbon Treaty as something different from the repackaging of the Constitution that it really was. I believe that, more urgently than ever, we need the EU to fulfil its potential for strong environmental policy, to fulfil its potential for really securing energy policy into the future and energy security. But if it's to do that, it has to have the consent of the British people. We need to make the case for a reformed EU. We shouldn't be afraid of making that case. I believe that if we made it strongly, we would win it, and that's why I support a referendum tonight.
Lynn Davis.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak in what is a very, very important debate. In fact, it's a historic debate because it's the first debate which has been triggered by the public through the petition system. I think that system itself is a wonderful system, and I think it's absolutely right that we should be holding this debate today. And I do think it's right in principle that this House should be debating those issues that are of particular importance to the public, of which this is one. But I will be opposing the motion today, and that fills me with a degree of disappointment. I'd like to have come to this debate and spoken about the frustrations I feel that many of my colleagues have spoken about today, the frustrations I feel at many decisions being taken in the European Parliament that I would prefer to have seen taken in a British Parliament. I think there's been a trend since 1975 for that to happen, and I would like to have been concentrating on that and speaking in favour of a motion rather than speaking against it. Now, I'm a Eurosceptic. I always have been. In 1975, I was campaigning for an out vote. And I do remember one of my colleagues speaking about how at the start of that referendum campaign we thought we were going to win and that we would vote for out. By the end of it, we lost 2-1. And that's a lesson I've not forgotten. In 2001, perhaps this is my greatest contribution, in 2001, at a Save the Pound rally in Monmouth, where the current Foreign Secretary was speaking, I was hit by an egg on the back of the head, an egg which was directed at him. So I actually took one. I took one for the Conservative Party in a very serious way at the time. Indeed, I will. I will give it.
Thank you very much. I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I wonder if he'd agree with me that in many ways this motion is very tragically timed, because it pits against each other the very valid twin concerns of ensuring security and stability at a time of a great euro crisis that will affect us here in the UK. And even the discussion of a referendum, our leaving it, will contribute to that instability. And the extremely powerful and valid cause of the voice of the people in determining our role in Europe, which has been so long denied them. It's a shame these two conflicts have arisen today, and it makes our referendum lock and the conditions around it all the more important.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend because I do feel that. And I want to come to the issue of timing later, where again I'm in conflict with many of my colleagues who've spoken today. But I find it really, really disappointing that in this debate I'm not flying the Eurosceptic flag that I would like to be flying. I remember how appalled I was when the previous government reneged on what I saw as a promise to hold the Lisbon Treaty. And when people are asked about timing, that was the time. And indeed, I think that time may well come again in a similar position. Now, the issue that there are two issues that matter to me. One is the actual type of referendum that we're talking about tonight. I do think that if a referendum is going to be held, it should be clear. To engage with the public, it should be two options and not three. I think a referendum is not clear. I think that's a mistake. I think that is a fundamental mistake with this referendum that I cannot support it. The second great issue, I think, is timing. And there are two aspects. Clearly, from a British perspective, I think to have a debate, and this would be a debate in the country on a referendum, I think would be a huge mistake at a time when we have huge financial, economic issues that we have to deal with. And at the same time, we have another massive issue to deal with, which is the social dislocation so many of our young people feel. I think if we were, just in a second when I finish this point, if we were holding a debate on a referendum, if we were conducting a referendum on our future relationship with the European Union, I think we would be severely distracted from the two real missions that this coalition government has.
The member knows that the two issues that he has raised, first of all, the issue of timing, will of course take 18 months at the very earliest to get to the point when a referendum would take place. So if this is not the right time, is 18 months the right time? And the second issue of what would be asked, that will be resolved during the negotiation period of setting up a build committee to make those points. And all of the matters which you have raised can easily be addressed and accommodated, and I would appeal to you to change your position.
Thank you. And again, I accept the points that the honourable member makes. But on both of those issues, I think we should be much clearer before going forward with an actual referendum. I think we should know what the position is. We shouldn't say we're in favour of this as if we're some sixth form debating society. We should say this is what is being proposed, and we are either in favour of it or we are not. We need a clear-cut question. And in terms of timing, there have been many questions here about when is the right time. We can't say when the right time is. We have a Foreign Secretary, we have a Prime Minister. They will be in negotiations with the European Union, hopefully to restore powers to the United Kingdom. There will come a time. There may well be another treaty, as there was a Lisbon Treaty. We, as a government, would not renege, as the previous government did. We would then have a referendum which was clearly on an issue that the public would understand, and it would be at a time when the people were ready to debate that. At the moment, I think it's an issue that I think when there is a debate, if there is one, I very much hope there won't be a debate in the country on a referendum. I think it will be unclear. And I think the actual conversations that would be taking place would not be focused on a very clear issue, which is absolutely what we need to have. There's been a lot of discussion about a free vote and the whips becoming involved. Well, I do want to make it clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I took my view on this immediately I saw the motion. I saw the motion. I've been looking forward to a motion on this issue. I've been wanting to speak in favour of it. But when I saw the motion, I thought that was a mistake. I thought it was divisive of the Eurosceptic opinion. And I decided, long before any whip contacted me, that I was going to stand up, that I was going to vote against the motion today, and that I was going to ask if I could catch the Speaker's eye. I did both of those things. Gratefully, I caught the Speaker's eye, and I've been able to speak. I do believe that someday there will be a referendum on our relationship with the European Union. I think it will be an issue that will come along at the end of a serious negotiation, and I think it will be a clear question when the public will be able to decide yes or no about their relationship. I look forward to that day, but I'm voting against the motion today.
Michael Connaughton.
Deputy Speaker, I found this a very interesting debate, and I apologise to those that I missed while I was out having some tea after coming down from Scotland. I find the debate rather strange because many things that have been said are not actually supporting the motion, but they are put out as if that does support the motion. I'll give an example. He's not here, unfortunately, my good friend, the member for Stone, goes on about the 40 billion trade deficit. Well, anyone who voted for the common market voted for that to happen, because a free market economy, unfortunately with our, for example, chemical industry, 73% owned by companies not in the UK, are going to end up in a trade surplus against us. The member for Vauxhall, again, is not here. She urged us all to put our logical or ideological assessments before the whips. I've always done that, and that's why I'm going to vote against this motion, because it's not logical to vote for the motion. The member for Glasgow South West, I see he's slipped away again. He's not so much a friend as an ongoing further education project for me. And I was pointing out to him, that, in fact, the only way to get anything, in fact, like the last member who spoke actually was probably referring to, is to use Article 50 of the Lisbon Treaty, which says you can leave the European Union. It's been put in there specifically. But it goes on to say in Article 49 that any country that leaves will be dealt with as if it is a new applicant, with no automatic right to rejoin and no special advantages. So all this nonsense about renegotiating, putting a position differently, working on reforms, just don't come into it. The only part of the motion that would be relevant, it was a straight in or out referendum, which we can then action. Everything else is left entirely to chance and negotiations in the Council and the European Parliament. That's the reality of it. Ms Higginway.
The honourable gentleman must accept that you can agree a new treaty which can do exactly what many people on this side are suggesting you can do. You can leave it to a treaty to achieve that.
Let me give this advice to that honourable member, and in fact I give it to the member from the Scottish Nationalist Party who is sitting here now, that should, for example, they vote to separate from the rest of the United Kingdom, they think they can just walk into the EU. No, they would get into the EU on one major condition. They would have to join the Eurozone. And we wanted back in, we would have to join the Eurozone. That's the reality. Because that is a condition now for entering the European Union since before the Lisbon Treaty. So we are in a situation where we in or out, we then are at a great disadvantage because that in or out, though it comes in after 2 years, has to be ratified by others. And in fact, believe it or not, it can only go ahead if in fact the European Parliament agree with it and there is a qualifying majority vote in the Council to agree it. So we really are tied up in knots by the Lisbon Treaty, which I have described as a tipping point. Some of the arguments, for example, the argument of the mover, I see he's back in his seat, I'm very glad. I mean, to actually argue that the accident emergency closure is down to the European Union. If there's an accident emergency closure in your area, the people who can deal with it are sitting on the front bench of your own party. Ask the Scottish Nationalist Party members, because what happened in the Scottish Government elections when they were elected in a clear majority, the first thing they did was overturn the proposal to close 2 accident emergency units, one in Monklands and one in Ayrshire. That's the power of government. That's nothing to do with the European Union, so don't put those things forward. The other thing that's been said by people is this is the settled will of the people. The settled will of the people. Honestly, the member for North East Derbyshire, whom I respect and I'm very fond of, quite frankly, what a misleading thing to say. If we get 100,000 people writing in to say we should have a vote on a referendum on capital punishment, it's more likely to be carried than this referendum. Are we really saying that 100,000 signatures would trigger a debate in here and a vote on a referendum on capital punishment? So it's not the settled will of the people. It happens to be a lot of people have sent in some cyber blogs, and I don't particularly respond to them. in these matters, because I do think it's important that we do respect one thing. Like the Tunisian people, we respect parliamentary democracy. I give way.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for giving way. But if we had the referendum, and the referendum was clear, settled will of the people, would the honourable member be willing to accept that?
I voted in the referendum in 1975 and I voted yes. I didn't vote yes for the common market. I voted yes for the aspirations, I think, put very well forward by the member for North Dorset. I mean, do you really think we have lasting peace? How long ago was it that what happened in Srebrenica in Bosnia? What state are the Balkans in at the moment? Do you really think this is finished business, this search for peace? It's not finished business by a long way. But I also voted for it because I knew there was a better way forward, a way that wasn't on offer at that time. But it was brought in, for example, by Delors when he brought in the social chapter. That's what I joined the European Union for social agreement, and I happen to agree with most of the things that would be offered us in the justice package and the social packages, because they guarantee these things for our people and the people throughout Europe. And these are things that are done by negotiation. But I don't have time. I've given way twice and I know how the system works. So it's quite clearly that it's important that we think on what the European Union is about. Yes, there is things you give up. Things you give up, like our, for some reason, obsession with not wanting people in Europe to have the same rights when they are in trial. Not having translation rights, not having the rights to legal representation. We are opposing them. This government is opposing them at the moment. How can anyone justify that? Because Europe has to be a better place to live. And if it wasn't for the social chapter, sorry, you know the rules. I've given way long enough. I've had my extra 2 minutes, thank you. What we really need to do is to think about when Delors and the package for the social chapter came in, it protected the people I represent from Thatcherism in its worst aspects. It was a chance to rebalance Europe and bring a social Europe about. And there's been so much talked about that. I do respect, by the way, the member from Gravesham who decided he would resign as a PPS. I think it's right that you should be able to put your principles before the attempt that somebody has to give you a little bag-carrying job. But if he was a minister, I wouldn't be sure he'd be resigning quite as quickly. That's the problem. I haven't seen any ministers coming forward to say they're resigning their ministerial positions on this. The Liberal Democrats say they would only vote for a fundamental shift. Well, I think there has been a fundamental shift. It's away from voting Liberal. And I think this will actually damage them by voting with the government. I'm sorry about that, but they did say they would do something. The European Union still protects the three red lines: defence, tax and foreign policy. And what you want to do in this place, what needed in this place, to give more power to the backbench of the European Scrutiny Committee to stop the government voting things through in the Council, which they do at the moment.
For 40 years, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have left Europe policy to ministers and to mandarins, to a tiny Whitehall elite. Look at the collective mess that they've made of it. A fisheries policy with no fish, red tape strangling small businesses, financial regulation that suffocates the city. And now we're being asked to spend billions of pounds bailing out a currency that we never even joined. We've lurched from one bad deal with Brussels to the next, from one disastrous round of negotiations to another. This is the price we pay for leaving it to ministers and mandarins to decide our Europe policy. It's time to trust the people. Today, every member of this House faces a straightforward choice. You can either vote to give people a referendum on the EU, or you can vote not to trust the people.
Would my honourable friend give way?
With pleasure.
Would my honourable friend like to expand on that point?
I shall try to do so over the next 3 minutes, and I am grateful for that thoughtful and erudite intervention. It is, Mr Deputy Speaker, a matter of principle. Is it right, in principle, to put the question of EU membership to a popular vote? Too many people in Westminster, in SW1, try to second-guess how the voters may vote in a referendum, and then work backwards to decide whether or not they favour a referendum. Instead, we should start from the principle. Is it right for the people to decide? And yes, I believe this issue qualifies for a referendum. It is of massive constitutional significance. It is an issue that, let's be frank, divides all three parties. It is an issue that I do not believe can be adequately settled in a general election. Referendums can no longer be dismissed, as they have been for many years, as somehow alien to the British tradition. We have had dozens of referendums since 1997. We have had a national referendum on AV.
Would you accept that the reason we're having more and more referendums
is that the people who put us here simply don't trust us.
I think my honourable friend makes a very important point. There is a change, a mood change in this country, away from what you might call deferential democracy, when they leave it to the 650 people here to make public policy, to a new kind of democracy where people want more choice and politics to be done by them rather than to them by a remote elite. And this is a sea change that I think some people in our own party, in our own whip's office, have not truly understood nor grasped. If we are to have a referendum to decide how we elect members of parliament, surely we can have a referendum to decide whether or not those we elect should make the rules under which we live. Today's motion has been put on the Commons agenda by the people. It's to this coalition's immense credit that they've introduced a mechanism to allow voters to trigger debates. Some 100,000 voters have triggered this debate. But we cannot say that we want to renew democracy if we shy away from the outcome of what the people say. We cannot claim that we want a new politics if we then use old-style whipping tactics from the 1950s to crush debate. Or although we could do all that, but then I think we would have the credibility of a Greek government bond. Today's vote is about change. I'm voting for an EU referendum because I want change. I don't just want change in our relationship with Europe. I want fundamental change in the way this country is run. I'm not voting for a referendum in the hope that somehow it will take us to some insular, mythical island past. I'm voting for an open society, a truly global country. This is not ultimately about flags or anthems or identity. It's about whether it is right for millions of people to have their lives arranged for them by deliberate design of technocrats. It's about democracy. I ask each member to cast their mind back to the day that they were first elected to this House. Recall that sense of pride, mingled with awesome responsibility when the returning officer read out the winner's name. Most honourable members will have felt in their bones that entering this House was one of the most exalted and greatest moments in their lives. Look at how today we are scorned. MPs don't keep their promises, say the cynics. You say whatever you say to get elected, they cry. Today is our chance to show the cynics that they're wrong. All three parties until recently promised the people a referendum on the EU. There's no point in clever wordplay. There's no point in reading the clever brief from the Foreign Office officials. It was what most people understood, that we were going to give them a referendum. That's what MPs in all parties wanted the people to believe. It's the impression we deliberately conveyed. This evening, we have a chance to keep our promises, to honour our word, to keep faith in our country. I will vote to let the people decide. I urge honourable members to do so. The honourable members for Peterborough and Gravesham are indeed honourable. It is a privilege. It is a privilege to be their colleague on the backbenches.
McCabe. Given what I want to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I might, with all due respect, if I'd had a choice, have preferred not to follow the honourable gentleman for Clacton. Mr Deputy Speaker, they say if you hang around this place long enough, nothing should surprise you. But I have to say, recent antics do surprise me. The other week, we were subjected to manoeuvres par excellence by the government whips and business managers to block discussion on a clause put forward by the Right Honourable Gentleman for Gainsborough on the subject of freedom of speech in a bill laughingly called the Protection of Freedoms Bill. Tonight, the government whips, indeed the whips and business managers of all three main parties, have conspired to put a three-line whip on a backbench business motion, which effectively means Parliament's been invited to talk about Europe, but not to vote about it. So much for the Mother of Parliament. Let me make it clear, I'm not anti-European, and if I vote for this motion tonight, I'll find myself in the lobby with some strange bedfellows, some people who I think are frankly mad. And if there ever is an in-out referendum, I'll almost certainly find myself arguing the case for trade and jobs in Europe. I think that's where I'll end up. But I also recognise that there is growing demand for reform in Europe. And it is Lib Dem policy to have an in-out referendum. And most people understood it to be the Prime Minister's policy to have a referendum if there was any significant change to the Lisbon Treaty. Indeed, no one who has heard the Prime Minister over the last 3 years could think he's anything but a referendum man. And our esteemed Foreign Secretary once thought these issues were so important that he fought an entire general election on them. Yet tonight, in a little backbench business debate where the normally unimportant little people are expressing their views, views which strike a remarkable chord with the British public. Tonight, the muscle men, the U-turn merchants, the bully boys, they're out, the ministers and the would-be ministers. They're all out. They're all out to force their say. And what they're saying is, all you little Cinderellas can go to the ball, but you can't dance. All the grand talk from this government about greater respect for Parliament and backbenchers, the role they've played in setting up the backbench business committee, they amount to nothing if the government shows tonight it's scared to debate this topic. In my view, a backbench... I won't... Oh, well, go on.
That's okay, I just wanted to give way.
Well, he's done it then. In my view, a backbench business debate is just that. It's about taking the temperature. This isn't an opposition day. It's not government business. And I think on a simple little backbench business debate like that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm entitled to vote how I damn well like.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's a great pleasure to participate in tonight's historic debate. And we've heard passionate speeches from both sides of the House, but none more so than I think on this side of the House. Many people seeing this as an opportunity to strike out against over-whipped government and to seek a return to more democratic values. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I say, we've heard many great speeches, and I myself consider myself to be a Eurosceptic. So I find myself in a strange position that I am going to vote against tonight's motion, not because I've been lent on by any whips. I came to this conclusion prior to the first call, though it is an insight into the coordination of whips that you tell one at length and then another one rings you up anyway. They could get more coordinated. And to follow on from the honourable member for Birmingham Selly-Oak, I do think it is a shame the way that tonight has gone, though it is unfair to say that the government has not allowed debate. I mean, it may have been, from a party political management point of view, it may have been naive to do what the government has done, but it has actually brought it forward to this day. The Prime Minister himself, through his statement, was able to participate, and the Foreign Secretary himself led for the government. So far from stifling debate, actually the government at the highest level has engaged with it. Whether that was wise party management, I leave to others to judge, but I probably think it wasn't. We are, in answer to the honourable member for Clacton, who gave a powerful speech, I believe in parliamentary democracy. I don't believe parliamentary democracy puts down the small people. I know my honourable friend has strong beliefs, which he has espoused over many years, a belief in direct democracy. He has an agenda about direct democracy. He doesn't believe in the representative democracy that I believe in here. I don't believe that we are delegates here. I'm not about the percentage of my constituents who believe one particular thing. I should be out there listening to them. And I was out there on Saturday at my street surgery, the previous weekend, all day going around the villages, listening to people and hearing from them. But it's not my job to do whatever the percent majority tell me to do. My job is to come to this place and do the best I can by the people that I represent. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Is it not our job, and can representative democracy only work if we keep our promises to the electorate? And the fact is, on this issue, all three major parties promised a referendum, and we're not giving it.
With the greatest respect to the honourable gentleman, I think that is one of the great myths that's been peddled, and I do think he does a disservice to this particular party. As I said in an intervention earlier, I honestly believe that the Prime Minister was not reneging on the promise on Lisbon when it had been ratified. If I had promised a board meeting before a payment goes out and someone else pays it out, the cheque is cashed. And then I don't hold a board meeting to discuss the cheque that's already been cashed. I'm not reneging on anything. I'm simply recognising the reality. I do not believe that the Conservative Party or the Prime Minister did renege on any promise. And when I look at the manifesto upon which I and he stood in 2010, it made no mention, no promise of any referendum whatsoever. What it did promise, and I say this gently to my colleagues tonight, what it did promise was to bring in a referendum lock if there was going to be further treaty change, and I recognise my honourable friends point out that some powers leak and leach away even as we speak without a treaty coming along. But I'd say to my honourable friends, the passage of the European Union Treaty was a historic issue in this Parliament and in this democracy. There will come a time when a treaty triggers that, and it won't be far off. I don't believe they can slip vast powers under that provision. The truth is, it is coming. The time is coming. We're winning the argument. The last thing we need to be doing is fighting amongst ourselves. What we have to recognise is we're carrying the British people with us, who are more Eurosceptic. I continue to believe that we are better off within the European Union. I'm open to persuasion that we could be better off out. Some of my colleagues, I think, are slightly using tonight as a Trojan horse, who are absolutely passionate believers that we're better off out. I respect their view. But I think the confusion, the three-part nature of tonight's motion is confusing. I think the suggestion that we can somehow mandate government to renegotiate is a false one. I don't see how you can do that. I think the government has to lead. It has to go and get the best position it can. And when it comes back with a treaty, as I'm sure it will, in the not-too-distant future, that will be put to the British people. That will be the time to do it. I don't think it's disingenuous to talk about timing. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
My honourable friend touches on the central point. Not all of us feel that we'd be better off out. For some of us, many of us, we want the common market we signed up for, more free trade and less of the baggage. Isn't that the direction of travel we should be heading down?
I agree. I think we are. Tonight, colleagues would say that tonight that they would say with a wry smile that they too believe, like the Prime Minister, in nudge theory. And they would say tonight has motion and the strong debate and the number of people who will be in the I lobby tells the government how seriously members of our party feel on this issue. And they may have a point. But my constituents, as I say, I've been talking and listening extensively to them. They are not telling me that this is top of their list of priorities. The top of their list of priorities is jobs, employment, making sure that we don't put people on the dole queue, particularly young people, for whom one of the toxic legacies of the party opposite was so many young people who were left as neets. So I see, Mr Deputy Speaker, that our duty is to move very coolly on this subject, that the time will come that we will have a referendum, that we should not pass this motion tonight, and that we should listen, absolutely listen to our constituents who are telling me that they have priorities above and beyond certain parts of the Conservative Party's obsession with Europe above all other issues.
George Houston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And first of all, can I say how good it is, I think, that we're having this very important debate this evening. But that I'm, on a personal level, very disappointed that the build-up to it has given the impression that the Conservative Party is divided on Britain's approach to the European Union, because the truth is that the only real division this evening will be over the wording of a motion, not on the substance of our approach to the EU. And in reality, Conservatives are united in believing that the European Union has accumulated far too many powers, that the status quo is no longer an option, and that we need to renegotiate a new relationship with the EU and make a fresh start. And I think that there are three distinct steps to that. First, you need to get a plan, and the government, in my view, should be doing the work right now to identify which powers we would seek to repatriate. Secondly, you need to take every opportunity you have to negotiate and deliver that plan. And finally, at the end of the process, I think that is the point at which you have a referendum and you put your renegotiation to the people. Now, it's because I believe that a referendum should come at the end of the process rather than at the beginning that I cannot support this motion as it stands this evening. However, nor can I support the government in voting it down, so I will be abstaining. And the reason I can't support the government is that I want them to do far more than they've so far been willing to do to accelerate the plan for a renegotiation. and that will be the main focus of my comments today. It concerns me that the Foreign Office may be ducking the challenge here, and I've been very disappointed by the jam tomorrow nature of some of the comments coming from the Foreign Secretary. The urgent need to get our economy moving again becomes clearer by the day. There are no easy ways out of this current mess. We need radical thinking to get our country moving again, and that should include dealing with the morass of EU laws and regulations. And I don't think it's good enough to say that changing the EU is all too difficult and so nothing can be done for years to come. Sorting out the EU is not something that might be nice to have in the distant future. Tackling the burden of EU regulation is an integral part of the solution to this current crisis, and we must act now. I think we have to find a way of cutting the Gordian knot which has created this situation where politicians talk about reforming the EU but can never ever find the moment to actually deliver real change. I will.
Does the honourable friend set out how exactly he would cut that Gordian knot?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. I was about to come on to precisely that. I think it's also important that we recognise that I do not accept this argument that nothing can be done until there has been an intergovernmental conference or a new treaty. Where there is political will, there is always a way. And indeed, when needs must, the EU has shown itself to be able to react quickly and then sort out the lawyers and the legal basis for action at a later date. But I will give way.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend giving way, and I commend him for his long-standing convictions on these issues. He talks about a white paper, renegotiating powers, and then a referendum. Could he perhaps inform the House what timetable he envisages for that referendum?
Well, in my view, it would come as soon as you finish the negotiation, and if I had my way, that would happen very quickly, certainly within this Parliament. But the point I was going to make about this issue, the bailouts in Greece and Ireland were technically against EU law. But the European Financial Stability Facility was agreed and implemented within days. 3 years ago, the bank bailouts breached EU state aid rules, but again, exemptions were created when needs required it. Sweden's technically been in breach of the treaties for a decade because it doesn't have an opt-out from the euro, but the EU's had to learn to live with it because it's the political reality. And the Danish government has unilaterally introduced extra customs checks on its borders, which are in breach of the Schengen Agreement, but again, the EU has had to learn to live with this. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the lesson from these examples is that EU law is a flexible notion. In fact, the EU Act explicitly states that EU regulations or directives only have force in this country where Parliament allows them to. And we must be far more willing to set aside the authority of the European Court of Justice. And crucially, we should not let dreary treaties and EU protocols get in the way of taking urgent action to stimulate our economy. So let's say to them that we are going to delay the Agency Workers Directive, make clear to the EU that they're going to have to learn to live with that, and that we will not accept an infraction procedure in that area. Let's make clear during these current negotiations on the budget that we intend to disapply, for instance, the Working Time Directive, which was mentioned earlier. And we're going to do that until we get this economy out of recession. Now, the European Union would complain, but if the evidence of those previous examples I've cited is only to go by, it would probably take them at least 3 years to get around to doing anything about it. And it might also do something else. People keep saying that these European politicians have no intention of having a treaty and they just won't negotiate with us, so we have to give up. Well, if you were to unilaterally do some of these things, you'd suddenly find there would be an appetite to try to find a long-term solution to these things. It would be a catalyst to get negotiations moving. Sorry, I'm nearly finished now, and I don't want to eat into other people's time. Now, I know that negotiators inside the Foreign Office would probably wince at the idea of adopting such a stance. But I think it's the only way we can cut this Gordian knot, sort the EU out and get our economy moving again. And I very much hope that the Minister will take these comments on board. Thank you.
Mr. Chris Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, like many in the country, are angered at the continued erosion of our sovereignty and the shipping of our powers across the Channel to Brussels. Businesses, the judicial system, the citizens of this country are subject to a growing federalisation of federalist power which seeks to engulf not only the economy but also our politics. The Eurozone disaster that is unfolding at the moment is an example of the chaotic and unaccountable actions that have been allowed to play out in this European project. This in itself is bad enough, but the failure of the Eurozone members to take responsibility, to lay the facts before each other and to own up to the mistakes are what concerns me more. Mr. Speaker, I am a Eurosceptic and I struggle to find anything to respect about the institution which cannot sign off its own accounts, let alone manage someone else's. Sure.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. For 32 years, the EU has been a net contributor and not a recipient of EU monies. If it had been a pension scheme, everybody would have said, let's get out now. Does the member agree, and perhaps does that not underline the need for the people of the United Kingdom to make their own minds up in a referendum and not to pay into a system that takes plenty and gives little?
Thank you for the intervention. I look forward to campaigning to put such a referendum into our next manifesto to be able to facilitate that. Having said what I've just said, that's why I welcome and support the referendum lock, and I look forward to seeing the work of both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary at ensuring that we can bring powers back from Brussels and initiate reform of the European Union. It was part of our election promise, and I think we should see it through. I've watched the Conservative Party I watched the Conservative government in the 90s rip itself apart over Europe. And after 13 years in government, I'm dismayed that in just 18 months we're sat here again with the same tension. I think there's an element of self-indulgence here, and I'm fairly sure there's a route to self-destruction if we're not careful. We are facing the greatest economic upheaval in 100 years. And rather than ensuring people have job security, rather than ensuring that we get some financial stability back into it.
Give way on that point. I thank my honourable friend for giving way on that point. Then, would the honourable friend explain why this was the second most popular issue on the e-petitions list?
Well, I think, as in response to the gentleman over there, I think it's something we should campaign with our party to make sure is part of our manifesto next time, if it has such support. Do we actually compromise on financial stability, compromise on growth, compromising on maintaining low interests, and for the sake of losing the present situation where we can negotiate reform and negotiate powers back to this country? I think if we do compromise at this moment in time, we can create a lame duck government for a couple of years while the world watches, knowing that we are going to have a referendum and potentially compromise that position. We've got the best hand in a generation to play, and we should play it to that full effect. This is the wrong motion at the wrong time for this country. This is Great Britain. And it's the Great Britain, I think, that doesn't run away when Europe gets into trouble. In fact, we have a reputation of sorting out those poor fellows. It is in Britain's interest that we are at the table. The global economy is changing rapidly. The focus of power is moving east, and we need to be able to use all the opportunities to participate in that wealth growth, including through the European Union. And I would say to the members that have said today that it's not democratic to not allow the 100,000 votes to win its day. This is democracy. I have an opinion, and you have a different one. We are facilitating democracy, but I will be voting against the motion tonight.
Mr. Richard Shepherd. On the 21st of February 1992, I put down a private member's bill for a referendum on Maastricht. It was in anticipation. In fact, it was the last time that Mrs. Thatcher voted as a member of this House. it's not to vanity to mention that I put that motion down, but there was a remarkable speech, and it's in a sense an appeal to the Labour Party here. And it's something that I would, if I may, Mr. Speaker, refer to. The remarkable speech, and those that knew him will understand why I say that, was by Peter Shaw, the member for Bethnal Green and Stepney. He makes this observation: a referendum offers one of the few possibilities to remedy a fundamental weakness in our Constitution. We have no written Constitution and no procedures to protect and entrench features of our national and constitutional life. Everything can be changed by a simple majority. Many other countries, as we know, have quite elaborate procedures requiring a majority of 2/3 for changes in constitutional matters and arrangements, often backed up with public referendums. Then he comes to what I think is the burden of an argument. We have no such defence. Indeed, previously, we did not need them, because only this generation of British parliamentary representatives has contemplated handing to others the great prizes of national independence, self-government and the rule of law under our own elected representatives. It would not have occurred to a previous generation to hand to others that which we prize most greatly and have given to other countries throughout the world in the past 50 years. This is the novelty of the proposition, against which, because we did not think it conceivable, we have no defences. A referendum is a major constitutional device for defending the rights of the British people and our Constitution. I was personally moved by it because that was the thread that ran through our long march for liberty, the ordinary people coming to effect the election of this House and those who represented him, knowing that it was only they that could make the law by which we were governed. And in this, the concept of the rule of law, there has to be a proper due process. It was very controversial, that debate immediately before the election. And in fact, I moved subsequently the referendum amendment in the Maastricht bill. But all the arguments advanced by my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, are mounted to what we have heard so often just in ordinary legislation and in constitutional. Not the right time. My honourable friend, the member for Somerset, put it very brilliantly as he dissected what it amounted to. A referendum is essentially saying, trust the people. And that is the one thing that this House, or the executive of this House, is loath to do, because they do not know what the outcome will be. But we should respond to the generosity of the government in allowing a committee of this House to accept a petition from the public outside. We need a referendum.
Mr. Robin Walker.
Proud to be a moderate One Nation Conservative and a supporter of this coalition government. Like the member for Vauxhall, my Euroscepticism is driven by internationalism, and I fear the dangers of a little Europe. But on this issue of Europe, I welcome the work that the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary have done to limit our exposure to Eurozone bailouts, provide a referendum lock on future treaties, and reduce the EU budget. I strongly support what they say about the benefits of being in Europe but not run by Europe. However, I believe all three of the major parties are mistaken in opposing this motion, and more greatly so in imposing harsh whips on their supporters. This cross-party backbench motion reflects a profound disquiet in the country at the fact that for decades we've had no say on our relationship with Europe. It reflects widespread popular support for an opportunity for people to have that say. I was born in 1978, and in no time during my lifetime, nor in the adult lifetimes of the vast majority of honourable members, has there been an opportunity to debate publicly our membership or even the terms of our membership of the EU. 8 out of 10 people eligible to vote today have never had this opportunity. There should have been a referendum on the Lisbon Treaty, and I am proud that Conservative members voted against that treaty when the party opposite disgracefully broke its promise to hold a referendum on the constitution it replaced. There have been many debates in this House on aspects of European policy, but none has triggered a referendum or engaged the public in the way that today's motion could. Many honourable members, such as the honourable member from Montgomeryshire, have very reasonably criticised the idea of a three-way referendum, and I would far rather have supported a straight yes or no on renegotiating powers with Brussels. That's why I would have unreservedly supported the motion in the names of the honourable member for Camborne and Redruth. Sadly, as that amendment was not selected, I find myself faced with a dilemma. There is a risk that in a three-way referendum, the wrong answer can be achieved with a significant minority vote, as the Prime Minister set out. I have never argued for an in or out referendum because I don't believe that's the right question to ask. What I do support is precisely...
Will the honourable member give way?
I will give way.
The honourable member makes a very passionate case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member makes a very passionate case. Isn't repatriating powers from Brussels what was in our last election manifesto, and therefore Conservative Party policy and the government's policy?
I'm very grateful for that intervention, and I would agree it was what was in our last manifesto. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear to be the policy of the coalition government in the same way, and that is my concern. What I do support, I won't give away again, I'm afraid, is precisely the third option set out on the order paper today, that of renegotiating our membership to base it on trade and cooperation that we signed up for in the first place. It thus comes down to whether one believes the risks inherent in a three-way referendum outweigh the benefits of what, in my view, in the view of the last Conservative manifesto, and I believe the vast majority of the British people, is the right thing to do. As the honourable member for Edgbaston said, it comes down to whether you trust the people, and I trust the British people. I believe that offered such a choice, engaged with a reasoned debate on the three options, they would do as they did with the AV referendum and come to a sensible conclusion. I won't give way again, I'm afraid. Nor do I buy the argument that now is the wrong time. The motion states that a bill should be brought forward in the next session of Parliament. If the Eurozone crisis has not been resolved by then, we are all in much greater trouble than we thought. In conclusion, I am no Euro fanatic. I have no great desire to earn the label of rebel, and I strongly support many of the steps this coalition government has taken. As the honourable gentleman for Beverley pointed out, we in this place are representatives of our constituents, not just delegates. It isn't right to vote on an issue simply because of the number of letters we received or according to what we hear on the doorstep, but as representatives, we should certainly take these things into account. I spent much of my weekend talking to constituents about this issue, along with many others. Everyone I asked felt it was right that they should have a choice. I received many letters in support of this motion, and only a single one against from a retired Labour councillor. Amongst those letters, one which made an impression was from one from my constituent, Mr Raymond Cross, who wrote, "I am almost 87 years of age, served and offered my life to my king and country in the army during the Second World War. I still have the original Britain in Europe leaflet, issued by the Ted Heath government in July 1971. That is what we voted on in 1975. There should be a free vote on this referendum. Members of Parliament are there to debate the pros and cons of the motion put forward, not to obey slavishly the will of their parties. I profoundly regret that there is no such free vote. I am a passionate supporter of my party and this coalition government, but it's a well-established convention. But constituency should come before party, and still more important, but country should come before all. Yeah. On that basis, I shall be supporting the motion tonight.
Yeah. Mr David Morris.
Mr Speaker, I contribute to this debate as a Eurosceptic who believes too many of our powers, freedoms and too much of our money has been handed over to Brussels. For years we've desperately argued, even begged, to maintain our membership of the EU without being ruled by an undemocratic federal state. We largely failed because the whole basis of the European project was to have a federal country with its own currency. The assumption was that even countries like Denmark and Britain would come round eventually to join the euro. After that, we'd all become one big federal country like America. And this had made it almost impossible for people like me who want to cooperate in Europe but remain British. But things have changed, significantly changed in recent years. The euro is now in turmoil. All of this means that the dreams, or perhaps a nightmare, of a federal state with one currency is nearly dead. It cannot now happen, and this gives us an opportunity. For years we've talked about a two-speed Europe, but I do not think there is a real opportunity for a two-system Europe. Those who want closer union can have it, whilst countries like Britain, Greece, Denmark can be more loosely aligned. This is what my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, talked about when he used the phrase "in Europe but not run by Europe." It seems that there now has to be two systems, whether Brussels likes it or not. The good news is for us Eurosceptics is that for the first time since the 1980s, we have a government genuinely committed to negotiating it. If negotiations fail on the two-system Europe, then we will have to reappraise our approach. But for now, we must really grasp the opportunity. This is the first time in decades that we've had an opportunity to be in Europe, but not in a federal state being dictated to by people we disagree with. We are in a stronger position, but we need to show strength. This window of opportunity will not exist forever, so I want the government to go back to Europe and get our powers back. Most people who advocate this referendum would be very happy with a situation whereby we get the benefits of Europe, namely free trade, without all of the red tape. If we can do that, we can put this issue to bed forever, and we will be saving ourselves extra tax and bureaucracy. That is agreed across all of the House, both of which are vital to our own here economic growth. I think we now all agree that a federal Europe is dead. Britain will now never join the euro. This is true. We have the chance to renegotiate. We have that assurance from the Prime Minister. Let's do that while the opportunity exists. If that fails, we can have a referendum on leaving the EU. This debate and motion has the passion of a broad belief-based ideology. You can read into it any way you want, your own views. I believe, I signed up to point C on the paper, let's renegotiate. In Europe, but not run by Europe.
Zarevich. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hadn't intended to speak in this debate at the start, but having sat through some 3 hours or so at an earlier stage, hearing a number of points of view, I thought I would take the opportunity to make a few points in the debate today. Can I say, first of all, I fully accept that this House should take very seriously the number of signatures which are on the petition and the views expressed to many MPs. I think we have to take it very seriously as an expression of concern, of widespread concern, and I certainly accept that. But I think members have to accept the fact that there are some people who feel very strongly about the issue does not mean that all people feel very strongly about the issue. And I would point out to colleagues across the House that it is only a year and a half since we had a general election, and at that point, none of the major parties in this House stood on the platform of an in-out referendum of a kind that's being suggested today. And it's equally certainly it's a question of how democratic it would be if we were to vote for a policy tonight, which actually very few people in this House actually stood on at the last general election. My reasons for opposing the proposal, and ultimately it is about actually leaving the EU, or effectively leaving it in such a way that our relationship changing in such a way that we no longer effectively part, are simple, and some have been stated already. First of all, I do believe the argument that the EU has been a defender and support of security and peace in Europe since it was established is a powerful one. And I also believe that if Britain were to withdraw from the EU, that would actually bring into question the whole raison d'etre of the European Union, and ultimately I don't want to see us returning to a Europe where there is instability and ultimately conflict between some of the member states, which we may have been lucky over the last 70 years, but for many centuries Europe was certainly riven by all sorts of terrible warfare, and that is certainly something which we do not want to see return. But much more immediately than that, I do support the colleagues on this side and some on the other side as well, who pointed out that there is a real danger to our economy, because of a danger to a European economy, if we were to begin a road over the next 18 months of negotiation effectively on Britain possibly withdrawing from Europe, or at least renegotiating the relationship in such a way that we would no longer be recognisable as part of the European Union. One of the things I noticed today, this evening, Mr. Speaker, is that the view put forward by the Eurosceptics seemed to be that their ideal relationship with the European Union would be something like that of Norway and Switzerland. Now, leaving aside the fact there is no suggestion anywhere that this is a realistic option which is actually on the negotiating table if we were to approach that at any stage. The fact is, but as has already been said in this debate, Norway and Switzerland are countries which are affected in everything they do in the economic field by the decisions of the European Union. They are required to accept as part of their agreements most European legislation. They have to accept, where relevant, the decisions of the European Court, and where they are not bound to accept the legislation of the European Union, they are certainly heavily influenced by it. And the difference between those countries and ours is that we would not have any voice because we would not have representation in Europe, either in a democratic institution such as a parliament or in the European Council or elsewhere. I believe what we need to do is to see Britain play a strong role in Europe. I want to see our government take an active role to defend our interests in Europe. And one good thing, at least out of tonight's debate, I hope, is this, is that some of those politicians who have played with a European sceptic position over years as a way of trying to win votes now might find themselves recognising that they have played with fire and have actually been responsible for the consequences of action tonight in the rebellion starting from the Tory side on their backbenches. I hope we can now have some more positive approach to Europe. Criticism, yes, but also at the same time, let's recognise its benefits to our country, and let's make sure that we work within Europe, make it succeed, and let us not go along a road which would lead to economic downturn for this country and economic damage for Europe as a whole.
Bowles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened with great attention to all of the speeches for the last 5 hours, with the occasional break to take in and then expel a little liquid. And I can tell the House, and I can tell the House that the passion and the idealism and even the personal courage in this debate has all been on one side, and that is on the side of those who are going to support the motion tonight. And there is much that I agree with in what these honourable ladies and gentlemen on all sides of this House believe and want to see happen. I agree with them that we have given too much power to the European Union. We, governments of all stripes, over many decades. I agree with them that we need to renegotiate the terms of our membership so that it focuses more on economic matters of trade and cooperation and less on other issues that Europe was never set up to do. And I agree with them that the British people should have the final say on this matter. But I am not going to be voting with them tonight for the following reason. While they have the passion, the idealism and the personal courage, I'm afraid they lack good sense. There is going to be only one time in the foreseeable future when we can hold a referendum on our membership of the European Union. It has been 40 years. We are likely to get one shot in the next 40 years. We must use it well, Mr. Speaker. We must hold that referendum at a time when it is most likely to assist us in getting the deal from Europe that we want.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can predict exactly what will happen is if we go for a referendum at a time of economic growth, everyone will say now is not the time to have a referendum because everything's going so swimmingly.
I thank the honourable member, but that is not the point I was making. The timing point is simply this. You need the promise, the threat indeed, of that referendum to persuade our European partners to give us some of what we want in that negotiation. No, I won't give away again yet. If we have that negotiation with that imminent referendum hanging over it, then the Prime Minister really has a hand to play. Then the Prime Minister can say, if you don't give me those concessions I need, if you don't meet the demands of the British people, I will not be able to win that referendum and you will be losing one of the biggest members of the European Union forever. If we have that referendum now, we will entirely waste the whole exercise. If we have that referendum in the next 3 years, before we have completed that renegotiation, and on a muddled question which has 3 possible options in it, we will have entirely forfeited our best negotiating tool. So my message, I will give way.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend giving way, and I commend him for his consistency on his points, even though I don't agree with him. I respect him for his convictions. Could he set before the House the timetable he envisages for a referendum within this Parliament or in the next Parliament?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, not least because he brings me on to the conclusion that I probably would otherwise have forgotten. And that is exactly the right question, and I'm afraid it is not news that will necessarily cheer up the benches here. Because the first thing we need to have, before we start that renegotiation, I'm afraid, is a majority Conservative government. You cannot start a renegotiation of our entire membership of the European Union when the government speaks with two voices. You need to have a unified position. We do not have it now. I regret that. I fought, like everybody else, for that majority government, but we didn't get it. And that's your first step. Your second step, I will not give any away. Your second step is then to start a renegotiation. It will probably take 2 or 3 years. What we can do is promise that referendum in about year 4 of the next Parliament, after we've won a majority, and then we may get the Europe we want. If we do what these brave people want us to do, we will waste this chance, we will get no clear answer to that referendum question, and we may find ourselves in an unreformed and unreformable European Union for the rest of my lifetime. And that is not something I'm willing to risk, which is why I will be voting against this motion.
Mr. Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many members have referred to the part that they played in the 1975 referendum, and sadly, I'm one of those who's old enough to have participated in that as well. It's interesting to note that referendum came about following a renegotiation of our terms with the common market, as it then was. And the proposal put before the electorate was, do we stay in or do we leave? Now I say, I voted to leave. I am very pleased I voted to leave, and I've been consistent throughout at my selection as a candidate and at my election on the doorstep. I consistently replied that I had voted no, I hadn't changed my mind, the government position was this, but my position was that, and I am not prepared to break that bond of trust with the electorate. Now, it's been mentioned that the electorate have become disconnected. To a great fanfare of trumpets, the government introduced the e-petition, and within weeks they have destroyed the public's confidence in that. It was as certain as night following day that an in-out referendum would result from one of those e-petitions, and what have they done? They've cast it aside. Other distractions, we've had we're told, oh, it's only 8th or 10th or whatever in the list of people's concerns. This time last year, we were ploughing ahead with legislation introducing legislation to do for the AV referendum. I have to tell you that on the number 45 from Cleethorpes to Immingham, they were not demanding a referendum on the AV, but we allowed ourselves to be distracted by that. Now, I'm pleased to see that my Member of Parliament, the Honourable Member for Great Grimsby, is in his place, because he will know, of course, that the scars run deep in our part of the world, following the destruction of the fishing industry as a result of the sacrifice made by the negotiations to enter the common market in the first place. Those certainly.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. Is the Honourable Member aware of the national opinion poll that was shown today that showed that 81% of those who voted Conservative would vote in favour of this motion, 62% of those who voted Liberal Democrat would vote in favour of this motion, and 61% of those who voted Labour would also vote in favour of this motion, and ignore the electorate and ignore national opinion polls at your peril?
I entirely agree with the honourable gentleman. The government and indeed the opposition parties ignore the electorate's view of this on their peril. It is a fact that the real people of England, as I like to call them, I was at a civic service for a town mayor in Barton-upon-Humber yesterday. Members from all sides will have been to these occasions where political leaders and the real people, those who run our community groups, our churches, they are the big society. They feel very, very deeply about this issue. They feel they are being ignored and cast aside. And unless the government come to terms with that, in the very near future, they will pay a high price. I said earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, in the debate about votes for prisoners, that all governments take decisions which they know are against the overwhelming views of those that they represent. If they continue with the refusal to grant the people the opportunity of voting on this issue, it's one of those issues. In fact, it's even more. It's probably what takes 2 of their lives away. Mr. Speaker, the electorate are disillusioned and cynical about the body politic and the whole political process. If we deny them yet again the opportunity, the cynicism and the disillusionment will grow. I'm proud to say that I will be supporting the motion this evening, and I very much urge all members to do so.
James Clapperson.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's been a very good debate with some outstanding speeches, particularly from my honourable friends and members for Gravesham and Peterborough. There have been issues relating to timing in the course of the debate. I have to say to my honourable friend for Scranton and Stanford that to keep saying now is never the right time is likely to engender frustration in the other member of the relationship. And I believe that the referendum is now long overdue. It is a long time, 1975, since we had a referendum. The world is a different place. The European Union is certainly a different institution from the one it was then when we knew it as the common market. There were a few lonely voices in that referendum campaign who said that it was a political project and not just an economic project. Others may take a different view, but I think those who said that have been proved right in spades. And the case which was made in the course of that referendum campaign has been comprehensively disproved by subsequent events. And I'm afraid to say that as the European Union has changed incrementally, granting more powers and competencies to the European Union through successive treaties, the Single European Act, the Treaty of Nice, the Treaty of Maastricht, the Treaty of Amsterdam, and the Treaty of Lisbon, we have seen the European Union change beyond recognition. And I believe we were right to offer the electorate a referendum over the Treaty of Lisbon. And again, on the question of timing, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, made that commitment and was absolutely true to the terms of that commitment. But his commitment to hold a referendum until this had been ratified meant that at any stage in the last Parliament, up to 3 o'clock on the 3rd of November of 2009, if a Conservative government had come to power in that time, amidst all the events which were taking place in the course of those years, 2008, 2009, we would have been obliged to hold a referendum. And I'm sure my right honourable friend would have kept true to that commitment and held a referendum. But now the electorate are feeling that they have been promised the referendum so many times. There has been no shortage of promises, and so many electorates in other countries have been allowed to hold a referendum, but not the British electorate. There are people today who are waiting to have their say on the European Union. In this debate, we've made our arguments about the European Union. We've heard some arguments in favour of the European Union from the other side of the House. Let them put those issues to the people and trust the people, and let the people have the decision in this debate. We cannot be wrong to trust the people. That's why we're having these backbench debates. This is an excellent example of what can be achieved through one. And I think we should send out the message in this debate that we are prepared to trust our constituents who sent us here. Now is the right time. We have seen so much power transferred to the European Union. There is such a need to free ourselves from the dead hand of regulation in the European Union, to give ourselves a chance of achieving the higher growth rates which have been achieved by non-members of the European Union, to give our industry a chance. I think all of this makes this an ideal time to have a referendum, to set out the terms of that referendum. And I have to say to honourable friends and members on this side of the House that if we keep making these promises to the electorate and not fulfilling them, we are going to have a heavy price to pay in terms of loss of trust with that electorate. We have to remember that today.
Sam Keemer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listening to this debate for the last 5 hours, what is clear is that those on this side of the House, certainly on the Conservative benches, are all Eurosceptics now. And I speak in this debate as a Eurosceptic, and I could not argue better or put the case better against the EU than some of my colleagues on these benches have today. But why would I be voting against the motion today? And that is because, Mr. Speaker, I believe that to make the consideration here, what we need, anger and frustration is not enough. We need a clear-sighted, clear-eyed strategy in order to move forward. And I'll mention some of the considerations that I think we need to take. The member for Harwich and North Essex said, to paraphrase him, probably poorly, that we need to hold the government's feet to the fire to make sure that something is done about this. I'm sorry if I paraphrased you poorly. But what we need to remember is that to lead the country on this issue, we need to be a united rather than a divided party. In 2010, just 13% of voters described the Conservative Party as divided. But at the height of the Maastricht Rebellion, 50% of voters described the Conservative Party as divided. Whilst we can all stand for our principles here and say that it's all about our principle, it's only about our conscience, and as the member for Somerset said, nothing is more important. The coalition, everything. What we need to remember in the reality of the political world, if we want to achieve something, we've got to balance these factors. And what we know from the 1997 election result, that this is something that we need to be mindful of. And why do I raise this point? Because it is when we were kicked out of office, because we were divided, that we suffered the greatest setback in the European project. During those 13 years, the Labour government opted into the social chapter. It was responsible for a lot of the regulations that have suffocated business and stifled growth. And in 2007, it was the Labour government that signed the Lisbon Treaty. So for all our high-minded principle in the mid-1990s, when we got kicked out of government because of division, we set our own project back. I'll take your point, sir.
The Honourable Member is speaking as if this is a Conservative Party issue. As you can see from debates today, it's a cross-party issue. And the question we face today is, do we trust the people with this issue or not? It's about the pros and cons of Europe for later. Do we trust people to make this decision or not?
I thank the Honourable Member for his point. I'm not speaking as though this is a Conservative Party issue, but you only need to look at the media to see that in every interview they have pitted Conservative against Conservative. And so we need to be careful of divisions on our side. Mr. Speaker, of course people need to decide, but we should not be careful not to jump from an e-petition that has been signed by that many people to thinking that this is the issue on every single voter's mind. There are a number of voters who will talk about the fact that they care about their jobs. There are a number of voters who would say there won't be streets to be secure. There are a number of voters who would say that they want to make sure that their children have a better life than they do. And that is why when you look at national polls, when you poll the European issue on its own, everyone is hostile to it, but in general elections, it's salient, it disappears. And so we've got to have a very clear-eyed strategy in order to deal with this. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting this motion. Because I think as we've debated this today, what is clear, certainly for those who are saying the better off out, that we've got the best opportunity with the Eurozone on its knees to negotiate the best outcome for Britain. It will be catastrophic for us to walk away, as the member for Kettering said, and give up influence.
Mr. Mark Reckless.
I'm sure the constituents of Surrey East will have been following their member's speech with great interest this evening. In the run-up to the 1975 referendum, the country was assured, and I'm afraid to say this assurance came from a Conservative Prime Minister, that there was no question of any erosion of any essential national sovereignty. Not as yet. They were told that we would have a veto over any important issue. Yet those same people have now seen that what they were told was a common market has become a political union in which we can be outvoted whether we like it or not. They see other countries not following the rules when our country does follow those rules, and they see an institution whose accounts have not been signed off for some 20 years. Yet we continue, year after year, to give it money. This year coming, we are giving it £10.9 billion, and that is our net contribution after what we get back. Indeed, in every single year except one, we have given more money to the EU than we have got back. And that one year was 1974, the year before we last had a referendum on this, the only year we ever received more money from Europe than we gave back. So those members who've yet to make up their mind might like to reflect, in terms of reducing that £10.9 billion contribution, it putting some pressure on the EU to reduce its budget and our contribution. There could be nothing that would concentrate their minds more than having the knowledge that this country might be having a referendum on our membership of the EU. It now has to be a referendum. The people have heard too many promises made by too many parties for too many years. They now want to decide themselves as to what our future in Europe or as an independent country may be. Now, we've heard in this debate there has been, I think, very significant movement on this side of the House. My honourable friend from Keighley asked why 18 months in we were having this discussion, why was there so much disagreement, why wasn't the coalition agreed on this? I think the reason is because 57 members of this coalition, those who are Liberal Democrats, were given the referendum they wanted on the alternative vote. Yet a far larger number on the Conservative benches have not been given the referendum that we want on our country's position in the EU. Yes, I will give way.
We have discussed this already in this debate, but actually the Conservative manifesto didn't commit to an in-out referendum. It committed to a referendum lock, which we have achieved in the European Union Act.
Thank you. The Conservative Party had offered a referendum on Lisbon. The Liberal Democrat Party had offered a referendum between the EU with Lisbon and leaving the EU. Yet what the country got through the coalition agreement was the Lisbon Treaty, but no referendum on anything. And yet we see from the Liberal Democrats, still on their website 3 or 4 days ago, campaigning for an in-out referendum. Yet that's now been removed. So not only have they gone against what they told the electorate on student fees, they have done the same on Europe. I give way.
I voted in the last referendum in 1974. It was the first time I voted. And the question, Mr. Speaker, was whether we wanted to stay in the European Economic Area. We have never had a referendum asking us if we want to be members of the European Union.
My honourable friend is quite right. And in this House here this evening, we have that opportunity to give our constituents that referendum, to decide whether they will be governed by people whom they elect, whom they can hold to account, whom they can throw out if they do not agree with how we vote, whether we make the decisions for them, or whether instead a qualified majority of 26 other countries will decide what the law of this country is, while we pay £10.9 billion a year for the privilege. That is the decision. It is no longer a decision which we can hope to keep within this Westminster bubble without our constituents having their say. And sooner or later, that decision is going to be made. We heard from my honourable friend earlier that there was going to be a referendum. A Conservative-led or a coalition government of some stripe would renegotiate and would renegotiate sooner rather than later. The Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, they told us earlier that they were going to be bringing powers back over social policy, over employment policy. But what is the key now is whether our constituents will get to vote on their outcome. Do they want to stay in with whatever improvements we've been able to negotiate, however great or otherwise they may be, or do they want to come out again and be an independent country, trading with Europe, but governing ourselves? I say to members here tonight, and particularly those who are undecided, that decision must now be our constituents' decision, and that is the way in which we restore belief and trust in politics.
Mr. Aidan Burley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the principle of an EU referendum, and yet I will not be supporting this motion today, and I want to explain why those two positions are not contradictory. So I am on record as saying that our membership of the EU should be placed before the British people. I am 32 years old, and I find it incredible that the last referendum was 4 years before I was even born, and you have to be 55 to have voted in it. So it is understandable that people of my generation, Mr. Speaker, do not feel that they have had their say on Europe. They see the EU interfering in our everyday lives, from how fruit and vegetables are packaged, the number of announcements on trains, and most insipid of all, how long we are allowed to work in our jobs, just 48 hours a week. So it is clear to me that what was put forward to the people in 1975...
Order. The House must come to order. The honourable gentleman has been waiting courteously. He deserves a proper hearing, and that's what he must get. Mr. Aidan Burley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear to me that what was put forward to the people in 1975, who, remember, voted for a yes vote, was a common market, and that is indistinguishable from the European Union that exists today. When Britain joined the common market, it signed up to a free trade agreement, and since then the power of European institutions has changed beyond all recognition. So I'm delighted that the government has now enshrined in law that a referendum must be held before any further powers are ceded to Brussels. This is a major step and one that I supported with enthusiasm, and frankly, given the EU's propensities for creating new treaties, I suspect it will not be long before the people get the vote that they desire and they deserve. And that vote will be important, because if the public voted in favour of a future treaty, it will rule out for another generation any thought of us ever leaving the EU. However, if they voted to reject, I believe it would be difficult, if not impossible, for there to be a subsequent vote on our withdrawal. So given that the referendum that I want to see is inevitable, I would suggest to colleagues, as a result already of the laws that the Conservatives have passed, I now have to think very carefully about the current motion of the impact on it of the people of Cannock Chase. I give way.
I respect my honourable friend's views, and like him, I was born after the last referendum. But the problem with the argument he is absolutely, definitely. The problem with the argument he is putting forward is, of course, that it doesn't give us the opportunity to have a say on whether or not we want to be in it at all. And that's what my generation and his generation want to have. We were never asked before. It's about time we were.
I think we will have that choice within our generation, is what I'm coming on to. And so now I come on to, I have to consider this motion before us tonight and the impact it would have on my constituents. And this is the key point. Businessmen have told me that there are signs for optimism, but that the recovery is fragile. And their concern, and therefore I won't give way, and therefore mine, is that a referendum announced now with a campaign stretching to 2013, which the motion calls for, could have a devastating effect on business confidence and investment. Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to a businessman this morning from my constituency, came for a tour of the House of Commons. He works for a private sector international company that has invested heavily in the UK and employs several hundred people in my constituency. His executive board in America have already told him that further instability, potentially caused by a referendum, could have them question future investment, not just in Cannock Chase, but in the UK and the whole of Europe. I won't. So at a time, Mr. Speaker, when business is crying out for stability, a referendum would work in totally the opposite direction, creating yet more instability at a time when we need foreign investment. And from a timing perspective, whilst he would not be against a referendum in principle, now is simply not the time. In summary, Mr. Speaker, I think the referendum we all want is coming and will be a result of the priorities of the policies that have already been backed by this government and the EU itself. But I think a referendum right now, regardless of the result, creates a significant risk for our economy and for Cannock Chase in particular. So I say to everybody who is supporting this motion tonight, you ask yourselves one question. Are you willing to jeopardise the recovery?
Absolutely not.
British people are worried. Mr. Speaker, British people are worried about bread and butter issues, about jobs, about their livelihoods. I don't want to do anything that puts my constituents' livelihoods at risk. Voting for this motion is an indulgence. The time will come to vote on whether we stay in the EU, but in my opinion that day is not today. It is a debate for another day. This is an indulgence, and I hope Congress will support it.
Order, the House must come to order. It will want to hear Mr. Christopher Chope.
Mr. Speaker, in essence, this debate is about whether we are representatives of the people or delegates of the government or the shadow government. And I think that those who have been arguing today in support of being representatives of the people have won the debate. And I'm proud to be able to participate in this debate, having sat here for the best part of 5.5 hours. This time last night I was in Tunisia in a polling station observing the election results. And there in Tunisia people were queuing for over 3 hours just to exercise their right to vote. And it's absolutely vital that in Tunisia and in this country we don't find that the people vote in representatives and then find that those representatives go back on their word. and there's a certain worry in Tunisia that that may be what's going to happen with the party that's got the most votes. But I think in this country, we have found that participation in elections has been going down, plummeting, because on too many occasions we have promised the electorate something and then we've let them down. And I don't think that we should have a referendum until we've had the chance to have a proper evaluation of the costs and benefits of our membership of the European Union. But in the last Parliament, I put forward a bill to achieve just that. It was supported by the Conservative front bench. It was supported by the Liberal Democrat front bench. Now, neither of those front benches support the idea of having an audit of the costs and benefits. Why not? And that's, I think, indicative of the cynicism which there is now on this issue of Europe. On the timing, a lot of people are not remembering that we have got a great opportunity with the 7-year budget coming up. Because effectively, once every 7 years, we have a veto over the budget. And I think it's a pity that in giving his speech today, the Foreign Secretary effectively indicated that we were satisfied that we would be doing very well if the next 7-year budget only has an increase in line with inflation. We are telling local authorities, we're telling people working for the government that they have got to make real terms cuts. Why is this government selling us short by not entering into those negotiations in a much more hard-headed way? I think if we were to pass this motion tonight or give it a tremendous amount of support, then it would strengthen the government's hand in negotiating a better deal and in negotiating successfully a reduction in our contribution to the European Union budget rather than just a real terms increase. I think that on too many occasions the government has fallen short of its responsibilities to the people. And I think that the message coming from this House tonight is that the government must listen and the European Union must listen, and we, the people, must press the point home that we want a referendum. We want to trust the people.
Mr. Peter Bone.
Mr. Speaker, it is customary when summing up to say that this has been a good debate. But it has been an amazing debate tonight, and we have to thank the honourable member for Derbyshire North East and the Backbench Business Committee for putting this on, and for the member for Bury for leading this debate in such a sensible manner many hours ago. Now, I have sat here and listened to most of the debates, but, Mr. Speaker, there are 52 speeches that I've got to recap on, and I apologise to the majority who I will not get to. But can I say at the very beginning that I must praise the Prime Minister. If it was not for the Prime Minister, we would not have the Backbench Business Committee. If it was not for the Prime Minister, we would not have petitions. And it's the petitioning of this House of Commons that has brought this debate to life. And I have to thank the Prime Minister for his speech on the 26th of May 2009, when he encouraged returning power to the people. He said in the past, debates were held in this House, the arguments went one way and the other, but then the bells rang and the whips got into action and members floated through the Commons like a herd of sheep. That is not going to happen tonight. I am going to take the advice of my Prime Minister when he encouraged every member to be independent-minded, to put his constituents first, to put his country first, and to put narrow party interest last. I say, well done, Prime Minister, and I will be voting my conscience tonight. Against him. Now, it is unfortunate that that some of the people sitting in front of me, the whips, haven't quite got the Prime Minister's message yet. But there is a rule of thumb in this House. If the three front benches agree on something, it is absolutely wrong. And we have seen that tonight. And I would say to my whips tonight that there was a mistake made. This backbench business committee was set up to test the will of Parliament, not to vote on party lines. And it would have been exactly the sort of debate that we should have had a free vote on. And I'm quite of the opinion tonight, if there was a free vote, this motion would have been carried.
You'd vote for it, would you?
Yeah, it's okay. And I have to say tonight that lights are flashing at me to shut up early, but I thought I could go on a little longer. And I'm afraid, to all those 52 members, I'm sorry I haven't got you, but I'll write you.
Order. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobbies. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us with the ayes, Mr. Peter Bone and Mr. Philip Hollowbone. Tell us with the noes, Mr. Philip Dunn and Mr. Greg Hands.
reason why the vote is being delayed?
Tellers are in. And what I would say to the honourable gentleman who's been here a long time is his patience. No, I don't know why people are referring to three-figure numbers. The honourable gentleman's not been here that long. But what I say to the honourable gentleman is his patience will be rewarded. He hasn't long to wait. He must calm himself. I like to see the honourable gentleman in a state of permanent calm. That's my ambition. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 111. The noes to the left, 483.
The ayes to the right, 111. The noes to the left, 483. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. We come now to motion number 2, whip to move.